Chapter 22. Side Effects.
SETI has always scanned the skies for proof of alien life. While random transmissions have been recorded, they've never been repeated consistently enough for us to prove they aren't just random space noise. A new snippet of repeating patterns has been captured from roughly the direction of Uranus. Not much, only about 40 seconds, but they've announced a prize for anyone who can come up with a translation of the signal. It is probably just space junk or old signals we sent out being reflected back to us. But who knows? Maybe we aren't the only life out there.
TNN Science Advisor. Swinging by Tony's, McKenna felt drained. The men had been, for the most part, welcoming, but learning new rules, personalities, and job duties had left her exhausted. JD had stated he planned on going home, eating, and passing out. Only the desire to see Charlie waylaid that desire. Pulling up into the now familiar driveway, she shut off the car. "I'm here," she pinged Tony and Charlie as she got out of the car. Before she made it 2 steps, the door opened with 3 kids rushing out to see her. "Hey, kiddos. Ready to go, Charlie?"
"Aw, can't you stay?"
Jamie asked, a hint of a whine in his voice.
"I think you two would be tired of me and be ready to get rid of me," Charlie said, even as he leaned against McKenna. "Never,"
both of them gasped with a level of honesty that hurt, and she felt her face heat a bit. "I see. Well, I'm pretty sure I need to get Charlie home and fed, and myself fed, so we can do this all again tomorrow." The twins glanced at each other, and McKenna had the sneaking suspicion giving twins a way to talk without anyone hearing them would not end up on the best things to do list. "Jesse, Jamie, come on and let McKenna and Charlie go home." Jamie pouted and turned to go, but Jessie hissed, and a snarl came out of her mouth.
"No, ours. Stay."
Charlie and Jamie both gaped at her as claws emerged from her hands. "Stop her. She is too young for that form." "How?" McKenna said out loud, her mouth dry as she stared at the little girl who was starting to shift into warrior form. "Slap her. Sudden application of pain should shock her out of it." With only a split second to decide as she saw the girl shifting, McKenna threw her trust behind the AI. In a swift motion, she reached out and slapped Jessie, hard. The crack echoed in the air as her hand impacted with the girl's face. Jessie was thrown to the ground, a red mark in the shape of McKenna's hand standing out like a neon sign. "What? Jessie began sobbing. Tony, by this point, had rushed out of the house, pulling Jessie into her arms. "What the hell was that? McKenna!" "Weefor, talk to all of us now." There was an odd mental sigh in her head. Then the AI began talking. And from the odd ticks on the other faces, she figured they could hear Weefor also. "From her behavior, I would assume that she has not changed in days." "Well, yeah, since you got back." "None of them have. Heck, I haven't," Tony confirmed, holding her sobbing daughter. "Kalid at this age must change every 3 to 4 days. Normally those below puberty are not selected. However, the programming was damaged and anyone valid was infected, creating a much larger Kalid pool than normal." "Which means what?" Tony's voice snapped out with the force of a bullet, and McKenna felt Weefor cringe in her mind. That just qualified as the oddest feeling ever. "She isn't changing into her animal form enough. Both forms need to grow together. While adults do need to change on a regular basis to keep in touch with the animal, that is the other half of them. Children need this much more often." "Then let's get them inside, all of them." McKenna nodded at the 2 kids. "Inside now." She shot a thought at JD, but figured he'd be too far away. "JD, you there?" She felt a questioning reaction more than an actual response inside. She'd call him in a bit. Charlie and Jamie were still standing frozen, their eyes wide as they looked at her and Jamie. "I'll explain in a minute. In!" Her voice snapped out, and everyone jumped, scurrying into the house as Tony strode in carrying a sobbing Jessie. Once inside, she shut the door. following Tony into the living room. Both Charlie and Jamie stood there, faces pale even as Tony set Jessie down. Change, all of you. We'll talk to We4 and you'll be able to hear us and her, okay? We'll ask our questions aloud, but you'll hear We4's voice in your mind. McKenna dredged up a smile for the kids. The boys nodded with shaky smiles and stripped and shifted almost as a fluid action. Tony looked at her daughter. You too, Jessie. Shift. Jessie pulled off her top, shifting even as she wheeled out of the shorts. McKenna could almost feel the stress trickle away as she flowed into the animal shape. Okay, talk, We4. What the hell was all that? Kalid need to change into their other forms regularly. The warrior form is not required, but the others are. Tony's voice hit a slightly hysterical note. What are you talking about? This is my daughter. Humans don't need to change. You are not human. The statement rocked McKenna back, and from the pale look on Tony's face, she figured her reaction was the same. Her mouth opened, but she didn't know what to say, so she shut it again. How often do we need to change? Jessie scared me. Charlie's voice rang through her head, and she wanted to pull the wolf into her arms. Instead, she held still, watching the two cats and the wolf, wondering if she should change too. I haven't changed since that day. Should I? Her voice shook as she spoke, hands in tight fists. While not necessary, it is recommended. This is why it is not recommended for young ones to be changed into Kalid. Young ones have too many changes going on in their bodies on a daily basis. If they are made into Kalid, it is imperative they change every few days to keep the balance between animal and self. It is more a matter of chemistry and hormones than anything else. McKenna let that sink in. Then, with a dry throat and mouth, she asked the next obvious question. Is there anything else we need to be aware of and worried about regarding our shifting and ourselves? She kept the word alien out of her thoughts and the question. There are some things only JD knew, as Anne admitted she didn't remember much of what they had talked about. Probably, but I don't know what they are as at this time since it is unknown what you don't know. If you were told everything existing in the databases, the best estimate is it would take 2,045 days, 16 hours, and 32 minutes to impart all of it. That is assuming there were no questions or clarifications required. McKenna glanced at Tony, who shrugged, her hand still on the fur of Jessie, who hadn't left her side, instead watching the other two half play, half watch her. I see. Are there any other health or behavioral issues we need to be aware of? Tony's voice didn't shake, but her body did, as she waited for an answer. You've already adapted the increased caloric intake. If the programming had been intact and not overwritten, common recommendations would be squad tactics and weapons training, but now that does not seem preferable. Though exploring your warrior forms might be helpful, moving between forms will help with any buried health issues. That linked back to what she'd learned earlier, so McKenna nodded. Got it. She swallowed the scream that bubbled in her throat. How often should they change and for how long? She had to make sense of all of this, the quicksand mix of knowledge, fears, and pressure becoming something she couldn't avoid. Once to twice a week should be enough, though it is recommended to have the shift be active hours, not just sleep. We4's flat tone barely touched by any emotion as the words rang in their heads. Tony took a deep breath, visibly trying to control herself. She glanced down at her daughter, who had stopped trembling, and slapped her on the rump. Go play, tumble. Get your exercise on. Jessie tilted her head up, then licked her mom's hand before lifting herself up slowly and pacing over to the boys who had paused in their tumble to wait for her. McKenna watched them, and Charlie leaned over, licking her cheek, while Jamie headbutted her. Something must have been said between the three of them because the tension evaporated, and a moment later there were 2 black blurs and a white one rolling on the floor. The sound of animal growls and purrs filling the room. It acted like a balm, and she forced her shoulders to relax even as in her head JD spoke. "I'm almost there. What's wrong?" "I'll fill you in when you get there." She sent a wave of thanks and gratitude his direction, something she'd been playing with, and felt his surprise and laughter in return. Tony stood and headed for the kitchen, pausing there, her body radiating indecisiveness. McKenna followed her in, touching her shoulder lightly. "You okay?" "No," Tony whispered. "Hey, we'll figure it out." McKenna had no idea what to do, but she put every ounce of assurance she could into those words. When Tony turned and flung herself into her arms, she stumbled back a half step, but wrapped arms around the terrified mother as she started to cry silent tears so the kids didn't hear her. That is where JD found them, McKenna holding Tony as she tried to get her emotions back together. He turned to check on the kids, who'd gone outside to play in Tony's postage stamp backyard, then settled against the counter. "Don't you dare make a threesome joke." Her mental voice snapped at him, and he quirked up one corner of his mouth. "Even I'm not that crass. What happened?" The flavor of his voice seemed different, and as Tony pulled away and went to wash her face at the sink, McKenna figured he spoke only to her. She rattled off what he needed to know. By the time Tony turned to face them, her eyes a little red but composed, he'd gotten caught up. "Well, I guess better we found this out now than while they were at school. So, regular play dates and maybe we start training them? I mean, not like the obstacle courses, but just how to defend themselves in both animal and human form?" Tony shot a look at JD, but he just shrugged. "Better safe than sorry. And I think control for those 3 is never going to be a negative." McKenna debated telling Tony about the aliens and their arrival, but chickened out. She still didn't want to believe, and there was time. Leads. Lots of leads. "Sure, but I do have a question," Tony said, chewing on her lip a bit. "You're great, and I seriously wish there was a spark between us because I'd date you in a hot second." "But why? I mean, my kids don't mean anything to you. McKenna and I kind of got thrown together with life and whatnot. But why are you so invested?" McKenna flinched as Tony asked. The question had occurred to her, but she had so few people in her life. Asking for clarification risked pushing him away. So she never asked. "Over the years, Kenna went from partner to best friend. And after all this stuff, she became family. My sister, if you will. And you fit. Maybe it's the animal in me, but you're my pack. And I'd do anything for you two and the kids." His words snapped into place for her. Pack. Maybe normally a wolf term. Correct in her soul. Pack. Family. Hers. McKenna smiled at Tony. What he said. "You're ours." A flash of relief crossed Tony's face, followed by a wide smile. "Glad to know you two feel like I do. Family. Pack. Mine." Laughter filled the room even as they moved to go watch the kids and arrange for more time in animal form. It all felt right. If only the nagging knowledge the aliens weren't coming didn't itch at the back of her mind, it might have been a perfect scene. Chapter 23. Training the Nose. The establishment of the first reality TV show featuring a mixed family of shifter and non-shifters. When Dad turns into a wolf and his daughter turns into a cat, will cats and dogs be able to live together? Add in a mom and son who don't shift at all, and the fur is sure to fly. Join us Monday nights to see the drama when shifters and humans try to live together. Radio ad on KWAC. McKenna and JD spent the rest of the day reading up on the laws and being quizzed by Laredo and Guinness about when the laws applied. She'd read them before, as had JD, but knowing them inside out hadn't been important before. Now, it was. Look, we'd never admit this to anyone, but we don't care about personal use. Nickel, dime bags, especially weed or ecstasy. Those are usually stupid college kids, someone stepping out on the wild side, and not worth destroying a life over. We want the people dealing and using the dangerous stuff. Crack, heroin, opium, and some new designer drugs. Opium is still a thing. I thought that went out after the 1900s, JD asked. Well, opium dens, yes, but we've seen a resurgence of it. More in pill form than what you saw in your history books, Laredo said, snickering a bit. But what we really want are the guys supplying the drugs to the dealers. If we can make them feel the pinch, we might get some traction. So, how do we do that? Anna asked, a bit curious as to how it went down. Normally, legwork, informants, turning someone who's pissed off at someone else, but maybe you can get us something different. My nose. Her voice wry, but at the same time excited. With all the stuff with the kids and knowing there was a timeline that she didn't know what to do about, the idea of having something useful and positive come out of all of this sounded pretty good. Well, yours and JD's, hopefully. Laredo grinned at the two of them. I've got no problem using either of you. Guinness flashed a smile. Hey, I'm not going to say I understand the whole shifter thing, but if we have the blessing of the courts and can make sure we follow everything else to the letter, we should be fine. I'm a bit worried about challenges in court, so I'd expect we'll spend a lot of time in the courtroom once you start making busts. So let's make sure we're doing everything possible to make the case open and shut, even without your noses. Agreed. McKenna nodded as she spoke. Being in court sucked and made her want to strangle people to an abnormally high degree. With that in mind, we've got clearance to do some testing with closed case evidence. Ready to go get your nose trained up? Laredo asked, a wicked smirk on his face. We'll need some coffee to go, McKenna said, heading over to the coffee maker, her brand new travel mug in hand. You that addicted? I mean, Laredo here has it pretty bad, but usually by noon he's off the drip. Guinness' remark contained both humor and curiosity. No, I'm not that addicted, McKenna replied with a smile as she filled her mug halfway with pure dark coffee and put the lid on it. I've been noticing after a bit my nose gets clogged by all the smells. Coffee is strong enough to cleanse it, so I notice the scents again. And if we're going to be testing and learning scents repeatedly, we'll both need it. See, that actually makes sense. My wife drags me into some pretty smelly good stuff stores, and they have coffee beans there. Huh. What do you know? I thought it was all silly marketing. Laredo's voice held an abstract quality as he talked. Wait, some woman agreed to marry you? Are you sure she isn't a figment of your imagination? JD teased him as they headed out of the squad room. I'm pretty sure most women would be too smart to want anything to do with you. Like, all women. Oh, talk it up, muscle boy. I have women chasing after me, Laredo protested as they gave each other a bad time. Guinness dropped back to talk to her. His wife is adorable, brilliant, and barely comes up to his mid-chest. He winked at her. So, everything good? I know other people have been giving you shit, but Piers being on the take really doesn't surprise me. She shrugged. I didn't plan on it. Hell, I never planned on any of this. But I'm trying to roll with the punches that I'm getting hit with. This seems like it might be a good fit for what I'm looking to do. Maybe my turning into a cat will have some benefits. But really, bears apparently have incredible noses. So I'm interested in seeing what JD can do once he starts to pay attention. Well, I know I'm all but nose deaf. Years of allergies as a kid, and I'm doing good to smell myself when I start to stink or if there's a gas leak. Anything else? I've got no clue, Guinness added with a smile. They paused at the evidence locker, putting their weapons into lockers and then going through the scanner. She couldn't remember being down here at any time since her orientation. Patrol didn't deal with evidence much. The security was in place to make sure no weapons were taken out, and you weren't allowed to carry any containers in. Her coffee was given a pass as she showed it, and would have to show it walking out. McKenna looked at the rows of boxed evidence, and she just blinked at what it implied. How many cases had been tried? As she watched, Laredo walked over, pulled 3 boxes off the shelves, and came back, setting them down. As she got closer, more sense started emerging. The hardest thing about this had been learning to ignore her nose, but she'd gotten better. Now, she'd have to figure out how to use it only when she needed to pay attention. Human brains are capable of many complex tasks. This is relatively simple in comparison to what your mind is capable of. McKenna started a bit, then shook her head, unsure if WeFor's comment had been meant as reassurance or a weird comment. Laredo looked at the list he dropped on the table as he pulled on latex gloves. This box should have ecstasy and crack in it. Bust with driving under the influence. Scheduled to be destroyed next week. He reached into the box and pulled out a couple of baggies. One baggie had chunks of an off-white substance, and she wrinkled her nose as he opened it up. Ew. Is that crack? JD asked, pulling back a little even as he inhaled. The sharp smell that reminded her of burning plastic and chemicals cut through a lot of the other smells. Yep. Welcome to the wonderful world of crack heroin, one of the most dangerous drugs on the street. You don't often find this being moved in large amounts. Usually, people are going to make it in smaller batches, and for the big dealers, moving the cocaine in brick form is easier. Laredo held it up for both McKenna and JD to take big whiffs, and her nose burned, but she tried to memorize the smell, the reaction, everything about it. Coffee, please, JD muttered, and she handed over the cup. He stuck his nose in and inhaled deeply. Wow. Now that I have in my brain as to what it is, I realize I've smelled it before. I just always assumed it was something else. Anything else, for that matter. He took another deep breath, then handed it back to McKenna, who copied his movements. But you say we aren't going to find large shipments of this? Nah. Usually dealers are buying the cocaine, nicking crack in smaller amounts, cutting it with various substances and reselling it. The ones bringing it in aren't going to go to any extra work. Laredo's voice was calm as he put it away, and Guinness marked off that he'd returned the package to the box. He pulled out another small bag with a bunch of tablets and frowned. Guinness, do we have another box with pure MDMA in it? Liquid form? The other cop took a minute to go through the forms. Yeah, have one on the list slated for destruction. Cool. Flag that for me. Want to get them to experience both. We'll need to rupture those unless they are in bottles. Doesn't say, Guinness replied. Figured. Here. This is what MDMA, ecstasy, or X can be sold as. Again, this is mostly teens, college people, and not much used in this area. Others might vary. What is most used here? McKenna was curious. Usually, unless there was a driving incident or another reason to get her involved, drugs didn't pop up that often. Pot, cocaine, heroin, decent amount of ketamine, but mostly it's the first 3. If we could stop the major suppliers, that would move a ton of it off the streets. She looked at the bag, noting the gloves. Is there a reason for the gloves, besides evidence? Laredo shrugged. New stuff coming out. Never can tell what something's coated with. Always assume it could go through your skin. Her brows shot up, and she made a mental note to start always wearing latex gloves when frisking people. While she carried them in the squad car in case of blood at a scene, it had never occurred to her to use them to prevent drug ingestion. After they had memorized the scents, Laredo put it away in the box and then got out another one. Ah, yes, heroin. I can't remember how pure this is, and the evidence sheet doesn't say, but either way, in theory, this should be enough for you to get an idea of how it smells. For McKenna, she knew what it was the instant he opened the bag. In the evidence locker, there were so many overlapping smells, she'd never be able to find a specific one as heroin, Smells exuded from multiple places in the locker. Even the floors and walls had mixed scents from the drugs. JD, however, kept focused, learning them. They continued going through boxes and making sure they could ID them. Then he started blind sniff tests. "It worries me how much fun I'm having," Laredo commented as he grabbed another bag and opened it up for McKenna and JD to smell. "Cocaine," she said instantly. But JD frowned. "What's wrong?" asked Guinness, who'd recorded and watched everything as they went, acting as both a foil and another witness that they weren't taking any of the evidence. JD's brow wrinkled. "There's something else there." His eyes opened, and he grabbed the coffee, which at this point was lukewarm at best, and the scent had lost its clearing impact. He inhaled, wrinkled his nose, then looked at Laredo. "Okay, let me sniff that again. And doesn't that just sound all kinds of wrong?" The other three gave soft laughs, but McKenna watched, curious, as he inhaled the air above the small case. It looked like an old-fashioned cigarette case, with cut-off straws stuffed in with a bag of white powder. "There's another substance there. Swedish? I've recognized the baking soda other stuff was cut with, but this has something else." He said it as a statement, but finally shrugged. "But I don't know what it is." Guinness hummed a bit as he walked over to the computer, pulling up the case record. It says here this was pulled off a drug dealer whose customers started dying, which was how they caught him. He paused, and McKenna turned to look at him, resisting the urge to reach out and shake him. "Well, I think I know what you are catching, and this makes you damn scary, Davidson. My super secret roast rub is not going to be safe from you." He was cutting it with rat poison. "Ha! Cyanide. That must be the slightly sweet aspect." JD grinned, and McKenna took another sniff, but shook her head. "I can get the heroin and that there are other things mixed, but for me the heroin overpowers it." JD looked at her. "How did you find that crack pipe then?" Referring to her test with the judges. "It was a separate scent from the perfume. It didn't blend so I could seek it out," she shrugged. "And it didn't fit anything else. And I knew with that combination of smells, it had to be hiding something, so I sorted the scents." "Well, I'm impressed. Granted, we still need to be careful with this stuff, but I'll take either of you on my team any day of the week. Guinness, anything else we haven't shown them?" Got some GHB and prescription drugs," Guinness offered, pulling up the box numbers. The prescription drugs were much more of a challenge. Every manufacturer used different fillers, and many of them were opioid compounds, but every one had its own unique flavor or balance. After an hour, McKenna threw up her hands. "The other stuff is obvious, clear to my nose, as it overpowers everything else as a distinct scent. This prescription stuff? I can smell it as there, but not exactly other than vague drug smells." She looked at JD. "You getting any more?" He sighed, rubbing his temples, and she could see his fingers twitching with the need to play with something. But his fidget spinners were metal and had been dumped with his weapon. "A bit. I can tell you almost what manufacturer it is based on their scent array, but you're right. Compared to the other drugs, it doesn't jump out at you the same." Laredo shrugged. "Oh well, I hoped you were a magic bullet, but looks like you're just a damn good tool." He grinned to prove the teasing. "Guess the rest of us will still need to do our jobs and not just rest on your laurels." "Oh, the horror," JD deadpanned, and Guinness laughed. "Yes, awful, isn't it? Make us have to work. Come up, let's get the stuff all cleaned up. I'm starving." McKenna and JD nodded in agreement. They picked up everything and headed out, grabbing stuff from their locker. "Want to meet at the pizza place down the street? I want to talk about where we would like to go tomorrow," Laredo asked as they grabbed their stuff from the locker section. "Sure, give us 15. I need to hit the bathroom real quick, wash my face and hands to get the smell off my skin," McKenna said. The two men agreed, taking off down the hall. JD had a spinner in his hand, and she watched him spin it even as they walked a bit more slowly to the locker rooms. "Do I want to know what you're thinking?" "It looks like I was correct about your ability to pull more smells out." She kept her voice light and casual, but she pinged him as she walked. You okay? Yeah, looks like my nose is pretty good, but I think we'll need to practice more before I'll become secure in that ability. Yeah. Just wondering how this is possible, and what else has changed. If we are even human anymore. McKenna stumbled to a halt. Oh crap, I never told you. You know when Jesse changed and we freaked out? He nodded as they started walking again. Staring into each other's eyes in the middle of the hall would be a bit strange, even for them. Yeah, you told me. And we realized we needed to do play date and spend more time as our animals? Yeah, but not what we four said. The statement that we aren't human anymore? This time, he stumbled to a halt, and she paused. So what are we? His voice seemed loud in the quiet hall, and she closed her eyes, replying silently. Kalid. Chapter 24. Coffee Drug Hubs.
Viral shifter star McKenna Largo has a new job, and her ever-faithful partner is following her to it. Is there romance in the stars for JD and McKenna? Personally, I think she could do so much better than him. But there is something about muscles that appeal. But can a cat and a bear have a romance? Much less a stable love life? Can two incompatible animal species make it work as humans? I'll keep my fingers crossed that she finds true love.
Local gossip column. By Wednesday, McKenna felt like her brain might explode, and thought she might start crawling the walls. While she'd never been claustrophobic, the time in that room with no sun or fresh air made it so she craved the outdoors. Most evenings, she and Charlie ate on the deck. He had as much need to be outside as she did. They both had scars from that time underground.
You two ready for some field work?
Guinness asked Thursday morning. Yes, she almost shouted, springing to her feet, sending the chair slamming backwards.
Don't get too excited, Largo. Most of our stuff is pretty boring.
He smirked at her, and she didn't care. Don't care, it's outside. Her voice shook a bit, and he frowned when the humor disappeared. Yep, got it. Come on.
Laredo will meet us there and we'll show you something that's got us puzzled to no end.
She and JD followed him out, dressed in business casual, though JD still worked the kilt angle with Warris every day. At the rate he pestered the man, McKenna suspected Warris would either give in or shoot him. The odds were pretty much 50-50 right now. As they drove, Guinness filled them in. We've seen a big uptick on drugs being sold on one of the campuses, and we can't really figure out why. It started about a month ago. Worse, we can't figure out who is doing the dealing. We're pretty damn sure it's going on at this coffee shop on campus, but nothing jumps out. Shutting this down is high on our list, and maybe a chance to figure out who is supplying them. Can't figure out who is dealing? McKenna tilted her head. Nope. The traffic seems to be constant, but no one is looking suspicious or anything else. It's infuriating. Not to mention the laws are written in such a way that we really need to catch them in the act to be able to do anything. And I want the dealer. His voice hardened at this remark. Wonder who he lost to drug dealers. Her thoughts sent to JD as she looked out at the scenery, a part of town they never patrolled in. Don't know, but then I haven't gotten into the social network here yet. People are more suspicious. I'll need more time to win them over. Social animal. Cat. She choked back a laugh at that and refocused on the area they were driving into. Lots of trendy shops, sidewalks, bike lanes, and she could see a rambling campus a bit away. Easy biking distance. Decent walking distance, but not crazy. Guinness pulled into a parking lot and nodded at a shop across the street. A simple black and white sign displayed Bleak Brew and seemed to have a steady stream of people in and out. There are a few regulars, but nothing that makes sense. Of the people we've busted for carrying, they all were at the coffee shop, but we can't figure out anything else. The counter staff is too busy to be dealing, and we've talked to the shop owner and nothing. He pointed to a park a block or so away. Go in, scope it out. Neither of you look like cops. Well, JD doesn't. He looks like a steroid abuser. How did you get a waiver to get in? JD shot him a smile. I'm just that awesome. Guinness rolled his eyes. Out.
I'll meet you in the park. Regular black coffee, please. No frou-frou shit.
So you want a triple mocha half-calf vanilla steamer? McKenna said as she took the 10 he handed her.
No. Black, large. Simple man.
He grunted as he heaved himself out of the car.
Damn, this getting old shit sucks. See you in a bit. Go casual, stroll. Pretend to be dating or something.
McKenna and JD snorted at the same time.
To appear casual, they strolled, talking about inane things, stuff in the windows. Though she did see some things she might like for the house, it still came off as barren.
Hey, want a coffee?
Sure.
His reply as easy as if that hadn't been the point completely. They walked in, and she inhaled. Not an uncommon reaction. That first inhale. Coffee filled her senses, rich and mouth-watering. She kept letting the air in the store wash through her as she moved through the people, seeing what she could find. Mostly, she got coffee, vanilla, cinnamon, chocolate. But as she waited in line, she pushed those scents down, and a bit of pot from the person in front of her. Too much perfume from someone else, and a desperate need of a shower from another. JD headed over to the other side, giving her an excuse to cross the room. When she got to the counter, she ordered drinks. She didn't really want anything, and 3 drinks might have been odd. McKenna ordered the plain coffee and JD's large mocha. Weaving through the tables, they crossed a strong odor trail of cocaine and pot, like a current through the air. Tilting her head, she tried to follow it back, but it disappeared in a cluster of 3 to 4 tables. Here you go. She set the coffees down. I want to go check out those items. She nodded at something on the other side of the shop that would take her past those tables. I'll be back in a minute. JD just nodded, picking up his drink, watching everyone while seeming bored. She moved slowly, squeezing through chairs and trying to not look too focused, but not being able to close her eyes and really concentrate on it frustrated her. So many conflicting scents, and I never realized they moved on air currents. I keep getting something, then losing it, she told him as she tried to track the scent. Interesting. We'll need to practice in more crowded environments. 2 college kids sat looking over a textbook, arguing about something. Another couple at one table had their hands entwined as they talked, their attention only on each other. These she dismissed. The only smells she got were coffee, sex, and normal smells. She kept moving, trying to not close her eyes as she sorted scents. There were so many, and she really needed to ignore 99% of them. The drift of drugs, cocaine specifically, caught her attention, and she turned her head following the scent. Her eyes landed on a professor grading papers. Late 20s, maybe early 30s. He screamed college professor, with his t-shirt covered with a blazer and khakis. A pile of what she assumed were reports on the table, neatly stapled and arranged. She shifted her direction to pass by him, and the scent got stronger. More than what would be used personally. But it didn't center on him. Instead, it was the messenger bag under the table that emitted the trail. Biting her lip, she finished her path, fingered some objects on the wall, then worked back to JD, passing by the man from the other side, and the source didn't change. She sat down, trying to not frown or imply something was wrong. Hey, see anything you like? JD's voice didn't give away any of the undercurrents. Yeah, I think so. But can we sit for a minute? I want to think a bit more and maybe get it later. He arched a brow but focused on his coffee, even as he panned around the room. She watched the professor, trying to not be obvious. He wrote on the papers, put names on them, and then put them in the pile. It took a minute or two, and she almost gave up. But an older teen sat down and started to talk to the professor. The kid handed the guy what looked like a report, in one of those flimsy folders you use to turn in reports without stapling. The professor flipped through it, nodded, and dug through the stack of similar binders next to him, and handed the kid one. A flash of smiles, and the kid got up. The professor dropped the folder into his briefcase, and went back to work. Let's take a walk. I want to think if I really want that or not. She picked up the coffee, which had cooled a bit, and she and JD walked out, headed to the park at a slow pace.
So you like the place?
Yeah, I think it has potential, and the product seems good.
I caught some, but didn't want to wander too much. My bulk doesn't slip through the tables as well.
We've been over this. You want to lose weight, lose weight.
Not happening. Besides,
his voice dropped to a teasing level.
Think how sad a 200-pound bear would be.
Laughter burst out of her, and they kept up the light conversation until they met up with Laredo and Guinness sitting in the park. They had some sandwiches, and McKenna handed the coffee to Guinness. It's cold, he groused. But he drank it anyhow.
Please tell me some of that is for us. After smelling all those scents, my stomach is sure I should be getting something to eat.
JD teased. But McKenna had to admit she wouldn't mind food either. Of course. We were warned by Halleck that both of you have become human garbage disposals.
I resemble that remark.
JD agreed as he reached for one of the sub sandwiches. Find anything? Laredo asked, even as he kept his eyes open for other people coming close.
We can't figure out who's doing it. Most of the people we'd normally peg don't stay there long enough to deal.
Think I found your dealer, and if I'm right about how he's doing it, it's ingenious. Laredo and Guinness exchanged looks.
You walked in, were there for 10 minutes,
and figured it out? Laredo's voice had a mix between admiration and a whine that made her arch a brow.
What? I can't decide if I hate you or love you. Spill.
Laredo said, no shame in his voice as he took a bite of the sandwich.
The professor.
What? Guinness protested. He's there most afternoons grading papers. We've watched kids turn in reports and get homework back. He looked at her. Eyes narrowed. Did you know money has a smell? McKenna asked as she unwrapped food, her mouth watering as the smells of Italian meats wrapped around her. No, but I suppose a lot of things have a smell that isn't obvious. Why? She could feel JD's eyes on her, but she didn't look at him, instead staying focused on the other two detectives. I can't swear, and I can't prove it, but here's how I think it is working. The stack of papers are really the drugs. They are awfully thick. I think he has different amounts and types of drugs in the folders. He looks at what's handed to him, flips it open to validate the money, then hands them what they want, probably color-coded for types and amounts. I noticed only 2 colors on the table, and if it's secured like that, even if they fell to the floor, the drugs wouldn't pop out, and money is so thin, so adding a few bills in a report like that, you'd never notice it from a quick look. She took a bite and watched Laredo and Guinness just look at her, their mouths slightly open. Fuck. Laredo's voice was a soft whisper, and JD chuckled.
Yeah, she's good. I might have more time in than her, but she's always been the one to see the patterns first.
McKenna cast a sideways glance at JD, who just shrugged and went back to eating. So how do we prove this? Any chance you could kick over the bag and have the contents spill? Guinness asked, his eyes distant as he sipped the coffee. Don't think they would spill out. It looks pretty secure. I'm not sure how well my ability would hold up in court for something like that. I mean, I guess you could bring in a drug dog, stopping to get coffee and he goes haywire.
Thought you had your abilities proved by some trials,
Laredo asked, pushing his cowboy hat back. Yeah, but you know the first case we bring in like this will become a feeding frenzy for the press. Why don't we see if we can keep it under wraps for a bit? Make sure everything follows due process and avoid dealing with the attention? McKenna shrugged. Not saying we can't, just saying, why flaunt this? Figuring she should shut up for a bit, she took a big bite and chewed, but watched the 2 men exchange glances and communicate silently, the way any good partners did. They must have reached a decision, because Laredo nodded.
Let's do it your way. Dog reactions are considered probable cause for a search, and we can intercept outside the cafe. That, and we'll have someone go in and watch for a bit to see if they see the same thing you did.
He quirked his mouth up in a half smile.
Not bad, Largo.
Chapter 25. Being a Parent. An old black market trade in the Orient is heating back up again. For centuries, animal parts have been sold to cure certain issues, most of the time centered on male sexual performance. There has been a sudden uptick in bear, cat, and wolf parts on these black markets. That, mixed with a spike of missing person reports in Asia, is creating concern that these parts aren't animal, but shifter. TNN World News. In the end, it went down with a minimal amount of drama. They watched from across the street as one cop went in and bought coffee about the time the professor normally left. He walked out, all but following the man as a cop with a drug dog pulled up. The man and dog got out, seeming to just say hello, when the dog triggered on the man trying to get by them quickly. 15 minutes later, they had him under arrest for possession with intent to sell. At the station, Morris came out into the squad room as they were all working on paperwork to support the arrest. Good job. Nice bit of redirection. I approve. While I know we have the support of a few judges and the DA for our officers' abilities, not having to prove it in court will make everyone's life easier. But I must say, nice start to your tenure here on our team. A muffled round of cheers and claps, but McKenna felt some eyes on her and a level of resentment at their big splash. She ducked her head and made a mental resolution to try to shift as much recognition towards others as possible. Right now, she didn't need any more attention.
Quit it. We did our job. And I'm just about ready to invest in a gas mask. Why are there so many smells in the world?
The whine in JD's mental voice had her pulling her head up and fighting back a smile. But that's not all. There is a big game tomorrow night, and we've been asked to provide some extra support for a DUI checkpoint. And the two low people on the totem pole win the lucky duty. Largo, Davidson, see me before you go, and I'll get you the details. It's a basic checkpoint, nothing you haven't done before.
Yes, sir,
they replied. Then McKenna blinked, looking at JD. What the heck do I do about Charlie? I've never had to worry about this before. He shrugged.
Ask Tony. I'm sure she'll know a babysitter.
You know she'll volunteer to take him. I'm worried she'll think I'm using her at this rate. JD shrugged.
I don't think so. The kids fit together, and I think they feel safer together.
Those words caught at her. Do you think I should have a party for all the kids? You know, the ones I took care of? He gave her a look.
How would I know? You're the one that spent time with them. Would they like it?
The questions and concerns kept her occupied until she reached Tony's. JD had headed home, muttering something about needing to pay bills. He had looked funny, but her own worries had kept her from pressing it, and now distance prevented her from pinging him mentally. Jessie opened the door for her as she walked up. Hey, Jessie, you doing better? The forced change still had all of them freaked out, though the kids seemed to be fine. She rolled her eyes.
Yeah, we've been spending more time in our cats, so I feel better.
Good. McKenna pulled the girl into a hug as they walked into the house. Karina stood in the kitchen stirring something on the stove as she chatted on the phone. McKenna waved at her as she walked into the living room where Tony was still in pajamas, drinking coffee and watching the two boys play in the yard in animal form. Their joy radiated from them as they tussled.
I assume he has all his homework done?
McKenna asked in a dry tone, knowing the answer before she asked. Of course, but not like he gets much at this stage in the game. Wait until high school. Try college, Karina added from the kitchen, and both women grinned. It turns out I need to work late tomorrow night. Any idea where I can hire a babysitter? Never done this before. Meh. Leave him here. They can have a sleepover. She lifted her voice a bit. You okay with that, Karina? Sure, Charlie's a good kid. And honestly, they occupy themselves. I'll just triple the food. The laughing undertone made both women laugh. You sure? I feel like I'm taking advantage of you, McKenna offered, a bit hesitant. Kenna. Tony had never called her that before, and she grinned at how it felt. You're my friend. You saved my children at a horrible cost to you. Watching Charlie is neither an imposition nor anything I mind, or Karina for that matter. Besides, mine never fight with each other when he is around. Her eyes narrowed as she shifted her attention to the kids. Am I going to have a talk with him? Well, probably, but I figure you have at least 5 to 6 years before you need to worry about it. Well, at least I like him. Let's worry about that when Jessie decides she likes him. She might not be interested by the time they're both old enough. McKenna smiled, but she figured Charlie's attentions would never waver. Some parts of him were too wolf-like. He would mate for life. The idea shivered through her, and she pushed it away. Some things were better not being asked. Then I'll have him pack a bag in the morning. Meet you for breakfast Saturday morning. Tony should just be getting home about then, so that might work out well. That sounds perfect. Bring food with you? I can do that. I'll call when I'm on my way over. McKenna headed out to the backyard with Tony following her. She raised an eyebrow at the small curtained rack sitting on the corner of the porch. I got tired of nude kids, and I figure as they get older, being that casual about getting naked might not be a good thing. Hence, a changing room. There's a lot of shelves in there to put clothes on. Smart. I should probably do the same. Another thing to get from IKEA. Charlie, ready to go home? The two animals stopped and looked at her, both panting from their exertions. Charlie wagged his wolf head, turned and trotted into the curtained circle. A minute later, he stepped out smiling at her. Sure, let me grab my backpack. The next day, she saw him to the bus stop with an overnight bag. Don't give Karina any problem. I'll see you tomorrow morning. His lip quivered, but he smiled. Yep, we'll have fun. Charlie. Yeah? He looked up at her, eyes a bit haunted. I'll always come back for you. Always. No matter how far away I am. He ducked his head and smiled. She watched him get on the bus. The smile never faded, even as he looked out the window as the bus drove away. Chapter 26. The Nose Knows.
With another budget battle facing Congress and with the influx of shifters into the military, the odds are they will try to cut funding to the military and all space programs. No one believes that the money being spent to protect us as a planet is worth it. And with the reduced health costs for shifters, it might be a way to cut the budget drastically.
KWAC News. The day started a bit later than normal for her and JD as they were doing the DUI checkpoint. But it didn't stop the amount of work involved in going through the busts, looking at some new drugs coming in and asking for samples. They had tapped into the people training drug dogs, who after a large amount of waffling had agreed to share any new samples for them to learn, same as the drug dogs. Hanging up the phone, McKenna groused at JD. Really? 2% of the population is shifters? Most cops aren't. Why are they so worried about this? Not like I can make anyone else a shifter. Well, you can, JD pointed out with a laugh of humor in his mental voice. Shush you. That is another thing on the long list of things I am ignoring. His humor dropped away. You know you won't be able to ignore them forever. No, but until I don't have a choice, I am. I can't defend the Earth and no one will listen to me until I have evidence. I'm not sure blood in a cell phone is evidence. True. He subsided, and they both focused on their work. They had brought uniforms for tonight as they needed to have the normal patrol officer stuff with them. An hour before they were scheduled to be at the checkpoint, they got dressed, grabbed a squad car, and headed that direction. Enforcement checkpoints were stressful and boring at the same time. One cop waved random cars over, and McKenna and JD, each working their own lane, did quick assessments of drivers. Part of her hated it. It seemed so invasive. But she'd seen too many accidents involving drunk drivers to really object. Besides, it wouldn't have mattered if she did. It felt odd to be in uniform again, the belt weighing on her. Yet it also felt like coming home. The odd dichotomy distracted her, even as she went through the motions of doing her job. An hour in, she had 3 people who'd had too much to drink, and subsequently were having a very bad evening. One of them was so drunk she couldn't figure out how he'd managed to drive this far. Plus, he had an open 5th in the car. 2 people higher than a kite on cocaine, and 1 person who was having a diabetic low. Is it just me, or does this totally destroy your faith in the intelligence of others? McKenna glanced at JD, who had just waved a car through. Others have intelligence? Since when? She snorted as the van driver pulled into her lane. The temperature hung in the 70s this evening, and something burned her nose as the van drove up. A van like you'd see any plumber or small contractor drive. It had the faded remains of a sign, and all the windows in the back were tinted so dark she couldn't see into them as she walked up. The window rolled down as she walked over. A young man, clean-cut in a neat t-shirt, smiled out at her, and a wave of cocaine and pot hit her in a current so strong she could taste it on her tongue. She stumbled to a stop, her hand hitting the hilt of her weapon in automatic reflex. JD, I've got a problem. What? Smell. A mental frisson of astonishment, then she heard his voice again. It is so strong, it burns. Yeah.
Evening, officer. Swear I haven't been drinking, just running errands.
His smile seemed a bit tense, but she could tell he had no alcohol, and from him she didn't get any drugs on his breath. Nice evening for that. I've got no reason to search unless we want my nose to come out to the public, she pointed out. Worst case, they'll throw it out, but if there's as much as I smell, it would still be taken in and destroyed, JD responded as he tried to see into the back of the van. Worse is gonna kill me. Could I see your license and registration, please? She asked the kid, keeping her voice calm. Can you come to the other side? This isn't going to be pretty. I'm getting high off the fumes. Yeah, my nose is burning. How can others not smell this? Heck if I know.
Sure.
The kid handed her the pieces of paper, even as she thought furiously and finally mentally threw up her hands. The license told her the kid's name. The registration looked like it belonged to a company. Colin, I'm going to need you to step out of the van, please. The kid paled, his hand clenching on the wheel. Is something wrong? Oh, I suspect you know. Please step out of the van. Colin looked like he might be sick. Another officer wandered over, a Jacob Stream, a patrol cop she hadn't worked with. Issues? Largo? His voice cautious. Colin, do you consent to let me search this vehicle? The kid shook his head back and forth in a jerky manner, and she sighed. Please go sit down over there. She pointed at the curb. Streen, would you watch him, please? He cast a funny look at her, and she shrugged. My boss will back me up. Or skin me alive, whichever is going to be easier for him. She popped the back door to the van, and she and JD both choked at the same time. Yeesh, I'm getting a contact high. His words reminded her, and she dug out the gloves from her belt pocket. JD caught her action and mimicked it as they stared at the shoe boxes. She knew the ones in the front held only shoes. Her nose told her they muffled, filtered the smell with the leather in the shoes and the scent packets. She moved the first row of boxes out of the way, barely glancing at them, pulling out the next box, which from the label should have contained high-end boots. She cut the tape dot, sealing it closed, and opened it. A see-through bag lay in front of her, glistening in the lights of the police cars. Is that cocaine? Streen asked from where he stood, though he had moved over a bit. Yes. She glanced back at the van, then over at Colin, who looked like he might pass out. I think it's time to call our boss. They are all full of cocaine? Steen's voice hit a spike, eyes wide as he looked at them. That and marijuana, JD said, holding open another box of what should have been heels. she'd never have been able to afford, even if she wore heels. Inside that box was a tightly packed green leafy bundle. Oh, wow. That seemed to cover it. They read the boy his rights while they waited for Warris. McKenna had taken the easy way out and just asked dispatch to pass on the message that they needed him ASAP. They shut down the checkpoint, called in the techs to collect the evidence, and backed off. The temperature had dropped a few degrees, but right then, cold would have been nice. Anything to help purge the drugs from the air. At this point, everything reeked of drugs to them, and she wanted a shower with palpable desire. Past the point they proved there were drugs, they had stepped back and not touched anything. It needed to be as perfect as possible. But she still foresaw headaches galore. Right now, I'm just glad Charlie is doing a sleepover. How do parents do this? She muttered, standing next to JD. This conversation wouldn't cause raised eyebrows if anyone ever heard, but she still didn't want to broadcast it. You're asking me? What, you think I've got a secret kid stash someplace I've been juggling all this time? JD glanced at her, exasperated, even as he moved his spinner back and forth, a sign of his worry. Quit it. Worst case, he writes me up, suspends me, and I get time with Charlie. She didn't believe her own nonchalant attitude, but she tried. Uh-huh, and I've got a bridge to sell you in Arizona. It's nice. Looks out over a canyon. Before she could come back with a snarky response, a dark green SUV pulled up and Warris got out. He had on a baseball cap, jeans, a light jacket, and a look she could only classify as exasperated. Largo, why do I think I'm not going to like why I'm here? And why am I starting to think I should have taken Anne up on her offer to buy me a bottle of headache pills? She shrugged. Swear, I just wanted to get today over with and go home. But I figured even if the case gets dismissed, you'd want me to make this arrest. His eyes narrowed. If you tell me you blew your abilities wide open for a small-time dealer and pulled me away from my son's soccer game, I'm going to have you busting school kids for the next 2 years. McKenna grimaced, catching the smells of popcorn and Coke on him. No, I think they have a tally. If you'd come this way, sir. A tally? His voice sounded wary, but he walked over with her to the techs who had finished processing the van. Hey, guys, did you have a final count of everything? You sure did, officer. The man glanced down at his tablet and nodded. Yes, we had 125 pounds of marijuana and 175 kilos of cocaine. In some smaller boxes were 15 pounds total of methamphetamines. He looked up and grinned at her. We've got it all logged, and we'll be taking it to lockup here shortly because of the quantity we've called in an escort. The man waved at them and headed back to oversee the final loading. Warris just stood there looking at the man walking away, then turned his head by millimeters to look at the van. Shoe boxes were neatly stacked to the side, and the entire van had been torn apart, checking every space in it. Doing a drinking and driving check, you stumbled across a van holding more drugs than my department has gotten off the streets the entire time I've been in charge of it. His words didn't hold a question, but she felt like she had to answer anyhow. Yes? She didn't know how many drugs the department had taken off the streets. Largo. His voice trailed off as he patted his pockets absently. Yes, sir? I swear if I get fired, I'm hiding in my house for a month. Go home. I'll talk to you Monday. He walked away, still patting his pockets, and she heard him muttering, Aspirin. I know I should have some aspirin somewhere. More than ready to leave and shower, she rounded up JD, and they headed back to the station. I'm not even changing there. I just want to get home. Yeah, I need a shower more than anything. A beer. And I just want to not think. JD's voice had the same fervent need as hers did. The ride back to the station had a peaceful quality that she drank in, and her drive home had the same. But as she pulled into her driveway and her phone rang. Frowning at it, she answered, wary, as the number didn't appear on her contact list, but it seemed vaguely familiar.
Yes? McKenna Largo, this is Carlos Lucient.
Oh, hi? Why in the world is he calling?
I wanted to let you know I had the article done, and I wanted to bring it by. But I also had another reason for calling. Well, I do want to see the article, and I assume that sooner is better for you. But what is the other reason?
Her stomach twisted in a knot as she said the words, and she felt like a target hovered over her back.
Word is, you just made one of the biggest drug busts in California history. If you wanted that personal reporter, now is the time to do it.
McKenna began to slowly beat her head against the steering wheel with soft thumps.
Miss Largo? Can you be at my house tomorrow morning, about 9 a.m.? Bring the article, and I'll think about talking to you. Thank you. I'll be there with donuts.
Excitement lit up his voice.
Bring lots. I'll need some to bribe kids and friends with. Not a problem. See you tomorrow.
Why me? Because you are a commander.
That isn't an answer.
The AI didn't respond, and McKenna threw up her hands and went to take a shower. Ready, whiskey, and her day to be over. Chapter 27. Story time. Rumors are heating up about the ever-elusive McKenna Largo. With her sexy new body, striking looks, and refusal to wear makeup or talk to reporters, she is starting a new fashion among those that shift, the natural look. Even Hollywood beauties have been coming out with less and less makeup. Fashionistas aren't sure what to make of the trend as flaws are more exposed, but no one seems willing to comment on them. Is this a new wave of accepting us for who we are? Could we handle that? Excited entertainment news. Well after breakfast time the next morning, though she'd warned Tony she'd be late and told her to let Charlie know, McKenna pulled up into the driveway that was becoming as familiar as her own. Getting out of her car, she grabbed the 2 boxes of donuts. Carlos had even gotten high-end donuts, rather than run-of-the-mill chain donuts. He'd stopped at a local bakery and got really yummy ones. She should know. She'd already eaten 4. The door opened to a Charlie who had a relieved smile on his face. McKenna just ruffled his hair as she went in. She'd been where he was. Too many foster parents that forgot about you, or got rid of you as soon as you weren't convenient. But she wouldn't worry about it. This relationship still sparkled with newness. Time would tell, and she knew more words wouldn't make a difference. "Oh, donuts. You shouldn't have," Tony said, even as she reached out to grab one of the boxes, opening it with interest. "Technically, I didn't. Carlos did." "Carlos?" "The reporter." Charlie froze at those words, looking up at her. "He wanted to show me the story he wrote. It should be published today. None of the kids' names were released, though he had gotten all the animals somehow. So I did verify the genders, but no names." "That mean you're letting him publish it?" Tony asked, taking a seat as the kids grabbed 2 donuts each. "I couldn't really stop him, but I have to admit it read well. But that isn't the only reason he came over." "Oh, is there something there?" Tony teased. Charlie cast me a horrified look while the other 2 ignored us, instead comparing donut flavors. "Ew, no. So not my type." McKenna shuddered while Tony laughed. Charlie muttered in her head, but she let it go, understanding their responses. "Nah, we had an incident last night. It's already made the news." Tony arched a brow but didn't move. McKenna had noticed the TV didn't get watched much, and the kids preferred to play than watch TV, especially in animal form. Charlie still watched her, but the twins were still working on donuts, and probably planning to take over the world. "Made a major drug bust with a traffic stop last night, and the only way to do it was the fact I smelled it. So that meant our secret is out." "I'm not sure I understand," Tony admitted, frowning. "There was no probable cause to search the van, so when this goes to court, I'll have to admit I smelled the drugs. JD did too, but it might cause a major issue. Huh. But you found drugs, so all good? More like I got them off the street. Even if the case is thrown out, they won't get the drugs back. McKenna shrugged. Waris isn't happy at the attention, but at the same time, this is a lot of drugs, so it will probably all work out. Carlos wanted to talk to me about it, see if he could get the scoop in first. Did he? Maybe? I confirmed I was there and that my senses detected the drugs, but that it was an ongoing case and I couldn't comment anymore. We'll see how it ends up in print. She shrugged and grabbed another donut. They were delicious. I do believe the plan was barbecue and play at your place this weekend, but can we push that to next week? McKenna didn't know if the feeling that moved through her was relief or disappointment. Maybe a bit of both. Sure. What's up? Stupid reality stuff. I need to get them some new clothes. They're growing too fast, and I've got them dentist appointments this afternoon. My dentist is open on the weekends, and I forgot I even had an appointment. This place is a wreck, and I've got at least 5 loads of laundry to do, not to mention grocery shopping. McKenna snorted. I get the feeling you've been making lists. Tony shrugged. Reality bites. But I still need to do all that. Not to mention pay bills. Not exciting, but I need to. Sounds good. And honestly, now that you said that, I probably have most of those I need to do. Laundry especially. And I want to order 2 more kilts. Oh, yeah. Can you send me the address for those? I wanted to try one. Sure, McKenna replied, pulling out her phone. They chatted for another 30 minutes and demolished the donuts before McKenna collected Charlie and headed home. The weekend ended up being just that. Normal. Chores, errands, shopping, setting up the other rooms in her house, and unpacking. At the end, it felt relaxing and had her house in much better order than what it had been. She settled in, ready for Monday morning. Her house clean and the bonding with Charlie had been fun. They'd never have a normal relationship. Too much unspoken, not to mention. They'd found out you couldn't lie mind to mind. Oh, the words could be false, but she knew that it was a lie. Even something as simple as fine didn't work. At least we won't try to lie to each other, but it might be hard. That thought followed her into sleep, and she tumbled into space. Panic gripped her as she looked out her helmet at the emptiness around her. She wanted to scream and get to safety, but her body didn't respond. Damage is to the left. Rotate and shine a light at 10 degrees above the docking door. The voice had no inflections, but she knew it didn't come from a computer. Simply someone who had the same controls in place as she did. She rotated and shined the light in her hands on the object in front of her. McKenna wanted to scream, to gibber at what she saw, but the body held calm, locked into actions, no matter where her mind was. A ship hung in space, ugly and blocky, and it seemed the size of a building. The door she illuminated with the light was big enough for 3 semis to drive in side by side. Hold, the voice commanded, and she held the light over a dark gash in the side of the ship. Verified damage. Apply nanopatch. She moved forward, gloved hands fumbling in the pouch as she extracted a squishy pouch. Letting the light float, tethered to her, she broke the seal on the pouch and squeezed. Dark, metallic goo oozed out, and she filled the gash with it. Then she took out an instrument, touched it to the goo. Activate. Her voice so calm and collected, but it didn't sound right. Deeper, less feminine. She tried to look around, but all she could see was a spacesuit. Verified. Damage is being repaired. Return. She moved back towards a smaller dark spot on the ship. As her body rotated, she caught a planet hanging in the darkness beneath her. Reds and golds, with streaks of blue-gray that streaked the surface. The clouds came across as dark smudges marring the reflecting lights from the surface. A wave of vertigo grabbed her, making her head spin, and she sat up in bed, breath loud and rapid in the room. What the fuck was that? I thought we shut off all the training scenarios. A pause. Then We4's voice, slow and almost thoughtful. Training scenarios were deactivated for you. That did not come from you, but Charlie. He is in a... Another pause. This one longer before the AI continued. There is no equivalent word in English or any language you know. It is not a memory, not a session, not a specific memory, but a collection of moments combined into a cohesive whole to appear as a memory of something that never was. She frowned even as she got up and headed to Charlie's room, her nightshirt hitting mid-thigh with little slaps as she moved. I should wake him up. He is not distressed. If anything, I suspect he is enjoying the not memories. Is there a battle? People dying? Not at this time, but I do not know where the story might go. Story? It is the closest to what is going on, but where the story ends is unknown. McKenna pushed open the door to Charlie's room and stood there looking at him. One of the things they'd done that weekend included getting decorations for his room and some fun stuff. A poster of a dragon looked down at him, some glow-in-the-dark stars, and more books. The kid liked to read. He lay in bed, a half-smile on his face, no thrashing or stress. Can you tap me back in and wake us both if the dreams go towards death and battle? This should be possible. Unwilling to go back to bed and not be able to wake up immediately, McKenna grabbed a square pillow and blanket and lay down on the floor next to his bed. She closed her eyes. Do it. She fell back into space, but this time she worked on repairing and cleaning vehicles she'd never seen, learning stuff that seemed to click. No laughter or joking like she would have expected in the squad room, but there was a sense of companionship, faint and understated, that competed with the aura of stress and despair. Even as she slept, her mind worked over what she saw, and the knowledge she'd do anything to prevent him having that existence. And something deep in her brain began to solidify. Chapter 28. Discovery.
The war on drugs has a new star, and for all of us Shifter fans, it is our favorite cop. Officer McKenna Largo, who is still single, boys and girls, is the new rising star of the Rossville Police Department. She's now been the primary officer responsible for over $2 million worth of busts. I'm sure our local drug lords know her name well. I hope they enjoy this disruption in their supply chain that helps us get this evil off the streets.
TNN Celebrity News. Monday brought normalcy, until she walked into the station. First thing, the desk sergeant looked up at her and gave her a flat stare. I wants to see you when you get in. Amanda Bones said she'd see you immediately. Her good mood trickled out, but she forced up a smile. Thanks, I'll head that direction. What in the world? I don't need any more drama in my life. Really, I don't. The thought seemed all too much like she was throwing a gauntlet down at fate, but she walked smoothly towards the section of the station that Internal Affairs had their office. A tiny 2-desk office, as most stations didn't have enough drama to even justify that much. But as this was headquarters, they needed someplace secure to file papers. Amanda sat at her desk, typing away on the computer, in a starched white shirt that had sharp edges, her hair in its normal neat cut, and everything on her desk in perfect order. How in the world do you get your shirts to stay so perfect? Great, my thought-to-mouth disease strikes again. Amanda didn't look up. A good dry cleaner that understands that starch doesn't need to be used sparingly. Sit, please. Doesn't it scratch? McKenna asked as she sat down, still looking at the shirt. Silk undershirts. The rest you get used to dealing with. I've received a tip that you are using drugs. Between one sentence and the next, her tone or rhythm didn't change as she typed. Okay. McKenna didn't know what else to say. She didn't use, never had. But how do you respond to that? Amanda raised her head and pale blue eyes latched onto McKenna. What? No protestations of innocence? You didn't ask me a question. You made a statement. Did you have a question? Or are you done with me? How she stayed calm and unpanicked, McKenna didn't know. Maybe more than just her body could change. Had changed. But she knew she could prove she didn't use. But why this? Why now? The woman stopped typing and leaned back to look at McKenna. Huh. Good answer. Most people start babbling. McKenna shrugged. Not using, not worried about it. As long as proof is required, I'm in the clear. McKenna narrowed her eyes, looking at the woman. Out of curiosity, when did you receive this tip? Amanda pursed her lips, then shrugged. Early this morning, about 6 a.m.? And, of course, you can't tell me who passed it on to you. But do you know? Amanda arched an eyebrow, but nothing else. So I have another question. My case, when I was taken. Do you know what had been released up until last week? I mean, what another officer could get a hold of. The IA agent blinked, then turned to her computer, pulling up some data. McKenna sat, trying to not panic or thinking too much. It could be all a big mistake. The only thing released was that you were abducted, that you rescued yourself, and none of the children came to harm. The actual records will be released today ahead of your press story. Her voice remained flat, telling McKenna nothing of her opinion about McKenna talking to the press. Which means all anyone would know was the basics, though I suspect the rape and beating might have been mentioned out where others could hear. Damn, she's cold. Not even a flicker of emotion or sympathy. The thought whispered through, and McKenna pushed it away. It didn't matter that happened in the past. Not now. Another officer shouldn't have had the knowledge to taunt me with training the kids with drugs, though he might have heard about the rape. Amanda stiffened in her chair, leaning forward a bit. Are you implying this happened? Imply? No, I'm stating. Raul Hernandez came up to me after the demonstration of my abilities to find drugs and made allusions to training the kids, the rape, and that I helped set up the entire thing. Interestingly, I didn't mention about the bodyguard part. I'd forgotten until he mentioned it that one of our captors had dropped that bit of information. All emotion disappeared from Amanda's face. In her mind, all the puzzle pieces snapped together, and a wave of crystal clarity flashed through her. Holy fuck. He set it up? He's the one that caused all this. He got Kayla killed and put me in that situation. He knew. Her hands gripped the armrest so tight, her nails started to crack as she pressed her fingers into the unforgiving arms. Do you have any proof? No, and you know it, but he's behind it. Amanda didn't even bother to ask why. Most likely she didn't care. Then it doesn't matter. I'd like to collect a piece of hair for evidence to clear you of the drug accusation, but I will be taking this into consideration. Her voice remained calm, ice cold. McKenna wanted to refuse, require her to make it formal investigation. But right now, she had nothing to prove Raul was behind it, except her gut feeling. Weefor, is there a chance my hair will retain any drugs? I mean, I haven't taken them, but I've been surrounded by a lot of drugs lately. No. All possible contamination is cleaned out each time you change, though there are limits to that. Really? Huh. Interesting. Sure. She reached up and grabbed a few strands, yanking them out. She stood as she dropped them on the desk. Here, run your damn tests. You'll see nothing. Do let me know if there are any issues. But if you want a formal collection, call my union rep. her voice icy cold as she walked out of the office, trying to convince herself not to go kill Raul. Hands tight in fists as she strode down the hall, she headed for the squad room and directly for the coffee, trying to keep her temper. How? Why? Kayla was so fucking green she didn't even understand the politics going on in this job. I want to kill him. Kenna, you okay? She jerked as JD's voice slipped into her head, spilling coffee over her hand. A hiss of pain escaped her lips, and she set the cup down and placed both hands flat on the counter. McKenna forced herself to breathe calmly, even as she heard and felt JD coming up behind her. Need to fix that bad, huh? His voice held a teasing quality as he re-poured her coffee, but she felt the worry in her mind. Kenna? Yeah, that'll teach me to forget to put coffee on my grocery list. Her words came out light, and she straightened, taking the cup from him as she forced her body to calm down, her mind still spun in rage. IA called me in, said someone reported me as using. But what was interesting was what Raul said. I forgot to tell them about the bodyguarding comment. How did Raul know? And from her lack of reaction, I'm damn sure Raul's the one who dropped the tip. He set this all up. It makes sense. I think he wanted me to die, not Kayla. JD had gone stock still, and she nudged him with her shoulder as she headed to the desk. Not here, not now. Too much stuff going on and other issues. She sat down, though she noticed her hand had the mug in a white-knuckled grip, and fought down her anger. The cat, eager to come up and hunt Raul. To kill him. We four, stop it. It is you. Your instincts and your animal are bonded. You want to pay him back. The animal reacts to that. Great. She rubbed her face with her hands, trying to refocus on what she could expect. So many things out of her control. Her job, her AI, aliens, raising a kid. The urge to just beat her head on the desk spiked. Another deep breath, and she looked up and focused on her coffee. One thing at a time. Coffee. Trust Charlie. The rest will work out. The sip of coffee burned, and the sudden pain helped to focus her mind. No matter what, she had reports to finish, and the one from Friday promised to be a big one. Shutting out the world, she focused on it, trying to make the report as logical as possible, with this little magical shifter crap. No matter what, this wasn't going to be fun. The knowledge she'd taken a huge amount of drugs off the street helped, and time disappeared as she wrote the report. Largo! The sharp tone yanked her out of her zone, and she looked up to see Juarez standing over her. From his exasperated look and the snickers on the faces of others, she figured he'd called her name a few times. Yes, sir? Trying to shake the report's zoning from her mind. Kirk wants to see us. His voice dry, and she had no doubt as to why Kirk wanted to talk to them. She saved her progress and rose, following Juarez out. The familiar office lay ahead, but she let Juarez take the lead. Sir, you wanted to see us? Kirk lifted his head and nodded. Yes, come in, take a seat. When they were both seated, he gave McKenna a vaguely amused look. I don't believe I've ever had any officer in my office as often as you these last few months. And interestingly, none of those visits have been for disciplinary reasons. Is this something I should expect through the rest of your career? Oh, gods, I hope not. She slapped her hands over her mouth a second too late, and Kirk burst out laughing, even as Juarez shook his head with a low chuckle. Sorry, sir. Not an issue, though I will say you've made my job more of a challenge than it had been for the last year. I'll let you know if it's a good thing later. McKenna let her smile show, but didn't say anything, waiting to see what he had to say. As you can imagine, the news outlets are going crazy about the bus Friday night. We've got most of the information out there, but McKenna, your name made it out. She snorted, and then when the men arched an eyebrow at her, she explained. I had a reporter contact me Friday evening, looking for the scoop. He's a contact I've been working, wanting to see if maybe I can get one reporter on my side instead of all of them being enemies. But he'd already heard about it.
Oh, this place leaks information like a sieve, Kirk muttered. What did you tell him?
His voice didn't hold accusation, just a request for information. Just that, yes, I had detected drugs and that it was an ongoing case and I couldn't comment anymore. He already knew that, so confirming it didn't seem like a big deal. Oh, he also had this. She pulled out a folded sheet of paper and handed it over to Kirk. He sent me the copy that will be coming out this evening. Kirk put it to the side. Thanks, I'll read it in a bit. Any issues with the bust itself? Juarez took this one. We have the drugs, though the driver probably had nothing more to do with it than driving. Per him, he picks up the truck just on this side of the border, probably loaded via the tunnels as they have dogs at all the checkpoints, and drives it up here. He leaves it in a lot, locked up, and puts the key in a magnetic lock and walks away. Outside of an email saying he has a job, he's paid via money in the truck waiting for him. He doesn't know anything. He swears he thought he was driving stolen or designer knockoff shoes. Drugs weren't what he thought. Basically, he's disposable. Juarez answered all of this, and McKenna listened with interest. She hadn't heard this yet. We'll keep working him, but I'd be surprised if we get anything from him that will connect to the person behind all this. Interesting. If nothing else, the drugs are off the street. We might get the case thrown out, but I'll live with that. He turned serious eyes on McKenna. Normally, I'd never say this to any of my officers. But if you can make busts like that, do it. Even if we can't make the case stand, getting that quantity of drugs off the street is more important. Expect some challenges, but if you can perform the way you did in front of the DA and the judges, we shouldn't have an issue, though you may get very tired of being the poster child for shifters. She shrugged. It is what it is. Best attitude to have. Now get out of here and get to work. They headed out, and Juarez gave her a side look. I'm glad I got you. Maybe now we can make some inroads on the drugs coming through our city and shut it down. I wouldn't mind that at all. Her smile creased her face, and she pushed Raul and her other worries to the back of her mind for now. Chapter 29. Calling in Favors. In the war against drugs, all eyes are on the town of Rossville in Northern California, a town that seems to be single-handedly leading the nation in drug arrests. We all know that dogs are some of the best tools to stop drug dealers and mules, people who carry drugs. But dogs are expensive to train, take up time and resources, and are limited to one or two functions. However, it is looking like shifters might be the answer to this. Viral video star McKenna Largo, an officer in Rossville, is once again at the center of controversy. Her ability to smell drugs is driving their closure rate. While expectations are high for challenges in these court cases, the odds are drug dealers will soon start avoiding this area of California. Maybe other departments with shifter cops will take notice, perhaps even hiring drivers to get more shifters to be first responders. If nothing else, California isn't a good place for a drug dealer right now. TNN Talking Head. The mug shattered as it impacted the wall. A man in a crisp linen suit took a deep breath, his hands clenched, then slowly opened into flat palms. He dug into his bottom drawer and brought out a small leather-bound journal. Opening it up, he looked at the numbers and curled his lip in a silent snarl. He looked at the book for long moments, then glanced up at the TV and the news talking about the latest drug bust, netting another 50 kilos of cocaine and 25 kilos of heroin. The muscle in his clenched jaw bounced. He marked off items in the journal with a precise hand, each notation as neat as if from a printer. Entries with lines through them and the notation, seized by police next to them, outnumbered the ones with the notation of distributed. The sharp staccato of his nails striking the top of the desk filled the room even as his eyes never left the little journal. With a sharp gesture, he closed it with a loud clap and placed it back where he had pulled it from. In the same drawer lay a phone. Pulling it out, he closed his eyes, mouth moving a little, then typed in a phone number. This is Willard. I'm calling in my favor. You can reach me at... He rattled off a number. I know you'll use an encrypted connection. Don't call after 6 p.m. West Coast time. He hung up and put the phone on the desk. The clock on the wall showed 3 p.m. He had a bit.
Honey?
I'm leaving for my book club. Did you want me to bring anything back with me? A woman's voice came down the stairs to the office he sat in, though there were no steps coming down the stairs. A smile appeared on his face, though it didn't touch his eyes. No, thank you, dear. I'm fine. Enjoy your book club. I believe we are headed to the Watsons for dinner, 7:30?
Yes, I'll be home by 7, so I should have time to change. It is casual at their clubhouse. Not worth wearing cashmere. Bye,
the woman called out as the clicking of heels on tile sounded and a door closed. Everything went quiet. His smile dropped away as if it had never been there. His cold, pale eyes focused on the phone with clenched teeth. Taking a deep breath, he pulled up a word processing program on his computer. With economical movements, he pulled a book from the white oak bookshelf behind him, laid it open on his desk, and started to type. The news played muted on TV, but he glanced up occasionally, his eyes narrowing, then would glance at the phone. Each time his jaw clenched, but he went back to typing, the keys being struck a bit harder each time. A sharp jangle of sound from the phone had him jerking upright, then glaring at it before he took a deep breath and picked it up. Yes? After all these years, you're calling in that favor. Why do I feel it has something to do with a certain shifter cop? The voice was rich, cultured, and somehow had an oily sound to it. Because you pay attention to national news. Just like I'm aware that a certain former football player has been a pain in your side. Silence on the other end. What makes you think that? I recognize how you do things. We've known each other for a long time. Did you think I wouldn't recognize your machinations behind that failed attempt? His voice was calm and vaguely mocking as he watched the news. Fine, Willard. What do you want? An accident? The voice had lost some of its culture, becoming a bit harder, more accent on the vowels. Oh, I want something more permanent, and I have something to sweeten the deal. Apparently, Baller has made their acquaintance, and I have it on good authority he will be at her place for a barbecue this Saturday. Just think. 4 adult shifters and 3 kids. If you take them all, you can do whatever you want with them, as long as they're out of my hair. 4, you say? That has possibilities, especially with the children. There were some things I wanted to try. If I do this, we're clear. I owe you nothing outside of fraternity politeness. Agreed. Though I do hope I see you at the reunion next year. His linen suit reflected the lights of a cop car as the news played the scene again of a new drug bust. Plan on it. The line went dead, and Willard smiled, cold, cruel. And it would not have looked out of place on a shark. Chapter 30. Attack.
And football is back on! I know all of us couldn't be happier with the preseason about to start. The athletes and teams are rushing to juggle the influx of players now back on the rosters and figuring out who to demote or promote again. Well, I'm personally disappointed that Perk Alexander won't be back to play for the Hawks this year. I'm crossing my fingers that another team will snap him up and then laugh all the way to the playoffs with his skills in their backfield. If I'm really lucky, the Lions will grab him. TNN sportscaster, Doug B. You're sure he's coming? McKenna asked. No idea why the thought of this man coming over had her jittery and anxious. And this isn't a setup? JD rolled his eyes at her. No, though he might fanboy over you a bit. Apparently, you impressed him by how you dealt with all of this. He mentioned something about his reaction not being as calm. Besides, when I talked to him last week, he put it in his calendar. I told you all this work right after I hung up with him. You'll like him. He's down to earth and real.
JD tossed his phone on the counter as he walked through the kitchen. Tony glanced at her as they moved around McKenna's kitchen, prepping food and putting stuff away. Between one thing or another, drug busts, press, kids, school, it had taken 2 weeks to get a weekend to themselves. The kids were already outside playing in animal form, and McKenna itched to go join them. I know, I'm just antsy and don't know why. Feels like people are staring at me. I probably need a few drinks to go play. I haven't been a cat in way too long. JD laughed, handed her an iced tea. Go out on the deck, enjoy the sun, make sure the kids don't kill each other. You see how it is, kicking me out of my own kitchen. I know when I'm not wanted. She grabbed her tea and stomped out to the deck in a mock huff. Outside, she smiled at the sounds of the chuffing growls and scrabbling claws. She'd copied Tony's idea, but made it a bit bigger and more robust from IKEA, and set a few cheap robes and some of her larger t-shirts in there, just in case. Sitting down on the deck, she watched the kids and enjoyed the first feeling of peace she'd had in a while, though she couldn't get rid of the impending doom feeling. Maybe it was just meeting a professional football player. She didn't follow sports much, but Perk's actions against the NFL had raised a lot of eyebrows and attracted a fair amount of attention. She'd even watched one of his press conferences and had to admit he had a compelling presence. Only the fact that she trusted JD with her life and beyond made this man coming here invading her personal space feel okay. JD would never do anything to harm her or the kids. Relax, woman, I swear. She wished there was some hard cider in the fridge, stocked with beer for Tony and JD, soda for the kids. It didn't have much for her, as normally it was tea, water, or whiskey, but something light would be nice right now. Her skin crawled with the need to change, to move, but she refused to meet him for the first time in animal form. There had to be some proprieties observed. Relax, enjoy the quiet. You need to relax more. McKenna repeated the words over and over, then slowly started to relax a little, focusing only on the sounds of the kids and trying to ignore the acrid smoke from the fires burning down in the valley. Hundreds of miles away, the smoke still traveled, coating everything with the smell of burnt grass and trees. Off-duty, she ignored her nose, not feeling like the headache and effort of sorting out smells from the smoke. So far, a 3-pack-a-day smoker had the best bet of fooling her nose, mainly because the tobacco burned so bad she almost couldn't handle it. Voices pulled her out of her musing, and she refocused on the here and now as the back doors slid open. She's out here, JD said as he stepped out. Kenna, I wanted you to meet Percival Alexander. This is McKenna Largo. She stood and looked at a man who matched JD in height and weight. An inch or two taller than JD, but a bit less massive. He had sandy blonde hair and piercing blue eyes. He blushed a bit as he held out his hand. It's nice to meet you, Miss Largo, or is it Officer Largo? His large hand held hers firmly, and she flashed a smile. How about McKenna, Mr. Alexander? I'm not at work, and I'm definitely not up to being missed all day. Only if you call me Perce. I get enough of that from reporters and lawyers. I really don't need it on my day off. His smile held warmth and humor, and she felt something inside her unkink. Maybe this won't be too bad. Take a seat. Or if you want to go play with the kids, feel free, JD offered, as he held open the door for Tony, who walked out with snacks and a few extra beers. Kids? Well, the 2 cats are mine. She took the wolf. Tony grinned as she spoke and nodded her head at McKenna. Hey, he adopted me. I just made sure they couldn't take him, McKenna protested. She felt the laughter from Charlie at that in her mind. I'm gonna go grab some more tea. Anyone want anything? Nah, going to start the burgers here in a bit so I can wait. She grinned as Perce and Tony stood talking about and watching the kids, who were clearly showing off for an audience. She paused as gun oil and something sharp and antiseptic hit her nose. At home, she never carried and had bought a gun vault when Charlie moved in to secure her weapons. JD, you carrying? He looked up at her, frowning. No, locked in the car. Why? I just thought. She broke off as a sound like a muffled shot filled the yard and something slammed into her thigh.
McKenna!
Weefor's voice exploded in her head as she looked down to see a dart embedded in her leg. What the fuck? She turned, but her leg, suddenly numb and heavy, gave out underneath her. Weefor, do something! Counter agents deployed, working. She saw Perce and Tony staring at darts in their chest and thigh, respectively. JD roared and tried to change, even as he swiped at a dart sticking out of his butt cheek. Laying on the deck, she tried to push herself up, even as she felt her body fighting the drugs, aided by Weefor's guidance. She saw Charlie bounding towards her, and behind him she saw people in black outfits, guns drawn and aimed. Charlie, run! Grab the twins, run, hide, do not come out. If we don't call you by dark, get to Anne's. Her number is in mine and JD's phone, now go! The mental command so strong, he almost tripped trying to reverse direction. She heard Tony back up her commands even as her voice began to slur. Jesse, Jamie, run, hide, stay with Charlie. Go safe places. Get the animals, they wanted them all. A crisp military voice sounded even as she felt heavy treads on the deck. She tried to change, willing it, as her claws started to come out and the drug faded. Pushed back by adrenaline and whatever Weefor got her body to do. Fuck, she's still moving. Triple dose them all. I want them all but dead. And someone shoot those damn animals. Run. They're hunting you. Run. Follow the path. Don't go to JD's. Hide where they can't find you. She felt Charlie acknowledge, even as she felt a yelp as one of the darts skimmed past him. Too far. These don't have any range worth shit, and if we fire at them, half the neighborhood will hear. Another voice. This one from her left came even as she felt another needle plunging into her. They're kids and no one will believe them. These are who we came for. Grab them, get them in the van, and get out of here before anyone sees us. I'll need help. These guys are huge. Drug them again. Not sure the ketamine will hold up under their mass. Voice bouncing back and forth as McKenna felt herself being lifted and hoisted over her shoulder. Her vision had narrowed with gray on the outside, but she saw two men grabbing JD, one at each end, and heaving. Tony, JD. She pinged them and got back only weak emotions, like they were covered with soaked blankets. Damn it, Weefor. Too much drug. Body can't keep up. McKenna felt the darkness rising, and nothing she did could push it back. It swallowed her whole. Blackness faded to gray as she fought to open her eyes. Damn it! What do we have to do to keep her under? Dose her again. Words, sharp prick in her thigh. Then darkness pulled her under. She battled her way back up, only to feel her stomach sink like on a roller coaster. A soft moan escaped her as she tried to focus and keep her stomach contents in one place. Stale, cold air blew into her face as she tried to lift her hand to cover her mouth, only for clanking of metal as her arm quit moving. Mother of God, she should be dead, not fighting to become conscious. Triple the goddamn dose and hit everyone again. I don't know why she's resisting this stuff, but I'd rather have her dead than shifting while we're on this damn puddle jumper. The words sank into her brain, and she tried to pull them apart to understand the meaning. Words are recorded. We'll provide later. The familiar alien voice filtered through her head. And this time, the prick took her into a darkness where nothing existed. Even her links to her pack, gone. Chapter 31. Not in Kansas. The news coming out of China, with their bribing of families with shifter children and the removal of the child limit, not to mention the very preferential treatment shifters are getting who are in China, Chinese natives only, of course, has raised some interesting rumors. Now, a lot of these rumors can be traced back to Reddit and other conspiracy websites, but they are gaining traction. The idea is that this was supposed to be a super-raised RNA virus, meant only for the Chinese to help with better athletes and soldiers. But something went wrong, and it got out infecting everyone. Now they are scrambling to capitalize on what was supposed to be their ace in the hole. While it sounds silly on the surface, the way the Chinese are reacting and their secrecy is lending more credit than one might suppose to the theory. TNN Talking Head.
Commander. Commander. McKenna.
The words came through distant and muffled, but they pulled at her, and the darkness that swaddled her faded to gray. Pain seeped in first. Body wreathed in pain, to the point that breathing hurt.
Commander.
The word this time registered, but even thinking a thought seemed too much, so she just let it come through, neither fighting nor reacting. Minutes, hours, seconds. An eternity went by as she shut out the pain and focused on other things. Sounds of breaths nearby raised her awareness, but they sounded deep and steady without any movement. The shriek of birds, sounds she didn't recognize, and some she'd only heard in zoos, made her frown, which caused more pain to lance through her body. The idea of opening her eyes sounded horrible, and every time she'd moved or struggled, she'd been drugged again. But this time it took so long to push herself outside of the dark spot in her mind, she just lay there.
Commander, the drugs are fading from your body. You need to wake up.
McKenna resisted the idea. More drugs would be bad. As it was, she felt hunger clawing at her, but compared to everything else, it didn't grab her whole attention. Her next breath turned into a cough, and she felt her body tense, making her realize she lay naked on dirt. The lumps of dirt, small rocks, twigs, and the feel of a bug walking over her leg brought her mind fully into the present. She cracked her eyes open the slightest bit, letting filtered light into them. When no one hit her or drugged her again, she let her eyes open fully. Light filtered through a roof full of holes, and she saw the passing of shadow of something over it.
Hannah.
JD's mental voice sounded odd, sluggish.
You okay?
No, but I'm not dead. That made her chuckle, and she instantly regretted it. But with renewed willpower, she sat up and looked around. As she'd figured, she didn't have a stitch of clothing on. Around her lay JD, Tony, Purse, and another woman she didn't recognize, with brown hair and pale skin where she didn't have a very defined farmer's tan around her arms and neck. All of them were just as naked as she. A slow look around, turning her head quickly sounded like a very bad idea. Verified no kids and no clothes. McKenna closed her eyes and tried to reach for Charlie, but his light wasn't on.
He is too far away from you to be contacted.
Weefor's voice had its normal detached interest, but something lingered under it. Really? Do you know where we are?
No. My programs were adversely affected by the drug. Awareness of your body terminated for an unknown amount of time.
McKenna sighed and levered herself to her feet. Part of her wanted to worry about being naked, but she hurt too much to really care. Her thighs were covered with livid bruises, and a large lump existed on her butt. Hard, and it ached as she lifted her weight off it. But nothing seemed broken. JD had managed to sit up, so she went over to Tony. A sigh escaped as she felt her pulse at her neck. Tempted to try to wake her up, she didn't wish the drug hangover on anyone. Besides, from her fluttering eyes, she figured Tony would be rousing shortly. Glancing over, she saw that Purse had lifted his hand to his head.
What the hell did I drink? I never black out and have dreams like that.
His voice low and rough, almost like he'd been screaming. The aching pain in her throat registered at the same time. Maybe we were screaming. With a shake of her head, she pushed it to the side. Everything hurt. So much. It didn't matter what hurt more. McKenna went over to the unknown woman. Her heart beat strongly and eyes started to flutter, so she stepped back and let her be. Now that she had at least some assurance people weren't going to die, she focused on her environment. Part of her heard JD talking to Purse, but it didn't matter right now. Figuring out what happened to them did. The humidity registered, and her stomach sank a little more as she surveyed the hut they were in. A hole in one wall displayed thick foliage, vines, and the chittering of animals that her nose didn't recognize. A dirt floor, and a rough wood and vine table on one end. Her attention snagged on the small laptop sitting there, a little blue light blinking at her. McKenna had made 2 steps forward before she halted and looked at the floor again. Tread marks covered it, around and under their bodies, and at the table a set of footprints imprinted deeper than the others, as if someone had stood there a while. She looked around the table carefully but didn't see any cords, which means battery, but maybe a way to get out of here. Still, she hesitated and turned to look at the others as she heard moans. "Jesse, Jamie." The first words out of Tony's mouth, in that same raw tone as Perk's. "I don't think they were taken. They ran when I ordered Charlie. I think they were cussing about not being able to get them." "Affirmative. The children were not taken by the time you were picked up and placed in vehicles. After that, information is sporadic." She saw JD and Tony lose some of the tension, and Tony turned to the next part on the agenda. "Is there a reason we're all naked?" "Because we don't have any clothes on?" Perce's voice had a certain amount of amusement. "I have to say, I'd already done this once and had no desire to do it again. At least this time I'm not chained to a wall." He had stood and carefully kept his eyes at head level, not letting his eyes drift down at all. JD followed his example, but jerked his head to the other woman, who moaned and sat up. She couldn't weigh more than 130, maybe 140. Her eyes closed tight as she rubbed her head in a gesture McKenna understood. Maybe they overdosed her? I'm the only one with We4 to actively fight a drug. Her ministration ceased as her hand fell in her lap, froze, and then patted around frantically. Eyes snapped open and fastened on them. "Why am I naked? Why are you naked? Who are you?" Her voice hit a shriek as she started to scoot backwards, only to cringe and grab her butt where a large nodule jutted out. She doesn't sound like she's been screaming. Is that good or bad? And that nodule. McKenna's eyes narrowed even as she analyzed the woman's rapid breathing and wild darting gaze, giving every evidence of panic. McKenna gave JD and Perce a sidelong glance. They were both trying hard to look non-threatening, cover their genitals, and watch the stranger warily all at the same time. All in all, they looked like scary, embarrassed men. Made for an odd picture. "I think that is our question. We all know each other and we're taken at a barbecue at my house, so mind telling me who you are?" At this point, McKenna didn't even bother trying to cover up, though she noticed Tony had slipped behind her, using her as a bit of a shield. Between being whipped and shifting as much as she had in public, why bother? Everyone everywhere had already seen everything she had. Besides, her nerves were stretched so tight, she didn't have any patience to waste with trying to cover her crotch and tits. The animal sounds, strange sounds that should only be coming from her TV, didn't help at all. The woman stared at her with bright blue eyes that called to mind sapphires. She looked at all of them, back to McKenna and Perce. "Why do you two look familiar? Like I should recognize you?" Not about to give away any information, McKenna just looked at her, even as she heard Perce clearing his throat, and sensed amusement from JD, but she didn't take her attention away. The silence worked as well on this woman as it did with Perps. People hated silence. Well, she stood up, trying to hide herself, even though Kenna didn't get the impression anyone looked anywhere other than her eyes. "My name's Cassandra Borden. I'm a biologist. I work for a private lab doing medical research." She seemed to think McKenna was the safest, and she had locked her eyes on McKenna's. "You working with the shifter virus?" McKenna's voice was sharp. "No. I mean, I am a shifter, but I do plant-based biology, mostly working on new medical compounds to be found from plants, ways to harvest new pharmaceuticals that won't exist if we keep clear-cutting." Her speech thinned out and became more assured as she hit her stride. Who are you? Why are we here? And really, no clothes? What do you remember? She didn't trust her yet, but a few things were weighing in Cass's favor. Remember? Cass frowned, then her eyes widened. I just left the lab. It was late. I'd been working a lot lately. I walked to my car and I heard something, a sharp sting in my thigh. A man ran up to me, slapped something over my mouth, held me until I started to pass out. He took me to a vehicle, I think, and then a shot. I don't remember anything else. The acrid scent of fear wafted over to her as the woman began to hyperventilate. Hey, it's okay. We're all in the same situation. JD's voice held the same calming tone it did when he worked with scared kids. She glanced at him sideways and almost laughed. JD had crouched down, talking to her, letting her be taller than him. You probably recognize McKenna. She's my partner. Did you see the video of the cop turning into a cougar? That's her. And behind me is Perce Alexander. He's an NFL star. Trust me, we aren't going to hurt you. Really? And if she's with the people who put us here? She pinged JD with the sarcastic comment, and he sent back an annoyed burst of emotion. Coughing to cover up the laugh she had to admit between the three of them, well, four if you counted Perce. One girl wasn't going to be able to do much to them regardless of what she shifted into. Perce, Tony, JD, you guys all have lumps on your ass that hurt like hell? She kept watching Cass and the laptop, even as she felt people move around her and the grunts of pain as they came in contact with the lumps. The affirmative remarks were just more evidence of what she suspected, and it meant very bad things. Well, Cass, it looks like you're in the same boat we're in. Or maybe it is naked and in the jungle without a boat. But either way, I think that laptop over there holds the answers to most of our questions. The what? Came from everyone, and she felt it in her head and in the air as the attention of everyone in the room locked onto the laptop with its blinking blue light. Chapter 32. Rules of the Game. A Nebraska state senator has petitioned for tax benefits to shifters for moving to Nebraska as the first shifter sanctuary state. He says the wide-open landscape and availability of land makes it a perfect home for shifters that want to spend time in their animal forms. If this passes, it would be the first state to not only try to lure shifters to live there, but the first of any type of racial incentive offered by a state. While unusual in the United States, some African cities have already started doing this, trying to lure what to many of the old religions are demigods, shifters to make their homes there. Is this the wave of the future, or the start of an us versus them situation? Sack Wasp, op-ed. I take it that laptop isn't yours? Cass asked, her voice quavering a bit. Not mine, and I'll figure it isn't yours either from your question. McKenna half smiled at the woman. She could smell fear and stress, and the redness of her skin proclaimed her embarrassment level. The woman shook her head. Her arms wrapped around her knees, hiding most of her from view. McKenna glanced at the others. Perce, the only one who looked like he might move, but JD and Tony both were more than willing to let her take the lead. She opened the laptop by increments. The odds of it being trapped made no sense. If whomever wanted them dead, they'd be dead. But at this point, she didn't want to take anything for granted. It opened with no issue, and she woke it up. The familiar Windows logo flashed, then the desktop. Two icons sat in the middle of the desktop. A video icon labeled Play Me, and another JPEG labeled Target. She clicked on it, and a video sprung up. A man, his face shadowed so she couldn't see anything other than a vague outline. Not horribly fat and a short haircut, covered everything she could figure out about him. He started to speak. Welcome, everyone, to my little experiment. Most of you have managed to annoy very powerful people, me included. Miss Diaz, you were included because of your poor choice in friends. The rest of you, Well, let's just say you created ripples in my plans. I don't like ripples. However, I've been curious to know exactly how effective shifters might be in other areas of interest. I decided to make this interesting. For me, at least. There is a drug lord here that I need disposed of. As long as he and his seconds are killed, I don't care who else you kill. Kill all the other people in the compound or none of them, as long as those 3 are dead. I do have the man monitored, so I will know if you succeed. His tone held arrogance, confidence, and every word had perfect pronunciation. Nothing that she could grab to even begin to figure out anything other than American. I'm sure you are all protesting that you won't kill someone, but let me make it clear. You don't have a choice. The video changed, and images started appearing. Jesse and Jamie playing in the park. Charlie at school. An older couple walking into a restaurant, head purse sucking in a sharp breath. Another of a woman walking with 2 little kids, head gasping out. More images of these various people at different times hammered home the point. Rage clawed at the back of McKenna's mind. He'd threatened Charlie. Charlie was hers. The sheer force of the feeling ricocheted through her, and she closed her eyes, fixated on the link that led to Charlie. The cold, dark link. You son of a bitch. I promised him I would always come back, that I would never leave him. I will not break my promise to him. The thoughts, so loud and clear for a moment she thought she'd sent them to Tony and JD, but they didn't react, and she had to fight to pay attention to the man talking. I'm sure all of you have understood what is at risk, but I can't afford to have you taking a vacation while here. I've provided an extra incentive. While the virus that affects you is very strong, it doesn't do that well with poisons. All of you have been infected with a slow-acting poison that is spreading through your body. By our best guess, you have 7 days before all your organs collapse and you die, writhing in pain. I've seen it. It looks unpleasant. And while shifters seem to live longer, they still die in the end. The smirk in his voice came through, even though she couldn't see his face. If you manage to kill him, I won't kill your families. If he isn't dead before you are, I'll kill them. If he dies, I forget all about your families. Now, I know what you must be thinking. How can I trust him? The answer is, you can't. But can you afford to take the risk? I mean, if you fail, I'll just have a drone take him out. But this will garner less attention. He clapped his hands. Now, let's get down to the hard details. Hanging on the wall is a GPS watch. McKenna glanced around looking for it. Hanging near the door, about eye level, a dull gray-brown watch hung on the wall, blending in until she actively looked for it. The time has already been set. Engraved on the back is a set of coordinates. That is where he lives. This is who you must kill. More images on the screen. 3 men from various angles. Latin American features, mustaches, and hard eyes were the impressions she took away. There are more images on the laptop. I advise you to memorize him. I'd hate for your families to have accidents because you killed the wrong person. He made a humming sound. I think that it is. Tick-tock, boys and girls. It will be interesting to see how you accomplish this. The video ended. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to rip his heart out with my hands. Tony's voice, low and rough, carried a level of menace that had McKenna taking a step back and turning to look at her. Rage coated her features, her hands and claws, and a low, rumbling snarl emanated from her chest. Don't disagree. But to do that, we have to get back to the States and find him, McKenna said, even as she watched Tony warily. He wants us to kill people, or he's going to kill my sister and her kids. Cass's voice squeaked on the last part, and McKenna didn't know if rage or fear caused it. It's the same son of a bitch. Those were my parents on those images. This time he's threatening them, not me. And your kids. How fucking long has he been planning this? Perce had the same level of rage and a level of calculation that surprised her. Wait, same son of a bitch? You know him? McKenna blurted out as Tony whirled on him. Remember the big suspension of athletes? McKenna nodded, catching the others doing the same. I basically forced all that, and I was sent a threat. He used that same term. Ripples. It has to be the same guy. I blew it off and the threats. I wasn't going to back down, but they all folded. It might explain why he grabbed all of us. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't have much to say with that revelation. JD stayed quiet, and McKenna knew the only people he loved were in this room or on that screen. He didn't talk about his family at all. She didn't even know for sure if they were still alive. I'm guessing there isn't much question about doing this. Like we have a choice. No way in hell is that bastard going to kill my parents. I'm with Tony, except I might be willing to see what human tastes like and eat him alive. Perce's voice had a dangerous growl, and McKenna relaxed a bit. They were fighters. The girl might be the only wild card. The first issue is the poison, JD said, his fingers moving an invisible fidget spinner. McKenna pretended to be calm. Inside, she fought not to scream and panic. It wouldn't accomplish anything, and right now she needed to figure out if what he said was true. We four, are we poisoned? Yes. Once he stated that, diagnostics were run to identify. A toxin that isn't in any of the information stored in the databases is working its way through your system. While repairs are being done, the damage is multiplying faster than the cells can be repaired. In a normal human, they probably died in 48 hours or less. The cellular repair is what is keeping you alive. This time, the AI had limited the conversation to just her, and she didn't know if that was good or bad. Fuck, she muttered, and flushed as all eyes in the room snapped to her. What? JD asked, standing. A flash of amusement as she noticed most of them had stopped trying to cover themselves. Too much other drama going on to worry about modesty. We four confirmed the poison. Probably that big lump on all our asses. Hands moved to check the lump she'd already prodded at. It hurt, but what it signified meant more than the pain. We four? Asked Perce, looking around, a confused expression that Cass duplicated. Do I tell them? She sent this to both JD and Tony, wanting to see what they thought. Given the situation, I don't think we have a choice, and if this is what I think it is, we'll be an animal most of the time, so being able to talk will be a huge asset. JD made sense, and she could pull out hints of amusement in his voice. Yes. Tony's voice, short, hard, rage filtering down the link. Tony, we will get them. We will get back to our kids. I'm just as mad, but rage won't help me here. I have to focus on keeping us alive, to get back to Charlie. Tony jerked her head in a shaky nod, turning and walking to stare out into the jungle. Why are you guys all kind of just looking at each other? Cass asked, her voice shaking, and she had scooted further back. But McKenna noted sharp eyes and anger lurking under it. Trying to decide something. So, the virus, it isn't a virus. It's an AI. Well, mine is an AI, yours are drones. Keeping her voice calm, she explained everything about the virus, the solar damage, and the commander version she had. By the time she finished, Perce had backed up into the corner, with Cass looking at all of them with wide eyes. You're all insane. Damn it, I knew finding people who seemed normal was too good to be true. He sounded frustrated and scared. There was something else in his tone. I can prove it, McKenna offered, holding on to patience and control by her teeth. And this is exactly why I don't want to tell people. Her mental voice had frustration and worry lacing it as she sent it to JD and Tony. How? Perce demanded as he glared at the three of them, though Tony still had her back to them. Hold up some fingers, she said. Perce arched an eyebrow, but held up 3 fingers. Tony said, her voice quiet. He blinked and changed the number of fingers. 2. 5. 6, then you changed it to 8. How the fuck? He glared, but JD and McKenna both kept quiet, and from the angle Tony stood at, she would have to turn her head to an extreme angle to see Perce. The telepathy part is true. We'll have to be animals to get through the jungle. No shoes means I'm not walking around. And we are going to need food. I'll tell you from experience, raw is much easier to eat as an animal. It tastes different. Cass looked a bit green about that. Okay, I'm at least more willing to consider this than I was a few minutes. Either. You 3 can all talk mind to mind. JD nodded. Yup. But it is like talking. She can't read my mind. He stalled out and glanced at McKenna. It's like there's a switchboard in my head. You know those old ones where they'd plug their headsets into? I click on it and I can talk to them. That's it. No reading my head or digging around in my mind. Gah, no, nothing like that, please. You'd have to commit me if I got all that from JD. I am a being of pureness and light, JD protested. A snort came from everyone in the room except Cass, who at least gave him a disbelieving look. I see how it is. His grin lit up his face, and she could have hugged him for breaking the tension. So, how do we do this? And I'll admit I'm hungry. How long were we out? Perce still had caution in his voice, and she liked him better for it. If the situation was reversed, she'd have thought he was insane. 20 hours of unconsciousness was tracked. The actual amount is unknown. McKenna made a face. We4 says at least 20 hours, but probably more. And we're going to have to get lucky with hunting. I know nothing about the jungle except what I've seen in movies. I know a little, but only because my father talked about Peru when I was a kid. But best bet would be to find a tapir or some domestic animals. And note, my Peruvian is very basic. And I don't know if we are going to be anywhere where people speak it. Tony spoke but didn't turn and look at them, still staring out at the jungle. I'd be very surprised if we found enough food to support multiple shifts. So if we're going to have a chance to protect our families, it is this and animals for a long while. Her words hung like a pall over the room, and McKenna had to force herself to try to smile. Well, here is the unfun aspect. Blood is how we do it. The nanobots are in the blood, and we need to exchange it to be able to talk. Her mouth quirked. On the bright side, being a shifter means no blood-borne disease. A half laugh escaped Cass, and she stood up, giving the effort to try to hide parts of her body. I give. Let's do it. Because I tell you, I want back to kill this guy. But first we need to make sure he doesn't kill my sister, my niece, and nephew. Food might be easier for me. I don't need as much protein, but we'll see. We need to get the blood going. She looked around the barren hut. So how do we cut ourselves? There's no knife. Chapter 33. Putting on your skin.
With an entire sub-segment of the population now fit and healthy, how are retailers marketing to this group? High-calorie meals and bars are becoming more predominant as are ads to replicate the benefits of shifting, though none so far are endorsed by the FDA. What is more interesting is the spike in outdoor sports, specifically those with a certain amount of risk. Skydiving, rock climbing, ziplining? Is this a wave of the future or just a short-term spike?
Op-ed in Sac Wasp.
McKenna closed her eyes. Of course there's no knife. That would be too easy. Okay, time for the next part, I guess. And this will make killing people easier.
Part of her worried about how blasé she was about killing 3 people, but she pushed it to the back of her mind to freak over later. First, survive.
It turns out we can shift into more than 2 forms, and I've been informed that I can do partial shifts, though I've only barely done it. But we also have what is called a warrior form, the basic werewolf idea.
Cass's eyes widened, and a half squeak slipped out. But Perce only narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. McKenna looked at him, arching an eyebrow.
You've seen this?
Done it, he said shortly, and JD grinned.
That explains it. I figured your cat had to be huge to have the claw and teeth marks where they were, but didn't figure it mattered that much in the end. But that will probably make the forensic guys happy to explain the placing.
Perce shrugged his face tight.
Didn't think I needed to talk about it.
Probably smart. It's called the warrior form, but that isn't the best form to travel in and it takes more energy.
But for now, we need blood.
Something she'd seen happen when waking up from some of the nightmares, and we 4 had mentioned it. The partial shift. She looked at her arm and focused. It hurt, where shifting didn't anymore. But after a minute, her nails pulled into her fingers, and claws extended from the tips. A heavy exhale slipped out that hurt and drained her. Food would be needed, and soon.
We all need to exchange blood so we can talk to each other without me as a relay. You're becoming bloodthirsty in your old age, Kenna, JD said as he held his hand out to her. Bite me, old man. You have 2 or 3 years on me. I can never remember.
She slid open his palm, cringing inside at the slight hiss of pain that slipped out of him.
Yeah, but I'm not a commander.
He cupped his palm to keep the blood in it. The action repeated quickly with Tony, who turned to look at the 2 others, face expressionless, except for the gaping wounds behind her eyes.
What the hell, Perce said. No one is ever going to believe this as it is. Might as well go all the way.
He held his hand out, and McKenna cut it. That left Cass, who sighed and walked over. I'm only doing this because I know it will heal when I shift, and I'm looking forward to my fur coat. It will make me feel less vulnerable. McKenna cut her, then herself on her other hand, and they spent the next few minutes dripping blood into wounds, making sure everyone had exchanged with everyone else.
Done,
she said, and walked over to grab the GPS, fastening it on her arm. How long does this take? Cass asked. Her voice had the introspective tone scientists pick up quickly.
A few minutes, not very long.
She poked at her mental switchboard, and she saw the lights for Perce and Cass light up.
Done. Hi.
She sent the mental thought to both of them, and they both jerked their heads up and gasped.
Holy shit, it's real.
Perce's voice was low and husky. She glanced at him and had to smile at his wide eyes. Yep. Welcome to my weird. This is so cool. Cass's voice had a bubbly flavor to it, and a sense of intelligence and curiosity.
I can't believe this, but I guess that is par for the course. This entire thing is crazy.
Perce had a solidity to his voice, with a gentleness that she liked. We need to get going. We can now talk as we move, but we're going to need food as first priority. But we can head the direction we need to go and figure something out as we go. Any objections? Perce started to laugh. It had both humor and bitterness in it, and she watched him, worried. Is he losing it? Are you all right? You're the commander, aren't you? The word made her freeze, and she felt the sudden rapt attention from Tony and JD. How did you hear that term? I've been having the craziest dreams. Spaceships, me in that Wolfman form, someone telling me the commander was coming. He half grinned, then narrowed eyes at Tony and JD. You two. I've seen you in your forms next to me. We were like waiting on a battlefield for the commander. McKenna saw Tony and JD glance at each other, and JD replied slowly. Yeah, I've had one or two of those dreams. McKenna and we four mentioned them to us. They're like training simulations. They help get us ready for the Elentrin. Perce looked at them, opened his mouth and closed it. I feel there's a lot more behind all this, but right now it isn't important. But I will follow up on this later. I mean, aliens? He turned and looked at McKenna. Even now, she noted his eyes stayed on her face. Commander, it's your show. She knew she didn't have any power over any of them, but she had an assistant in her brain which might give them the extra advantage they needed. And he'd had dreams prepping him to see her as the commander. She looked at Cass. What about you?
Yeah, one or two, but never with anyone else in it. I was always in a lab, taking beings out of storage.
Her face pale.
I thought it was just me watching too much sci-fi.
Huh. Well, I guess first we do the mission we were given. Then we figure out how to get home and rescue our families. And figure out how to not die. They looked at each other, exchanging glances. She waited. If they had another option, she'd take it. She just couldn't think of anything. But shrugs were the only answer. Damn it. I could hope for a miracle. Then animal it is. She took a deep breath. Oh, wait a second, Perce said, his eyes narrowed. McKenna paused and looked at him, but his attention remained riveted to the laptop. She didn't speak, just waited. I know we can't carry the laptop around, and it won't do us much good as the battery will die in a bit. But what about the hard drive? It's a new laptop. It should have an SSD and be relatively small. At the blank looks, he clarified. A solid-state drive. They're usually about the size of a deck of cards. If somehow we get out of here, that is the proof of what happened. We should try to take it with us.
It has a point. Interfacing with the drive should be possible later. Now isn't the time, as blood would start degrading the hardware.
Who the fuck was that? Perce whirled, looking around as Cass tapped her head with the heel of her hands, her heart pounding so hard the pulse in her throat jumped. Yeah. Remember the AI? That is We4. We4, say hello.
Hello.
They jumped, and McKenna nodded. Yeah, her mental voice takes a bit to get used to, but she has knowledge that we may need. But back to the hard drive. I think you're right. But staying in warrior form burns too much energy, and we need to be able to hunt. So, how do we carry it? Silence in the hut, though the sounds of the surrounding jungle seemed louder and more intimidating than ever.
I do macrame,
Cass said in a hesitant voice. McKenna looked at her with a blank look, which from her flush must have been reflected on most of the faces.
Well, jungles have lots of vines. If you cut me some and make sure there are no ants on them, I can weave a small bag that we can carry it in.
McKenna blinked. Crafts were not anything she had much experience with. Cleaning guns, knowing laws, and lately, cooking a shit ton of food, but not crafts. That sounds great. What do you need?
Vines? Young, flexible, as much as you can get as long as you can manage?
Got it. JD, will you and Perce get that hard drive out and I'll go find some vines? Without ants? Cass cracked a half smile without much humor.
Ants here have nasty bites, and I don't feel like adding that to the abuse I've been through today.
Valid point. McKenna paused, looking at her bare feet. Even on the relatively smooth floor of the hut, her feet hurt with the small rocks. But she didn't want to shift fully to warrior, just to have to go to animal. We4, can you help? Can you make the soles of my feet tougher or help me to just shift my feet to paws? I notice they don't react to the stones and twigs like my human feet do. The AI hummed in her mind for a minute. The oddest feeling, like a vibration she heard but didn't feel.
The easiest option is to add layers of skin to your feet and deaden the sensations unless there is actual damage.
And the energy costs?
Minimal if I can use your toenails and shift them to the bottom of your feet.
Sure, do it. McKenna didn't know if she was sure, but at this point, having toenails didn't strike her as very important. Her feet started to tingle. Then the discomfort of standing on rocky ground faded as her toenails disappeared millimeter by millimeter. It qualified as the creepiest and coolest thing she'd seen in a while.
That is extremely creepy and fascinating.
She glanced up to see Cass staring at her feet also.
What and why is that happening?
Trying to protect my feet so I can go get some vines.
Huh. Makes sense.
She still stared at McKenna's feet until the nails had disappeared and her feet felt fine. Lots and long, right? McKenna asked, holding up her still-clawed hand.
Please, and flexible. The more you get me, the bigger and tighter of a bag I can make, and we might need it for other stuff.
Got it. Anyone need me? There were negative remarks through her links, though no one verbally responded. Charlie's dark link, along with the twins, caused a pang, but she pushed it aside. She would get back to him. If she had to cross the continent to do it, she would. But she needed to make sure he'd be alive to come back to. We ready, we4? A flash of odd confusion hit her, but then the AI responded.
Your extremities are ready to bear your weight and prevent injury.
I'll take that as a yes. She rolled her eyes to herself and stepped out into the jungle. Filtered light hit her skin like warm kisses in the holes through the canopy. Sweat beaded around the base of her hairline. Apparently, even the minimal shade offered by the hut made a difference. Animals fell silent as she moved, and scents she'd never smelled before eddied around her. In the hut, she'd smelled them, but they weren't anything she'd paid attention to. Too much other drama going on. Now she did. Hunger rapped at the back of her mind, but she pushed it away. Though as she moved, she kept an eye out for food. She saw various plants with fruits and seeds, but she had no idea what country they were in, much less what qualified as edible. Meat you could always eat, even skunk. Snakes? There should be snakes around here. They might be the easiest. Maybe? Damn it, what I don't know. And lack of food is going to get me killed faster than this damn drug. We4, if I tasted something, could you tell me if it would kill me or if we could eat it?
Maybe. Sensing any negative changes to your tissues should be possible and prevent any negative reactions to your digestive system. If the amount remains small, it should be able to be contained. However, resources are tight right now as the damage caused by the poison is stretching responses. Without the correct information, fighting this poison is regulated to repair damaged cells only, and the amount of bots in your body is already maxed out.
Okay, we'll see what we can do. Looking around, she spied trees with long vines and approached carefully, assuming plant and wildlife booby traps everywhere. The skunk incident proved a memorable learning experience. It took careful stepping, and she lifted the vine. The width of 2 fingers, it seemed like what she was looking for, but she needed it long. Wrapping it around her hand, she yanked hard, and it groaned but pulled down a little. 3 more hard yanks, and she had about 10 feet. Slicing through with her claws ended up being harder than she thought. Repeating it at another tree, and another. By the fourth tree, she'd gotten into a rhythm and reached out to wrap a vine around her hand to give it a sharp yank, when every place the vine touched felt like fire scorched it. "Yeah!" McKenna screeched, letting go and looking at her hand and wrist. 3 large, blackish-brown ants graced her hand, their abdomens slamming down into her, each impact feeling like a tracer of fire lashed through her. "Fuck!" She flicked each of them off of her hands and stared as the pain continued to radiate. "We 4? Ant sting. We'll try to compensate, but the pain cannot be stopped completely." McKenna wanted to cry, to scream, and to know why all this was happening to her. The pain from the stings pushed her right to the limit. Breathe in, breathe out. It is just pain. You're becoming very familiar with pain. The taser, getting shot, shifting, whipping. This just qualified as pain. She closed her eyes, concentrating on dealing. She had the AI. If she lost her marbles, all of them were dead. Them in the jungle, and all the people they loved. Breathe. It took a good 5 minutes. Between breathing, we 4 dulling the pain, and reminding herself that a breakdown would take up energy she didn't have before she went back to collecting vines. This time, she remembered to check each vine for ants. After this, fur would be nice. At least then she didn't think she could get bit or stung, or at least not as easily. The vines were heavy and unwieldy. By the time she got back, sweat ran down her body, and she had added water as another concern. They were likely to have diarrhea from the microbes in the water. All the things they were going to face, and probably still die, hammered at her, and she fought to seem calm and controlled. In a way, it made her feel better when she walked in and saw tear stains on Tony and Cass's faces. They were in a corner, leaning against each other, fear and strain etched on their faces. The 2 men had destroyed the laptop. It lay in tiny pieces, and she saw drops of blood on parts of the laptop, its coppery scent rich in the air. Her stomach grumbled. "Hey," her voice soft as she walked in. "Just so you know, those ants Cass warned me about are vicious." She held out her hand, the line of bright red swollen spots. Purse hissed as Tony moved over to look at her hand closely. "Does it hurt?" McKenna snorted. "I honestly think getting shot hurts less. At least that was only once. We 4 made the pain less, but yes, it still hurts like hell." Cass had wide eyes as she looked at that.
Well, I can tell you it was probably a bullet ant, which means we're in South America, not Africa. If that helps.
McKenna took the information in and shrugged. South America is a big place. At least I won't have to swim an ocean, so there's that. This is what you needed? Cass took the vines and nodded.
Yep, give me a few.
She started to go into a cross-legged pose, glanced around, and switched to a side-kneeling position. McKenna couldn't blame her. Sitting naked like that exposed everything. With interest, McKenna watched her hands move, twist, tie, and pull. With occasional creative cussing, in 10 minutes, give or take, she had a net bag big enough for any of them to carry around their neck, with a double net to prevent the small drive from slipping out easily. I'm impressed. Me too. The next question is who carries it, Purse said. Vague memories are telling me carrying it in our teeth would not be the best option.
Oh, no, Cass shook her head. It isn't poisonous or anything, but the sap could have weird effects and probably tastes awful.
From the looks on their faces, she figured they had the same reaction she had. Ick. JD, you're probably the largest animal of all of us. You'd probably be the best. He nodded and shrugged.
If he changes first, I can make sure it fits without getting in his way.
Cass's voice had a hesitant quality, keeping her eyes on her hands, but darting up to look at JD under her lashes. McKenna honestly didn't know if she wanted to slap the girl or coo over her cuteness. McKenna arched a brow at JD. She doubted anyone would be bigger than him, but then she didn't remember what Purse turned into. A cat? Maybe? And the girl? She had no idea. Tony, I'll need to lead the way since I've got the GPS. If you can bring up the rear to make sure we don't drop it or something, I think your coloring is going to be the best here, and maybe the climate won't bug you as much. At this point, McKenna would consider trading sexual favors for a shower. Every bit of dust, sap, pollen, and other better-off unknown items clung to her damp skin. Okay. Tony's voice still held echoes of tears, and she wanted to hug her. But she knew, all the way down to her soul, if she did that, she would fall apart. Right now, she couldn't do that. Wouldn't do that. She had promises to keep, and a man to track down and kill. Breaking down didn't appear on that schedule. A sound brought her out of her musing, and she looked to see JD shifting. That strange, not quite painful morphing the body did to move into their animal shape. Something niggled at the back of her mind, but she couldn't pull it out, so she let it sit. Eventually it would come to her. Wow. The words slipped out of both Purse and Cass, staring at JD with wide eyes. You knew he turned into a bear, right? Purse half shrugged, not taking his eyes from JD. Knowing and seeing it are two completely different things. Looking at JD again, she tried to see it from their point of view, and had to admit he looked impressive and intimidating. Standing at 4 feet at the shoulders, light brown fur, he yawned, exposing teeth as long as her normal fingers, and she knew how sharp his claws were. Damn, I'm glad you're on my side. Please, we're pack. Where else would I be? His tone teased her and made her feel better at the same time. He moved his huge frame over to Cass, and she spent the next bit getting the net bag to hang around his neck. McKenna frowned, looking at him and then at her sweat-slicked skin.
There. If he gets snagged, we'll have to undo it carefully or it might break. And the drier the vines get, the more fragile, but we have about 2 weeks. They are hardy plants.
McKenna added that information as Cass stood.
I'm not as impressive, but hopefully I can be useful.
With a look of relief, McKenna realized she had gained a certain comfort level with nudity. She started to shift. It seemed slower than JD's shift, like she didn't do it often. Huh. That's a new one. A huge Wolverine, well, huge by Wolverine standards, stood on all fours in the hut, and McKenna felt the sigh of relief from the girl, who had to be her age, if not older. When did I get so jaded? Probably after the whipping and rape. JD's dry voice made her snort, and glad only he had heard that. She'd forgotten to mute him. Or it seemed weird to not have them in her head all the time. She felt bitter sorrow from Tony, and sent her a thought filled with promise and ironclad certainty. We will protect them and keep them safe. We four and I are working on beating the poison. We'll figure something out. Tony turned dark eyes to her, nodded once, and shifted. McKenna knew she ran from her emotions and understood the turmoil. If the man behind all of this stood in front of them right now, Tony would have killed him and eaten his liver with relish. But this waiting, praying, and hoping they were making the right choices tore her apart. The black jaguar rolled her shoulders, and Purse blinked. Wow, she's stunning. Then he jumped and turned red. She talked to you in your mind? Yeah. Reminded me she wasn't an animal and said thank you. Sorry, still mental disconnect sometimes. You just need to change more. Okay, Mr. NFL, your turn. Yeah, guess so. He swallowed and began to shift. McKenna worked hard on not enjoying the show, since the men had been so good about not ogling them, but she couldn't help but notice the level of male attractiveness. When it was over, her jaw dropped with a whispered, "Holy fuck." Most of the other animals had stepped back too, looking at Perce with the animal variant of astonishment. Chapter 34. Jungle Life.
Breaking news out of London. In a scene eerily reminiscent of a cult horror movie, a man shifted into wolf form and started attacking people. The police corralled him in an alley, but even after being tranquilized, he hasn't come back to sanity. Backtracking his movements, police discovered the horrible remains of his family in the apartment. No one has any idea, and all scans for drugs have turned up negative. At this time, he is being held at the local zoo and watched around the clock, hoping he will snap out of it.
CNN News anchor. Standing in front of her was an animal that hadn't roamed the earth since man could build cities. What are you again? A homotherium? All the channels were open so they could all hear him. The cat from prehistoric times stood a bit taller at the shoulder than JD. While his hips sloped down a good 4 inches, his dappled coat and tufted ears reminded her of a bobcat or a lynx. Pretty didn't describe him, but the fangs that implied he could sever limbs with a single bite definitely rated as striking, deadly, and fascinating. I'm really feeling outclassed, but it's time to get this show on the road. Keep an eye out for anything that looks edible. Bugs, fruit, snakes. We need to eat, and we'll have to trust our nanobots to make drinking the water survivable. We don't have much choice. And no, the idea of eating snakes doesn't excite me, but I suspect soon the damn ant that stung me might look edible. McKenna made sure her voice, both verbal and mental, had sarcastic humor in it. She felt the agreement through the links. One last glance at the GPS, making sure she had positioned it so she could see it in cat form, then, with a sense of relief, slipped into her cougar. The form felt easy and comfortable, and not being nude in front of people removed a portion of that stress. Binds society puts on us. Her thought had bitter amusement as she finished shifting and stretched. The jungle had more moisture than her home, but the heat didn't bug her as much as she expected. We need to find water first, so everyone listen and use your noses. I suspect while we might not make as much noise as humans, we are going to be noisy as all get out to the other animals. Let's get the show on the road. She could feel Tony taking up the back position, but her jaguar body disappeared into the shadows with grace. Perce's dappled marking helped, but she, JD, and Cass all stood out in the alien landscape. Shaking her head mentally, she started at a fast walk with no idea how far they were from where they needed to be. The sounds, smells, even the way the soil felt under her paws, all combined to create a weird disorientation. Being hungry and thirsty didn't help. She tried to focus and see if she could smell water or food. Would be good. We four, can you help with any of this? Her question was quiet, meant only for the AI, not wanting to get anyone's hopes up. At this time, no. The scents aren't anything recorded in databases. Hunting will have to be on your end, but discomfort from the water should not be an issue. Small blessings, I guess. Thanks. They made a lot of noise, but as they progressed, it got quieter, as everyone learned to move through this landscape with more grace. Everyone okay? She turned her head as she asked, noting that JD moved slower already. Cass stayed near him, but all of their steps were huge compared to her stride in that body. Perce and Tony looked fine. They had their heads raised, paying attention to everything. A scent filtered through the link and she sighed to herself. JD wouldn't say anything until he'd gotten to half dead. They needed water. She paused and listened. Lately, with the drugs, she'd been so focused on her nose she'd ignored most of her other senses. But water should have a sound. The barest trickle of sound to the right. Wait here, I want to check something. You sure? Want company?
Perce's tone had no arrogance, simple curiosity and a touch of concern. She almost said no, but going alone into any place you didn't know qualified as stupid. Yes, the rest of you wait for a minute. From the way JD and Cass sagged to the ground under the shade, she knew she'd made the right decision. Perce moved up and walked next to her. She tried to figure out where that water sound came from. You hear that? That rushing sound? Is that water? Towards the right, I think. Perce paused, tilting his head. It seemed odd to her. Powerful jaws with long fangs. She wouldn't want to fight him. You might be right. Head that way and see if it gets louder? She nodded, an odd gesture in cat form, and walked that direction, still wary about the landscape here. She didn't want any ant stings on her paws, but she also started to think about what else she could eat. Scanning as she walked, she could hear life all around her, but couldn't see any to pounce on or snap at. Her cat taste buds didn't like fruits and vegetables, but she could eat them just fine. The sound got a bit louder, and she almost stumbled as they stepped out from under the shade of a tree, and a river ran by her paws. It barely qualified as a river. She probably could have leapt across it if she tried. Looking both ways, she didn't see anything, and the smell of it wrapped around her, urging her to drink. Keep a lookout while I get a drink? Even as she asked, it felt stupid. But then this entire situation felt surreal. Yes. Perce's simple answer reassured her, and she took 2 steps, looking at the water, and trying to remember what she knew about South American animals. The answer kept coming back with nothing. The wetness on her paws felt like heaven. Though the muddy water didn't look appetizing, her thirst didn't care. The first lap of liquid coursed into her body, and she went for a second. Hold. She froze at Weefor's voice. The water should be analyzed before you continue. McKenna crouched there, frozen, waiting. The need to drink clawing at her, but she waited, trying to distract herself. A flicker of motion caught her eye, and she focused on the water. Fish. She sent it to Perce, who moved over and looked at the water too. Think we can catch them? The only animal I've ever seen catching fish is a bear, and that was on Nature Specials. I have no idea. But the idea of sushi is sounding very good. His voice had amusement and interest, and she flicked an ear at him. You are safe to drink. The microbes in the water will be easily handled. And the others? Information is being transmitted now to provide instructions. McKenna didn't even bother. She just drank. The chilly water tasted faintly of fish and dirt, but mostly sweet water. Thirsty? Amusement filtered down the link. Yes, but full now. Your turn. She stepped back, looking around, and called back to the others. We found water. Head our direction. She and JD had learned to follow their links to each other a while ago, so she knew he'd lead them here. Right now, she wanted fish. About 100 yards downstream, there is a narrower section. Perce pointed it out, and she moved downstream to look at it. Noises had her looking up, and she saw JD lumber through the trees, the other 2 following them. Stop! Cass's voice had an imperative quality to it that brought them to a halt. She moved over to JD, pulled off the net and the drive, carrying it carefully in long claws and setting it down on the bank, well away from the water. Now you can get wet. JD huffed and just walked into the water and sank into it, drinking and letting his body rest. You okay? Her link private and only for him, even as her eyes didn't move from the net. Yes. Nothing else as he lay in the water. She let it go. This time, she opened up all the channels. Perce, you think we could use the net bag in that narrow section here and catch some fish? The prehistoric cat jerked his head to look at the net, and then at the section. The tight weave, small enough to prevent the hard drive from slipping out, would catch fish too, and dry off quickly. Let's try. Cass had followed their conversation. The wolverine moved over and extracted the hard drive from the net, and with fingers, or claws, that were surprisingly flexible, she altered the configuration slightly so they could stretch it across the mouth of the creek. McKenna glanced down at her paws. Cats did not have opposable thumbs, and right now she missed that. Moving into warrior form would burn calories she didn't have. JD, get your lazy ass over here. We need your paws. They are a lot more flexible than mine. Amusement washed through their links, but JD heaved himself up and headed over towards where they stood. Cass had already brought the net over. She held one end and watched JD walk through the river to the other side. His thick coat and muscles ignored the chilly water, and McKenna thought she might dive in before they left. But right now, food occupied her. JD reached across and linked his hand through the net, pulling on it as Purse and Cass held it. Purse standing on it as Cass wrapped her claws through it. They dropped it in the water, the net covering most of the relatively narrow gap. The net sagged, then tugged sharply again and again. McKenna held her breath, letting them work it out. If she stuck her nose in, it would just cause stress. She backed up and padded over to where Tony lay, the link between them bright. Hey, you holding up? This doesn't bug me. Stress about my kids is killing me, but this isn't a big deal. Water helped, and I'm really hoping they get fish. Heads up. JD's words rang in her head, and she jerked her head to see a wiggling, slimy thing flying towards them. She jumped back, then pounced in the same move as it hit the ground, her claws sinking into it. It had to weigh about 25 pounds, and it hit the ground with a solid thunk. It still wriggled, even with her claws in it. She felt the saliva pooling in her mouth, but she pushed it back. You first, Tony. The mental snort tickled her mind. You're literally drooling. Eat. They've got a few more they're about to toss our way. McKenna looked up to see JD reaching back into the net and grabbing another fish, this one bigger than the first, and lobbing it their way. She didn't need to be told twice. Her teeth sank in, and McKenna stepped back, letting the cat drive. Normally, she kept her human needs and drives first and foremost, but this time, she didn't. The cold blood gushed into her mouth, rich with iron and fat. Part of her mind noted a slightly muddy taste, but the calories that came with every swallow pushed everything away. She stripped it down to bones, gnawing around them and letting the cat deal with eating the eyeballs while McKenna focused on anything else. She raised her head to see Tony chowing down on another one, and two more laying on the bank in front of her. Looking further, she saw JD inhaling one, even as he held the net with another claw. Purse licked his chops, pulled the bag out of the water a bit, sharp 5-inch claws extending. He grabbed one, pulling it to his feet, then let the bag slide back into the water, his hind paws making sure to anchor it. Cass had neatly dissected the fish, eating it with a weird, neat precision. You need to eat more. Animals can gorge. You should all gorge yourselves to give yourself the energy you will need for your mission. From the ear twitches and jerks in bodies, McKenna figured we four had sent that to everyone. She shrugged mentally and set about doing just that. Anyone have any more room to eat anything? JD's voice rang in their heads, and his only answer was a chorus of groans, mental and physical. McKenna looked at her paw, glad the GPS tracker had waterproof stamped on it. We should get going. If I'm reading this right, we still have 20 miles to go, and as we've seen, the jungle doesn't make for fast travel. Everyone rose, their mental links happier, and food giving them what they needed. With a sigh, she led them out, following the river, making sure they got the net and the hard drive. I'm coming for you, Charlie. I don't care about killing these people, but I am coming back for you. I told you I'd never leave. The thoughts gave her strength as they moved close to their goal, and she ignored the odd cramps and twinges inside her body. Dying would have to wait until they could secure safety for their families. Chapter 6. Making the Offer.
The rate of new people shifting has declined sharply, and the consistent percentage seems to stay at 2%. No new children have shifted, so at this time we are assuming this is the new reality. There are questions about pregnancy and if it can be transmitted. So far it does not seem to be contagious, but It may be 6 years or more before we will know about any children, and even then, the answers may not be conclusive. If any new information is discovered, we will pass it along.
TNN Science Advisor. McKenna paid attention to the trip to Tony's this time. JD drove in the morning, and she'd been so stressed thinking about the upcoming review and the mess that she'd barely paid any attention. I never gave you her address this morning. How did you know where she lived? We spent a lot of time together while you were missing. She cast him an arch look and kept all innuendo out of her voice. Anything there between you two? JD shook his head, and she swore she saw a hint of disappointment there. Nope. Just that we both were stressed over missing loved ones. She's a nice lady, but not my type. Don't get me wrong. We are becoming good friends, but nothing romantic there at all. She shrugged. Okay. Didn't want to stick my nose in and ruin anything. Nothing to ruin. Nice woman. I like her. But I'm not interested in her, or she in me. So noted. She fell silent, thinking. Then, like poking at a sore, she asked, We four? Yes. JD started, and she closed her eyes, noting both lights were lit. She clicked on the one that felt like Charlie, and it dimmed. Are you talking to both of us? Your channel is open, and he is within range, so at this point, yes. Thank God, because I swear if I start going crazy in addition to this ugly mug, I'm becoming a monk. McKenna laughed, but focused on the being in her body. So, you really are of alien origin? She spoke out loud, out of habit. Yes. She took a deep breath, then the words burst out of her. I don't want to deal with aliens or anything else. I can deal with shifting. I like shifting. It feels right. I'm not a commander. I don't want to deal with aliens. Understood. McKenna heaved a sigh of relief, and JD smiled at her. Glad that is done with. Now, let's go get the pizza and see if the kids have caused Tony to pull out all her hair yet. Pulling up at Tony's house 20 minutes later, McKenna felt lighter. She didn't need to deal with any aliens or other weird things. Maybe her life could get back to a new normal. As they pulled up into the driveway, she actually looked at the house, thinking. A typical Northern California ranch house, it sat on a tiny lot. And she imagined a small backyard-provided play area in the back. It looked cramped and overpriced for what you paid. They emerged from the Hummer carrying pizza boxes, 5 each, and approached the door. It swung open before they reached it, and Charlie came bounding out, followed by the younger twins.
Pizza!
They chorused, as Jamie and Jessie slammed into McKenna, almost knocking her over as they wrapped hugs around her waist. Her heart quivered a bit as she tried to balance the pizzas and hug them back.
We missed you,
Jamie said as he looked up at her. I missed you too. And the truth rang straight in her heart and mind. And that scared her more than anything. The weight of the pizzas disappeared from her arm, and she looked up to see Tony grinning at her, the pizzas in her hands. I didn't want to risk you dropping the food because of the monsters. Tony's smile held warmth and welcome, and McKenna smiled back as she looked at JD talking to Charlie as they walked in. Charlie glancing back to check on her, and the twins refusing to let go. This place feels more like home than anything I can remember. The thought caused her heart to race and seize in her chest. McKenna pushed it away, adding it to the list of things she didn't want to think about, and instead ruffled the hair of both children. Enjoying being home? Yes. And getting to use a toilet normally. Jessie's voice held darkness that no 7-year-old should hold, and McKenna pulled her tighter for a minute. She let them go as she followed them into the house. It matched what she had seen of Tony so far. Practical, comfortable, without any need to show off. Solid furniture, muted paint on the walls, and bright-colored hangings that hinted at Peru. She followed the kids as they tore into the kitchen where Tony stood there with JD putting the pizza on the table. A sliding glass door looked out on a small yard with a slide in it and not much else. The kids grabbed 2 boxes, looked at Tony, who nodded and headed outside with the pizza in their hands. Charlie glanced at her as they went out, but when she smiled and nodded, he went outside too. As soon as the door closed, Tony strode over to McKenna and pulled her into a bone-creaking hug. McKenna stiffened for a second, then relaxed into it and hugged the smaller woman back, the human touch setting off a need she hadn't realized she had.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping my children safe. Thank you for not letting those monsters touch them. Thank you for everything.
McKenna felt the tears from Tony soak into her shirt, but she just hugged back.
Always.
After a minute of a painfully tight hug, Tony relaxed her grip and stepped back, dashing the tears away from her face with a sharp slash of her hand.
So, you went to work?
Obviously trying to steer the conversation to something less emotionally heavy. But McKenna had too many bombshells she needed to drop. And the need for the connection to Tony and the twins grew the longer she knew them.
Kinda, but let's save that for later. Grab a seat and maybe a drink. I've got some stuff to tell you that involves you and the kids. And didn't you say you had a nanny or something to help you? I don't see her.
Tony paled, but grabbed a beer out of the fridge, handing one to JD. McKenna shook her head. Beer never tasted good to her.
Karina, yeah. She and JD helped keep me sane, but since I took this week off, she wanted to go home and see her parents and brothers. She has her own rooms and bathroom in the back. She'll be sad at missing you, but she needed a break from the stress as much as I needed to be with the kids nonstop this week. So spill, what do I need to know?
As they sat and ate pizza, McKenna, with insertions from JD, explained about the drones, commander modules, damage, aliens, and the connection. When they were done, 4 pizzas were gone. Tony had cycled through a series of emotions, but now she nursed her second beer, eyes distant.
Can I connect to my kids this way, or do you always have to be present?
We 4? A quick mental check ensured the link to JD remained open, so he should hear any answer.
She will be able to connect if they merge blood, though your commands would override.
JD shot her a look at that, and McKenna didn't bring up that part. She'd avoided the whole commander controlling the drones thing. Right now, she wanted to keep that mostly between herself and JD. Who knew how much Anne remembered, but McKenna had little doubt she would talk to anyone about it. The answer is yes, you can, if they merge their blood with you.
Then yes. In a heartbeat, yes. The ability to be able to talk to them if, when you don't know where they are, is every parent's dream. Be aware they can shut it off, and remember there is a radius that is effective. With what just happened, it wouldn't have helped. You still wouldn't have found them. Understood. But still, a few miles, a lost kid in a mall, this would make doing amusement parks much less stressful. So yes, and the kids too.
McKenna blinked.
Shouldn't we ask them?
Tony snorted. You aren't a mom. Trust me, they'll be all over it, and I'm more than willing to offer bribes to get this one, even if they aren't. Besides, you said Charlie did it, right? McKenna nodded. They'll be doubly eager to do this. They idolize him almost as much as you.
Oh. Okay, then.
She reached for the knife she'd slipped into her kilt pouch.
Want to do it now? Yes, but let's get the kids in here so they can watch.
Tony rose, tapped on the glass, and beckoned the kids inside, and came back to sit down. In less than a minute, all 3 were in, gathered around the table, pizza sauce tracing their mouth, faces red from the running around. McKenna noted none of them had changed, and didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. I need to remember to follow up asking about getting a therapist for all of them, me included, but that part has already been arranged. I've got the first meeting tomorrow. Maybe I can ask her to talk to Charlie, too. The idea had merit, and she filed it, focusing her attention on the here and now. More blood. Seems my life has revolved around it lately, and you've been awful quiet, we 4.
You haven't needed my input,
And you've made your discomfort with both my presence and the other aspects of being commander clear. A rush of guilt flooded her, but she forced it down and answered. Yep, so thanks. Focusing her attention back to the here and now, she looked at them. I found a way to talk mind to mind with people that can shift. Your mom wants to do it with me and then with you guys so you can talk mind to mind. Oh, can I do it with them too? I'd like to have someone to talk with, Charlie asked, his face lighting up, and the level of wistfulness in his tone sliced across her. McKenna had to bite back her immediate response giving him permission. It wasn't her choice. Tony glanced at him, then back at McKenna, indecision clear on her face. Let me try it first, then with them before I answer. Charlie's face slipped back into that neutral mask she saw whenever other adults were about. Her eyes narrowed. JD, did you ever run any checks on Charlie's parents? His eyes flicked to her, then over to Charlie, a thoughtful look on his face. No, but I'll put in a request. Something isn't right about his reactions. She nodded and turned back to Tony. Ready? Yes. How do we do this? Tony chewed on her lip, and dilated eyes locked on the knife in McKenna's hand. McKenna snorted. Quit stressing. Basic blood brother crap here. She drew it against the fleshy pad of her thumb, a wheel of blood pooling up, and handed the knife to Tony. With a frown of concentration and a hiss as the knife opened her flesh, she mimicked McKenna's actions. Tony's eyes were narrowed as she looked up at her. Now what? I'm a bit worried at how fast this became commonplace to me. McKenna took her hand and pressed their thumbs together, wounds spreading apart, the blood mixing. That's it? Tony asked, her brows raised. Yep, that's it. Give it 10 minutes. Now, want me linked with your kiddos? Yes. Come here, monsters. The two kids were both wide-eyed and almost bouncing with excitement. Tony made careful cuts in their hands, and McKenna pressed her palm to each of theirs, then watched as they did it to Tony. Before any of the adults could say anything, the twins slapped their palms together. In her head, McKenna heard JD think, "Wonder Twins' powers activate." She snorted, shaking her head as everyone looked at her. Charlie, do you still want to? Charlie froze, as if scared to express what he really wanted, then nodded, slowly. Tony took a deep breath, carefully not looking anywhere but him, and handed him the knife. The smile that lit up his face made him look like a child, and McKenna felt her eyes burn. With his tongue between his teeth, he made a careful cut on his hand. She could see the white line where the cut had been made this morning, then held out his hand to the twins. Jessie grinned and slapped her hand against his, and they both winced. Jamie laughed at them and waited, then carefully pressed his hand to the cut after Jessie pulled away. In her mind, a small switchboard lit up. Not with names, just she knew who each light belonged to. Wonder what happens when I get more people. As a commander, you automatically adjust to activate the groups or individuals you want. We4's voice filled her mind, and McKenna blinked. Thanks. She flipped Tony and the twins to on. Hey, guys. 3 people whirled to look at her with wide eyes and shocked expressions.
I heard you in my head.
The 3-way stereo made her cringe and hold her head. Okay, note to self, do not do that. Tony burst into peals of laughter, and the kids looked at each other, a stream of chatter bouncing into McKenna's head. Oh, God, mute. The frantic thought and the stream of babble between the kids went silent. Though she could sense it, it no longer intruded into her thoughts. McKenna looked at Tony, who all but glowed. Before she could ask what Tony thought, her phone rang and she jumped. With a frown, she pulled it out to look at it. A number local to Placer County, but not her. With a resigned sigh, she answered the phone. If it's a telemarketer or reporter, I swear I'm hanging up. This is McKenna Largo. Miss Largo, this is Roy Wallace, the section manager for Child Protective Services. I'd like to talk to you about Charlie Davis.
Chapter 36. Lurking Everywhere.
Research on this virus has come to a halt. Currently, researchers are unable to continue trials as they are stuck without authorization for human trials, and repeated tests have proved, even with bonobo monkeys, the virus goes inert. At this point, most labs say they will halt research until additional information comes to light. While it is still considered a virus, the behavior is implying it might be more or maybe less than that. Some are suggesting a new type of prion as it can pass through the membrane around the brain.
TNN science reporter. The snake tasted odd after laying there the rest of the night as Perce stood watch. He said he didn't mind going with a bit less sleep. Years of practice made him an expert. McKenna didn't follow up with it, but curiosity tickled the back of her mind. Why did he have practice going without sleep? Pain wreathed her, and she noticed the others moved as slowly as she did, halting as if steeling themselves. They all ate as much as they could stand, knowing they couldn't guarantee they would get more food, especially not as protein-based with as comparatively little work. Even though she knew most of their animals were better at night, she still felt more comfortable moving during the day. The next morning, they headed out after the gorging, and McKenna fought down the desire to throw up as a wave of pain lanced through her. The GPS showed they still had a long way to go, but they moved faster this morning, their bodies more in sync with their movement through the jungle. This time, she paid more attention to what went on around her in the jungle. The sounds started to become more familiar and tell her information that the first day just created a level of white noise. Today, she tracked animals moving around them. The birds that felt quiet as they moved by and the sounds insects made in the background became comforting. It terrified her. She glanced back, resisting the desire to move faster, but JD and Cass couldn't move as fast for as long. JD could do fast bursts of speed, but not the long sustained pace. Out of deference, she kept their movement at a steady pace that all of them could handle. They chattered back and forth, and their mental voices bouncing back and forth, giving her information about how they felt in their mood. Tony remained the quietest, a dark current under her thoughts, but she still interacted. In many ways, McKenna remained the quietest, focused, scared, and trying to figure out how to kill a man she'd never met. The animal state did help. Guilt required too much effort to dredge up, so she just focused on the now. A sound discordant from the rest of the normal jungle sounds, and she froze. Stop, be quiet. We aren't talking out loud. JD's voice implied he was laughing. If she had been human, she might have blushed. Instead, she snorted. Fine, but listen. The sound that had grabbed her attention repeated. A mechanical engine, revving up and then started to whine. Chainsaw. Perce sounded sure, and JD agreed. We need to avoid these people. Anyone seeing us is going to shoot first and ask questions later. We're still about 7 miles out. We should spread out a bit and quit traveling as a group.
How far can we talk to each other?
Cass asked, a bit of hesitancy in her voice. She'd stayed close to JD the entire time, and her discomfort at moving off by her own rang clear. Distance in this terrain is approximately 1 mile. Wee Four's voice didn't even cause them to flinch this time, but she saw them relax a bit, knowing they didn't have to be within sight of each other. Then let's spread out a bit. You can focus on where I am to know where to go. Anything else? A chorus of negatives, and she went forward, planning on continuing towards their goal and trying to locate where the noise came from. The next thick grove of trees answered her question, as she peered out to see 2 men cutting up a fallen tree. It took a minute, but she saw the faint path that they had come in via. She faded back into the trees, taking a wide berth around the men, and kept moving towards the location on the GPS. Within an hour, all signs of people disappeared, and they joined back up in a clear area near a still pool of water. I'm assuming since you didn't say anything, no one saw anyone else? Nope, clear with animals. I have to admit that walking, though by myself, is much more interesting than with all of you. Tony's voice reached all of them, even as she bent down to drink from the pool, her black coat reflecting in the ripples in the water. McKenna turned to look at the ripples. Hadn't a minute ago it been smooth? She started to turn her head away when the ripples sped up, and an alligator burst out of the formerly calm pool or water, latching onto Tony. Tony! JD and her mental voices overlapped into a searing imperative as they lunged. Tony screamed, the cat's cry of pain breaking the quiet of the jungle. The alligator's jaws clamped down on Tony's leg and started dragging her backwards, the red blood dripping down through the gaps in its teeth. Tony couldn't even manage words, just a scream of pain through their shared channel. Even as McKenna darted towards her, JD had gotten there first and shifted, his body morphing faster than she'd ever seen him shift to a bear. He changed into warrior form. A huge bear man with claws longer than Perseus' fangs slashed down through the alligator's back. "Let my sister go!" The words roared out of his mouth, so deep and basso that McKenna felt her whiskers vibrate. Perse started forward, and his teeth sank into the tail of the alligator, and he began to try to drag it out of the water. The alligator thrashed its powerful tail, dragging Perse back into the water, even as JD in warrior form yanked his claws through the spine of the alligator, severing it. The muscles twitched, even as the life fled from the animal. "Get it off! Get it off! Get it off!" Tony's voice bounced between pain and panic. JD reached down, one clawed hand wrapping around the lower jaw, the other grabbing the top snout, and he pulled. The alligator's skull tore in half as JD pulled with a sucking sound, the teeth ripping out of Tony's leg. She'd been pulling back against the teeth, hind legs dug into soft mud, trying to fight against the alligator's attack. The teeth had torn down her foreleg, shredding the muscle and tissue in that leg. A keening sound came from her, cutting through everything. McKenna crouched next to her, looking at the blood flowing from the wound. "What can we do?" Cass's voice held terror even as she petted Tony, trying to offer comfort. "Feed her. She must shift, eat, shift. It should give her a chance to heal and the fuel to support it." Weefor's voice laid out the plan, and McKenna looked at the alligator and snarled. "Drag that over here. Start tearing it into chunks and feed it to her. Tony, do you have enough energy to change now?" "Yeah, I think so, but I can't eat that as a human." "I know. Change, then change back." Tony's head lowered, and she panted for a minute, then started to shift. McKenna watched as the body moved and changed, eyes locked onto the wound as it stopped gushing blood. Pulling up on her arm, in human, it still had gaping open wounds, but now blood seeped instead of gushed. Tony lay on the ground, muddy, with blood on her arm, panting, but the keening of pain had slowed. Good. Do it again. JD and Perse were chunking up the alligator into a bunch of small pieces, leaving it sitting in the blood. "Change back, Tony." His voice still deep and growly, and raised the hackles on her body. "Yeah. Give me a second. I can't digest this fast, so even though I can feel the nanobots working overtime to digest." Her voice stayed high and tight as she tried to breathe evenly. Everyone waited, watching her, the tension clear in everyone's posture. With another deep breath, she shifted again, a whimper escaping as she turned back into a jaguar, sides heaving, but the pain had lessened from her relaxation of her muscles. The wounds were still there, but closed and not bleeding. "Again, Tony." Before the word faded in their minds, JD handed her a chunk of alligator. Cass held her claws out, and he and Perse started to pile pieces into her clawed hands. Tony ate with a grim determination. She ate about 2 pounds of flesh, then shifted again. "Tony?" She lay in on the ground. On her arm, only red, angry-looking wounds. "Oh, so much better." "Yeah, I'm fine. Let me rest for a minute." Her voice sounded better, but still shaky. A huge stomach ache. Note, human stomach's not as big as animal. Take your time, no major rush. And so noted, gorging and shifting is uncomfortable. McKenna? JD's voice in her mind, not out loud, and the odd tone made her turn and look at him, ears back with stress. We might want to eat as much as we can and leave. There is company incoming. She turned and looked, a hiss escaping her as she saw multiple ripples headed their way. Rip the tail off, JD. You can carry it for a bit so we can eat. Tony, you have to change now, or see if JD can carry you or Purse. But we can't fight off that many alligators. Crap. I'm changing. Tony matched her words with deed and shifted, slower this time, her exhaustion clear. But she stood, and her leg, while it had scars running down the length of her light foreleg with no fur covering them, she stood on it and moved far away from the water. Now! JD turned and roared at the ripples, but they only slowed a bit, still coming. He tore the tail off and one leg, thick with meat, as Purse bounded away after Tony. Cash shoved a remaining chunk in her mouth, then with a deceptively fast waddle, moved to follow Tony. JD turned and growled at the gators already grabbing at the body of their fallen comrade, starting a fight over the corpse. With 3 large bounds, McKenna ran after Tony and Purse, catching up in a shaded undergrowth. The tromping behind her from JD had her turning to actually look at him, now that her heart decided to not try and burst with fear. JD stood at about 6 feet 3 inches, a bit shorter than his human form, fur covering every inch of his body, a modified snout, sharp brown eyes, ears like round discs, long, sharp teeth, and power exuding from every inch of his body. Damn, is that what I looked like? Purse slowed to a stop and looked at JD, a low keen coming from him. Damn, I agree. I didn't realize I looked like this when I changed. I'm surprised those idiots didn't shit themselves when I leapt at them. McKenna choked on laughter, an odd feeling in this body. Agreed. That is much more intimidating than I expected. JD, can you change back? It would be best for him to stay in that form for a while, but there is some data needed. Sure, Weaver. What do you need? Please ingest blood from Tony. Information is needed. Silence filled the mindscape, and everyone turned to look at McKenna, and by default, Weaver. You want me to drink her blood? Asked McKenna. No, just taste. Blood from Tony is needed to help research the current poison infecting all of you. Oh. Everyone fell quiet, and McKenna took a deep breath. Okay, I can taste her blood. Tony, you okay with this? The jaguar lifted her head and bent her head to bite the unwounded leg. Tony created a small wound on her upper foreleg, then held it out to McKenna. Fighting back thinking, refusing to even consider this, McKenna moved to Tony, lowered her head and lapped up the blood. The warmth of the blood compared to the reptile's tasted good, but the knowledge of whose blood she tasted made her choke. That is enough for the information to be collated. McKenna pulled back, and Tony leaned down to lick her own wound. Fighting the animal instincts proved to cause more stress than giving in to them. Now what? Purse's question caused everyone to look at McKenna. She sighed. JD, you stay like that for a while. Everyone needs to eat and give yourself time to digest. With a violent, savage motion, JD split the tail open, exposing the rich, blood-filled flesh to the others. He lifted the leg to his mouth and tore off a huge chunk, his eyes never leaving Cass, who took her oddly delicate bites. McKenna took some for herself, noting the taste, and deciding she'd like to taste it cooked. But the level of revenge in eating the alligator appealed to her. Everyone kept a careful eye on the gators fighting over the dead one. 10 minutes later, they headed out. JD still in warrior form and ranging far ahead, needing to burn off stress. They moved the rest of the day with Cass clearing a space for them that evening. JD changed, collapsing into a bear-shaped pile. McKenna told everyone to sleep, and she stared out at the dark jungle, struggling with how to keep them all safe. Chapter 37. Trampoline.
China is being very close-mouthed about their shifters, but they are offering parents an extra child credit if one of theirs is a shifter. There have been whispers of parents who are both shifters being offered financial incentives to have multiple children. Exactly what will happen if two shifters have a child is yet to be determined, as no children could have been conceived, born, and aged past 6 years old to any shifter couples. That remains a large question. Does this virus translate to children? We won't know for almost a decade, but if it does, what is China planning?
TNN News. Per the GPS, we're about 2 miles out and dusk is falling. I say we wait until dark and then go scout out the place. I smell oil and gas on the air, so I think we'll have to fight for all of us to go unnoticed. JD, Cass, for this, stay back in the trees. That way you can watch our backs and warn us if you see anything. Any other issues or any other ideas? McKenna knew she was making this up as she went, so if anyone had any options, she'd take them. No one said anything, and she fought back the urge to scream. JD, you were military. Any ideas? The bear ducked his head, even as JD spoke, hiding his face from them. Not what I did in the military. I never had anything to do with strategic crap. All military police stuff. Planning raids and the like were not what we worried about. Drunk soldiers trying to sneak off base or drive drunk were. You are no help. Nope, not in this case. Sorry. Not. McKenna smacked him with her tail to the amusement of the group. Tony still hurt, but her wounds were just scars. Everyone else feels exhausted and sick as I do. Even eating had required effort. Yes. That is the poison. Your organs are starting to fail, and the bots are trying to repair. But they can't keep up with repairing the damage. They are not programmed for this use, and it is widespread. I take it that means you haven't figured anything out? Not at this time, but research is proceeding on some information. You will be notified if an answer is found. McKenna lifted her head, letting breeze blow into her face. All that mattered was Charlie and the others. Let's move out. We'll find a good spot for JD and Cass to use as a lookout. They moved out, carefully, but burning energy. Time had run out, and the longer they waited, the more likely the poison would prevent them from succeeding. It took them 2 hours, and the sun sank below the tops of the trees, giving the sky a red-orange glow that looked odd to her cat eyes. All of them crouched in the shadow of the jungle as they looked at their target. A road led up to it, in decent condition, which implied there would be a town not too far away. The house sat in a large clearing with clear lines of sight for the 4 towers. The towers were linked together with a chain-link fence. The only opening was in the one facing the road. It only ran about 8 feet high, but it proved a solid barrier. The house emulated the villas of Italy, sprawling with stucco that had already started to rot with the humidity in the jungle. 3 outbuildings grabbed their attention, though there were a bunch of small hovels near the back of the area up against the fence. One looked like a warehouse, where men were unloading bundles of leaves from the backs of trucks and stacking them in the building. The second one, a bunch of women were emerging from, all wearing something on their bodies and faces, but McKenna couldn't pick out details. They then stopped outside the building, stripped and showered before getting dressed again from items laying on another table. The women didn't move fast, their bodies moving like they ached or had been standing too long. As far as she could tell, no one even paid any attention to their nakedness. A guard standing by another building opened a door and a bunch of kids streamed out straight to the women, wrapping arms around their legs. Bowing over the kids, the women paused, then headed to the hovels and came back out carrying various objects. They then gathered around a stove and sink set roughly in the middle of the living area. Armed guards, the long rifles a distinctive shape, stood at the gate through the fence and the doors to the main house. They could hear some low chatter and the occasional guard calling out, but they weren't close enough to make out the words. Not that any of them would know the language anyhow. McKenna strained to focus on the kids and the women. Seeing in the dark proved no problem, but distance created issues. Everything was blurry and indistinct. Prisoners, you think? The women are processing the drug and they keep the kids to make sure the women don't, what, run? Steal? Making them strip makes it harder to steal. Her words added reality to what they saw. Yeah, I think you're right. They're holding the kids as hostages. Do you think the men are in on it? McKenna answered Percy's question even as she felt the anger seething in the minds of the others. Maybe. Or maybe everyone is being held as hostage against everyone else. We need to figure out where our targets are, but from the way he's treating these people, my reluctance level is lowered a large amount. Agreed. Cass's soft thought vibrated with power. Huh. Trigger there, I guess. Well, we all have them. She kept the thought to herself, but dismissed it as irrelevant and kept looking at the area, trying to match shapes. We have to get into the house, but I'd like to do a bit more scoping out before we do any charging. JD, you and Cass stay here. Tony, if you and Perce would head towards the gate, and if you can, see if they have anything other than low-tech guards here, I'm going to head the other way and see if there's a way to get over the fence. Our claws aren't sharp enough or strong enough to cut through chain link, and I doubt we could get over the fence without mishap. That's a good jump.
All 3 of the cat forms can easily clear that distance. Most pumas can clear 18 feet, while jaguars are known to jump upwards of 10. The structure of the homotherium implies the 6-foot distance would not be an issue in animal form.
Silence met Weefor's remarks. Then Tony, in a tone somewhere between disbelief and excitement. Can we test that first?
There is a branch approximately 9 feet above you. You should be able to leap up on that with a modicum of effort.
All their heads yanked upwards to stare at the branch up above them. Tony tilted to look at the compound in the distance, but they were too far away, and the darkness where they lurked too absolute to allow any human to see them. I need to try this before I go playing super cat over fences. While I'm a hell of a lot more confident now in this form, that is a huge distance. Agreed. McKenna backed up, as did the others, as she watched Tony stare at the branch and crouch, bunching muscles. Her butt wiggled, then she launched up and missed the branch because she sailed over it. Clawing wildly, she grabbed the branch above it, then looked down at them. I went past it. I guess we need to work on power. McKenna tilted her head, thinking. Maybe not. If we can leap and clear that branch and land cleanly on the other side, we should be able to clear that fence with ease. Point. Tony looked down at them from the higher branch, then leapt lightly to the lower one, then to the ground with a soft thud. Oh, that smarts. We should probably practice. Good thing about the fence is, if we overshoot, there isn't anything to whack us on the head.
Whack-a-cat, the new carnival game?
Cass's comment caught McKenna off guard, and she started laughing as she turned to look at Cass, curled up next to JD. Both were watching them with interest clear in their alert ears and rapt attention. So, are we just entertainment for you two? Yup. Even in the mental voice, the sarcasm came through loud and clear. The cats snickered, then turned back to the tree and started to practice. It scared and amazed McKenna how easy and right it felt to leap over that branch. Landing took a bit more practice, but after about 5 times, she could land with ease and barely make a sound. Tony didn't clear as well as she did, but the branch proved no issue, and her leaps were elegant and smooth as she sailed over them. The leaps Perce made were things of beauty, each one perfect and light as he went over, almost in slow motion, landing with a soft thud she only heard because she listened for it. I think I'm jealous. Why did you do that so fast and so well? You said you hadn't spent much time in your cat form. Her voice held too much emotion in the mind-to-mind communication, and she blessed the lack of facial expressions in this form. His head turned towards her, and she felt his eyes on her as she tried not to notice. Remember, I do have one advantage. Professional athlete, I'm used to judging how my body works and how much force is needed to do anything. The last few days in this form gave me most of the information I needed. That makes sense. McKenna cleared her throat, turning to look at the compound. Dinner seemed to have finished as most of the women and children, and a few of the men, were headed into the hovels, and the other buildings were dark with the doors closed. The work building the women had come out of had a guard in front, though. We ready to do this? We'll yell if something goes wrong, but I'd like to scope it out now and then discuss. Works for me, Tony and Perce chorused at the same time, and JD and Cass just stayed still. We should be able to hear if anything goes wrong, but neither of us see that well at that distance in this form. Yeah, me neither. Cats aren't great at distance. Heck, most of it is extrapolation and knowing what figures look like and using smell to fill in the rest, which means we all need to be careful. Humans might see us before we see them. Stay in the shadows, and if they have a gun, I'd say kill them. It'll look like an animal kill regardless. McKenna gave them all a hard look, but in the dark, she figured it probably didn't work as well as she might have hoped. Then let's go, and stay in contact. I think our range should be fine. And with that parting comment, the cat slipped off into the darkness surrounding the compound. Chapter 38. Showtime.
Cloning debate is sparking to new heights with the extinct animals now verified. A group of paleontologists are asking for the animals to be cloned. Research indicates the virus that allows humans to change to an animal is not replicated in the DNA, and extractions from bone marrow should allow the cloning of these creatures without any moral issues, as they would still be purely animal. Debate is raging across the science sphere as if this is true and what the moral and ethical complications would be.
TNN Science. Something about this skulking around the fence, listening to the sounds around her, made it almost a zen sensation. It took JD's voice to bring her out of that hunt mode. You guys see anything yet? McKenna snapped back into paying attention to what she should be doing, not just enjoying the hunt. She looked at the fence in front of her, the same height as the rest of the fence, with clear lines of sight on either side, but the huts the workers were living in obscured a clear view. She watched the guard in the tower, fighting to see clearly. This distance vision thing really sucks. How come I never noticed before? Because most of the time we're either in buildings or other places where our vision was blocked by objects and it never mattered before? The snark in JD's tone tasted like popcorn. An odd feeling. The mental communication seemed to gain more nuances the more they used it. Fine, but it is putting me at risk. Warrior form does not have those limitations. That's good to know, but for now I'll stay as a cat. There were murmurs of assent as she continued to prowl. A whiff of something caught her attention, and she paused. Lifting her head, she breathed in and caught the scent of gunpowder. Slowing down even more, she followed it. A few steps deeper into the jungle, she froze. Guys, be warned. I found a guard in the jungle. McKenna sent the message as she gazed at the man in the tree, his camouflage outfit blending with the shifting leaves in the trees and the shadows cast from the lights in the compound. She felt more than heard the muttered cusses as everyone went on high alert. I've got nothing. Perce and I are splitting up, taking different sectors, but I can't hear or smell anyone outside the people in the compound. Tony's cool voice informed them, even as McKenna tried to figure out how the man had gotten there. She hadn't seen or smelled a trail from the compound to this tree. With all the stealth she could manage, She circled wide around the tree and caught his scent, leading away from the tree. I think I have something. Give me a few. Perce's voice overlapped hers, both saying almost the same thing. She followed the scent to a depression in the ground. Wow, they have a tunnel out of here. Emergency escape for the big guy? Probably, because I have one here too. We should probably check again, but I'd be surprised if there were more than two. The ground here couldn't really support more. McKenna sat back, thinking about what Perce said, and looking at the tunnel, then at the tree the man crouched in. So, do we kill these guys and go in via the tunnels? Or go with the original plan? Silence, as she listened to the sounds of the jungle. Most of the animals they'd heard as they traveled through to this point either silent or missing. Well, in the middle of the night, the people we need to kill will be in the houses, and this might get us in. And I can't believe I'm saying this. But I want to kill them all, let all their prisoners free, and burn the place down, Tony replied. There was a level of violence in Tony's voice that had McKenna raising her head, but JD responded before she could formulate anything. Tony, what's wrong? That isn't like you. They are raping the women and the older girls. I can smell the sex, the fear, and the blood where I'm at. Behind the building where they had the kids locked up. Never liked drugs, but figured your body, your call. Not my business. But this man employs monsters, and I doubt he's any better. Her words removed any enjoyment McKenna might have been experiencing. But she had to ask the question. Can you all live with this? Killing these people in cold blood, knowing they never hurt us specifically, knowing we are pawns in someone else's game, and that we might kill people that don't deserve it. The silence in the mindscape had a sticky weight to it, like honey that pulled at you but didn't stick. Yes. Perce and JD answered at the same time, their thoughts clear, unconcerned. And McKenna wished eye-rolling worked as well in cat form as it did in human. The men were much simpler, but they also didn't have children. At least, not as far as she knew. Cass? Tony? Cass responded first, with a calm, matter-of-fact aspect that made McKenna think she'd given this a lot of thought. Yes, these are not good people. And while I may have nightmares about it, I am willing to kill them to save my niece and nephew. But I would prefer not to kill people we don't need to. But if they try to stop me, I'll kill them all. Her voice remained cool and pragmatic, but in the back of it there was a whisper of pain and sorrow. Tony growled in the mindscape. This asshole took me away from my kids. Every time I think about how panicked they must be, what must be going on with them right now, I see red. I'll kill anyone and anything that gets in my way or tries to hurt my children. The knife edge of grief and fear cut across her mind, and McKenna felt all of them wince. So be it. I'd like to give us as much time as possible to prevent an alarm from being raised. So I'm thinking we wait until these guys are relieved, kill them, and go back in via the tunnels. We will probably be faster in animal forms, and then we can shift when we need hands. Any issues or concerns? Will I fit through the tunnel? JD, I don't know. But why don't you and Cass come this direction and we'll see after we deal with the guards. If not, you can wait for a signal and go in via the front? Works. Headed your way. McKenna stepped back a bit more into the shadows and made herself comfortable. We're here. JD's mental voice whispered in her mind, and she turned to see this huge form materialize out of the darkness. No sounds to give away his movement. You're getting good at that silent moving thing. She felt his ascent as he settled down. Cass curled up next to him, the Wolverine looking tiny compared to his mass. You two good? The thought directed more to Tony and Perce, and they answered in the affirmative. McKenna closed her eyes, feeling the exhaustion and pain in her body.
The poison is building up. It is good you found your target now. Much later, and your reaction times and strength would be diminished.
The mental sigh echoed through all of them. We'll deal with that after we have the observer verify our kids are safe. And if not, we'll have to try to get back to the U.S. before the poison kills us.
That will not be possible.
The growl so deep, so visceral. McKenna jerked her eyes open, wondering if there had been an earthquake. It took her a minute to realize it was Tony growling. Do not tell me what I can or can't do to save my kids. You have no concept of what my limits are when my children are at risk.
Apologies.
McKenna hid her amusement. The AI sounded cowed, but she felt the same thing. What must Charlie be thinking? How long had they been gone? The questions tormented her until a creak of wood moving and the depression in front of her lifted. We want both of the guards, the current sentry and his relief. The door covering the tunnel lifted all the way back, a man stepping out of the tunnel, looking around. His eyes passed over the dark forms, watching him, never stopping his pan around the area. With a grunt, he pulled his gun up and headed over to the tree where the other man sat. Miguel, estoy aquí. ¿Listo para sonar? The liquid language filtered in, and she waited, figuring it was normal shift change stuff. Sí, muriendo de hambre, un minuto. A rustling in the branches, and the man scampered down the tree. McKenna frowned. There must be steps or something nailed into the side. Either way, they were both on the ground and sure of their safety. Keeping low to the ground, she moved forward. She sensed more than heard JD moving to the other side while Cass flanked them. Anything para informir? Nah, was a quiet night. Even the animals are silent tonight. You sure that doesn't mean anything? Those damn birds are always shrieking. Yeah, I've watched for ages. Nothing going on around here. It took a full 30 seconds for McKenna to realize they were speaking English. But they weren't. She could hear the Spanish and the occasional word she knew. What the hell? She paused less than 10 feet away from them, her mind scrambling as she replayed their conversation.
Translation matrix has kicked in. Extended translation abilities to all squad members in vicinity.
McKenna wanted nothing more than to query We Four about that statement, but the men had paused in their conversation and were looking around. You feel that? What? Just felt like we're being watched. Damn it. Now, JD, you take yours and I'll take mine. His assent wasn't verbal, but she leapt, the tree branch practice helping her gauge her attack perfectly. Her full body weight slammed into the man even as she sank her teeth into the back of his neck, biting down hard. Rich, warm blood filled her mouth, and her mouth wanted at the warmth. The food had been calorie-rich, but something in the taste of mammals rated higher with her taste buds. I am not going to eat a human. Even so, she fought with herself to twist her head with a sharp snap and release his neck, though she couldn't stop from licking her lips. She looked up to see JD standing over his what? Prey? Victim? Obstacle? Whatever. The man lay slumped beneath JD, and she couldn't hear breath nor heartbeat from him. Purse, Tony? They are down. Is human blood supposed to taste that good? Purse's voice had a weird connotation to it, and she pushed it to the side. That is something I'm not thinking about. We're going in. Be careful. Remember who we are here to kill. Shift when you feel it is best. And please be careful. I can't lose you. She didn't direct that thought to anyone in particular, but the idea of losing any of them tore at her. Ditto. McKenna couldn't tell who thought it or sent it. By the time she looked, all the lights were dark. But the world had layers on it. Layers she walked away from, stalking towards the hole into her own personal hell. With a soft leap, she jumped down the 6-foot drop and started moving down the passage. It had been built well, with supports and trusses. She heard the thump as JD landed, a cloud of dust wafting down the tunnel from behind her. Faint lights, enough to see for a human but not much more, lined the top of the tunnel. A scramble, a slight oof of sound, and the click of her claws as she scurried down to catch up with them indicated Cass had landed. The movement quieted. McKenna trying to track how far they were moving, but she still didn't know. Even all the time in the jungle didn't give her a good idea of distance in her cat form. The stairs leading up had her pausing. You two have stairs? No, we've got another ladder here at this end. We'll have to shift now. McKenna leaned forward and glanced up the stairs. Us too. Time to get to the game faces. Purse, Tony's never gone to Warrior. Can you help her? If I can. Not like I did before consciously. His voice had a wry quality, and she wanted to laugh. I have faith. Let me know if either of you have issues. Glad you have faith. I'm a bit freaked out. If both of you would quit flirting, can we get this done with? Tony's voice had annoyance and amusement mixed together. Wait, what? I was. With desperate effort, she jerked her attention to what they faced. Let's change and do what we came here to do. She didn't wait for a sense. She just focused, looking for the warrior, and started to shift. The form came to her with ease, and she felt the weird settling of bones, slower this time than the first time. The need to rush it didn't exist, so she let herself flow. It felt like less of an impact that way. But a few minutes later, she stood there, turned to look backward, and blinked hard as she took in JD and Cass. Chapter 39. Kill Squad. With Halloween a few months away, drama is already starting with people ordering animal costumes. The University of California, Sacramento is banning all animal costumes at campus Halloween events, labeling them acts of potential microaggressions against otherly abled individuals. Already, protests are forming on campus both for and against this ruling. KWAC News. JD looked like he had before. Big and covered with fur, impressive fangs and claws. But Cass caught her eye and had McKenna backing up a step. Something about how the Wolverine shifted made her compact body tighter and muscled, the paler fur stripes making her look lean and dangerous. Then, there were her claws. All of them in warrior form had claws coming out of their fingers, long and deadly. But Cass's looked like knives. We four? Are our claws sharpened? Yes. The shift to warrior form takes natural weapons and makes them deadlier. McKenna looked at the deadly daggers that were at the end of Cass's fingers. Remind me not to get in a fight with you. I was thinking the same thing, Cass thought, looking at McKenna eyes wide. You're scary looking and yet oddly sexy, and that is just disturbing. JD snorted and shook his head. Enough. We need to go before anyone notices dude didn't come back. His words snapped her attention back to the matter at hand, and she mentally chastised herself, turning her back to the door. Purse, Tony, we're going in. Be careful. You too. Their voices overlapped, worry and intent clear. A quick glance back at JD and Cass to make sure they were ready, she pushed open the door. No knob, just a push had it swinging open. Moving in, she listened, but it had gotten late as they waited for shift change and she couldn't hear anything. Maybe we'll be lucky and we can be in and out quickly. Even as she thought that, she cringed and continued forward, exiting into a hall. McKenna swallowed hard and pushed back her reservations and worries and committed to the action. Rather than creeping down the hall, she headed into the residential area, figuring that would be the most likely location to find her target. Manuel Acasa. Sounds of men talking, the smell of gun oil and cigar smoke led her down the hall. As she exited the hall, she turned into a room with 3 men sitting at a table, computer screens behind them showing the compound in night vision colors. They looked up at her. Eyes wide, and a scream of terror slipped out even as they began fumbling for the guns, leaning against their chairs. She darted forward, her claws ripping out a throat and ending the man's scream. The other one kicked the table, cards and currency flying everywhere as he fell backwards, scrambling away from them. He jumped up and tried to run, but froze, a shocked look on his face as he looked down and saw claws jutting out of his chest. He slumped down, and Cass pulled her claws from him, her Wolverine face unreadable. The third had managed to grab his gun and swing it to them, but before he could get anywhere near being ready to pull the trigger, McKenna shoved her claws directly into his chest. A gurgle of pain and shock spilled from his mouth along with blood. Pulling back her hand, she resisted the urge to lick it off her claws. "We need to keep moving. Someone might have heard something." She glanced once at the cameras, but they still looked quiet. No alarms. She spun and headed out of the room, only to slam into someone headed their way. His eyes widened, and he started to babble something even as he fumbled for the gun at his hip. "That is one of the lieutenants on the list." "Got it," McKenna replied, and attacked, swinging both claws towards the man. "Monster, I'll kill you!" His voice hit a high shriek as he dodged one claw, but the other snagged him across the belly. The claws sliced through his shirt and undershirt, laying open the flesh beneath the clothing. He dropped his gun, grabbing his belly as he tried to keep the blood in. He screamed in pain and horror even as he tried to back up. McKenna didn't allow herself to think, just ripped out his throat. The squirt of blood caught her in the face, splashing in her mouth. Pleasure at the flavor had her closing her mouth, even as her inner mind recoiled in horror. She pushed it down hard. "I don't have time for this crap." She shook the blood off her claws and kept moving, trusting Cass and JD to tell her if they needed something. Already she could hear movement and tried to figure out where the leader would be. She stopped in the middle of what looked like a great room. Fireplace on one side, swinging doors to what she assumed would be a kitchen or something, and a hallway. "I'm headed this way. Split up and don't get shot." Her words brusque as she headed towards the hallway. "Will do." The thuds of their feet sounded as they went separate ways. She didn't let herself think, just moved. The purpose to kill anyone in her way and to kill the men she had to kill. A woman, older, with gray in her dark hair and sleep in her eyes, stuck her head out of a room. Her eyes went wide and then rolled up in her head. She slumped to the floor. McKenna barked out a laugh and stuck her head in the room, which was a narrow bedchamber, making sure no one else was there. Guess that is one way to deal with them. Killing her would be the most secure way to proceed. I know, but I don't want to be that type of person. I'll take the risk that the woman who passed out when she saw me probably won't grab a gun and sneak up behind me. We four didn't reply, and McKenna kept moving. The next room held a bathroom, just a toilet and sink. Moving on, ornate double doors faced her, and she could hear movement, a harsh male voice and the soft murmur of females. She knew the longer they took to deal with this, the more likely these people were to get a resistance together. While in hand-to-hand combat they could win every time, from a distance, guns would kill them just as easily as if they were human. She grabbed the handle, twisted and pushed into the room. With a quick pivot of her head, she took it in. A naked man scrambling out of the bed, fumbling for something in the nightstand, and 2 women screaming and burrowing under the blankets. Manuel Okasa, verified. "Die, monster!" he yelled as he came up with a gun. McKenna dove to the side as he fired, and she kept moving. No pain, so he didn't hit me. Coming up on all fours, she lunged at him even as he screamed and tried to target her. She didn't give him the chance. McKenna slammed into him, her teeth sinking into the juncture between his shoulder and neck as he toppled backwards under her weight. Blood gushed into her mouth, and she sunk her teeth into the hot, delicious flesh and ripped her head backwards. His hands beat against her as the clatter of metal against wood told her his gun had fallen to the floor. It took more willpower than she wanted to think about to spit the chunk of meat out onto the floor. "That is viable protein. You should eat it." "I am not a cannibal." "You are not human. It is not cannibalism." McKenna ignored the AI and instead looked at the two women cowering under the blankets, the smell of urine strong in the room that already smelled like sex and fear. Narrowing her eyes, she reassessed her assumption. Not women. Girls. Barely in their teens. Any lingering guilt at killing the man disappeared. "We have the second lieutenant, but we have men running towards the building," Perce let her know, and she nodded to herself. Now what? How do we not have to kill everyone here? A scene from an old movie sprung into McKenna's head. Before she overthought it too much, she used her razor-sharp claws and strength to remove Manuel's head. Ignoring the whimpering girls, who probably thought she was going to eat them, she stalked out of the room, holding the still-dripping head. Which direction are they coming?
From the outside, headed to the main door.
Cass fed her the information, her voice icy calm. It worried McKenna, but now wasn't the time. "How can you tell?"
"I'm back in the computer room. I'm monitoring. All of them are headed this way,"
Cass replied. "Everyone else get to the front room. I'm headed that way and about to make a point." Even to herself, her voice felt off, distant. But right now, all that mattered was proving to the Watcher that their targets were dead. Then she'd worry about everything else. She strode down the hall, the clicking of her hind claws a weird accompaniment to the pounding in her head. Dripping sounds from the blood falling from the head in her claws accented the surreal experiences. The rich, intoxicating scent of the blood proved the hardest part. She wanted to lick the head. Taste that sweet blood. Perce, Tony, and JD waited for her at the double door to the outside. Perce stood a bit taller than JD, his dappled fur creating patterns that grabbed her eye. Longer teeth than any of them, making him look wilder and more savage. But his eyes locked on hers, even as she heard the sharp intake of breath from Tony and JD. "Open the door." Her words were slightly mangled by her muzzle, but Perce leaned forward and pulled it open. Men stood milling about outside, clutching guns and talking, gesturing wildly. They spun around as Perce pulled the door open, and then they backed up, eyes wide as she stalked out, holding up the head of one Manuel Acosa. "Your leader is dead. If you attack, I'll kill you too." The words came out in Spanish, and she saw JD and Perce stare at her. "We four?" "Communication should prove easier if you speak in their language. Nanobots are translating what you say into the language you need and overriding your tongue and vocal cords to create the appropriate sounds. It is a commander benefit." "We will talk about this later." The idea creeped her out, but right now seemed a bad time to throw a fit. "Ocelotl," one man whispered. "We are in charge here now. Everyone will drop their guns. Now!" McKenna made her voice crack like a whip, and Perce and JD stepped out of the house. A clatter of noise as guns hit the ground. But when Tony stepped out, her black body reflecting the lights of the compound, half of the people hit their knees, whispering "Ocelotl" over and over again. "Anyone know what that means?" Tony replied, her voice slow and thoughtful. "Those were the Jaguar warriors and gods for Aztec Mayan stuff. Their gods had weird names that don't translate well, but those of the Jaguar warriors were called that." "I'll take it. But now what?" "We need food and the damn Watcher. Where is he or she?" McKenna fretted, though none of the kills really bothered her. And that bothered her more. They looked around at the people. Women had crept out of the huts and were huddled with their children in at the edge of the bright lights. A whirring sound grabbed their attention and they all spun, snarls erupting from them as 4 red lights appeared over the fence and sailed towards them. "What the fuck?" McKenna didn't know if she said it or someone else, or all of them at the same time, as a drone flew over to where she stood with a head and hovered there. A blue light came up on the front of the drone, and a voice she recognized began to speak. I must say, this is a development I did not expect, much less such graphic proof of the success of your little test. I'll stand by my word. I have no more interest in your families. They are no threat to me. Though I suppose in the future, some of the children might be useful. It will be a while. His voice smirked, and McKenna could feel the fury building in Tony. But for now, our bargain is concluded. Good job. And I'll definitely remember this new form and try it out. I hope you die quickly, but I suspect you won't. With that, the drone went straight up and shot off towards the northwest at a rate faster than any of them could run. All eyes were on her, and all McKenna wanted to do was scream. Her body hurt, her mind ached, and her spirit and soul were in absolute turmoil. We need food. Who can bring us food? Animals, protein. Her voice growled as she pushed back everything. I will serve the oceloti. A young voice spoke behind her, and she whirled. One of the girls from the guy's bed stood there, dressed in a simple shirt, her body trembling. The older woman who had fainted stood behind her, wringing her hands, but she nodded in jerky motions.
We both will.
Dining room is to the right, JD offered, though he continued to glare out at the men. Good. Cass, can you stay in that room and monitor? Tell us if anything is happening?
Yes.
McKenna looked at both women. She knew she probably had blood all over her, but didn't care. Food. Lots. Cooked. Tell them. She jerked her head toward the open doors. They're free to go. Make sure they get the gates opened and that they take their children. We will burn the drugs and drug-making equipment when we leave. Smiles lit up their faces, but they murmured, Yes, ocelotl, bobbing their heads. The young one rushed to the kitchen while the older woman, a smile creasing her face, rushed to the door and began to babble. Perce crossed his arms looking at her, and she had to fight back nausea and saliva. Mind standing there and looking impressive for a bit? I need to sit down. Sure, but it's catching up to me too. Our families are safe, though. That thought kept her going as she staggered to the chairs in the dining room, JD slumping down next to her, the chair creaking under his weight.
The poison is past what the nanobots can repair. The blood of Tony is needed for final calculations.
Really? The amount of human blood I've had today wasn't enough?
Human blood is immaterial. The blood of Tony is needed.
This is getting weird, Kenna, but here you go. Of all of them, Tony seemed the perkiest, and she cut her arm, letting McKenna lap it up, though she noted the scars on Tony's arms still remained.
That is plenty. Report will be provided when completed.
We four fell silent, and McKenna closed her eyes and paid attention to the noises around her, and sent a prayer to Charlie. Chapter 40. Changing.
The Roe versus Wade argument has heated up. In New Mexico, a woman raped by a man who later proved to be a shifter is demanding she be allowed to abort her late-term baby. The possibility of it being a shifter terrifies her, and she states she should not have to carry an animal in her body. The court is arguing that there's no evidence that it is translated via sex, but the defense is arguing there isn't any evidence it doesn't. What do you think? Should an exception be made for this abortion?
Harvey Stein Talk Show. The pain she'd been ignoring, the worry about everything, crested at once. To her relief, this form didn't have tear ducts, which she counted as a good thing, as she fought back the desire to crumble into a hot mess of tears. Blinking rapidly, she looked around. JD and Tony sat across from her, JD's whiskers and ears slumping. Perce stood in the doorway, but he had a gash down his side, and he leaned against the frame, looking like if it wasn't there, he wouldn't be standing. With Cass in the security room, she couldn't see her, but but she got a sense of exhaustion and pain, though none of them had said a word about the pain.
Data has been verified. There is a possible solution.
Everyone in the room jerked to attention, and her mindscape vibrated with interest. Well, don't hold out on us. Tell us how we can beat this so we can get home. McKenna didn't bother to moderate her voice. The slim hope we four offered caused her heart to leap as she grabbed onto the possibility she might get home to Charlie.
It is not guaranteed, but the forced back-to-back changing Tony did caused significant reduction in the poison. The bots are programmed to reduce cellular structure and discard any molecules that are not needed for that change and use them for energy to drive the change. While they have been trying to defeat the poison, it is slower than the wholesale change. Evidence exists that if you did approximately 10 back-to-back changes, burning up every spare bit of energy in your bodies, the poison would be eaten to support those changes. However, at this point, the poison has attacked many cells, and energy to tear them all apart and rebuild them is extreme.
Though reading facial expression in warrior form created complications, McKenna could read the hope there in the body language of her friends, except for Tony, whose ears were down and shoulders hunched. Tony, you don't look as excited. I did what, 3 changes? No, 4. Cat to human to cat to human to cat. By that last one, it hurt to change. I mean, bad enough that I didn't know if I could do many more. 10? As fast as you can? Burning energy when we are already low on it? And it would make us vulnerable. Even walking took more effort than you would think. Don't get me wrong, we can do this, but be prepared. It is going to hurt, and we will need the highest protein foods we can get. And fat, lots, fat. Tony's words caused everyone to subside a bit. McKenna shook her head, trying to focus. So lots of fat and meat, and we will need to force each other through the change. We 4. Can I do that?
Yes. Though in traditional settings, it would weaken the commander-drone bond, as they would blame you for the pain. However, that scenario does not seem to apply here. Also, remember, they will not be able to force you.
Silence fell in the room, and Mindscape, as all of them seemed to pause and process that. I don't care. I need to get back to my kids. Make me do it first. I should have the easiest time as I'm the healthiest at the moment. Kenna, force me, hurt me, whip me, threaten me. Do anything you need to make me shift. The longer we wait, the harder it will be. McKenna swallowed. I'll have to go last, and we need to do this one at a time so that we have someone who can fight. We 4? Does it matter which form we go to?
Human to animal is the best. The most cells discarded and recreated that way. The poison is attacked more thoroughly.
Incoming. Perce's words had them all looking up at the 2 women moving towards them, carrying huge platters of food. Though not enough. McKenna rose and went with the flow. Are the prisoners gone? The younger one nodded, though she didn't take her wide eyes off any one of them, even as Perce moved so they could enter the room and deposit the food.
Yes, they are grateful they have gone to their families. The few guards who were not happy have been...
She broke off and looked at the older woman who shrugged eloquently. Dealt with. McKenna smiled, then dropped it when both women flinched back. We will stay here for a day or so, then go away and never come back. How far to nearest town, with phones? About 30 kilometers. We have car that can take you. You eat now? The older one babbled as they pushed the food onto the table. We will need much more food, fat and meat, all you can get. Kill an animal if needed. Then you can have all this. She paused and added. Except the drugs. Those we burn. The older woman grinned, wrinkling her face into that of a dried-up, toothless apple. Good. Burn drugs. We keep house and make a real home. The girl grinned too. Maybe get married? Her voice held a wistfulness that McKenna didn't understand. but she didn't quibble.
Ocelotl are wise and kind. We never imagined our prayers answered by the old ones.
McKenna refused to address that, just nodded. Food. Lots. And we need to be left alone. Spread the word. If they disturb us, we may kill them. Both women paled and nodded, backing out of the room quickly.
Yes, Ocelotl, yes.
Why does everything else translate exactly, but that word doesn't? She asked as she looked around. The dining room had a 6-person table, but another room appeared at the end of it. She walked towards it, ignoring the twinges of pain as she moved.
The rest of the words have a meaning in English. That word doesn't, or at least not exactly. And saying, one who reminds of the old gods who we still worship and remember but fear and disbelief, yet here is proof they existed, isn't efficient.
Tony snorted. We4 has a point. It is layered in many things. Heck, I only know because Dad liked Mayan mythology. One of the original gods was called God El, which tells you nothing. McKenna looked out the door. It led into a hallway. We need a more secure place to do this. Someplace we can guard easier. Give me a minute, I'll find something. Purse started moving even as he said that, and JD got up to stand in the door. From there, he could see outside to the still open front door. McKenna leaned against the wall, then glanced at the food. Start eating, Tony. You're going to need it. We'll save the food for the one shifting.
So how are we going to get home?
Cass asked. Don't know, but first things first. I want to deal with the poison, then we deal with the rest. I'm finding it harder to think, and we need to do this soon before we lose anyone. Tony, then Cass.
Why me next?
Cass sounded curious, not offended. Because I have to be last, and watching you hurt is going to be hard on everyone. But we need you and Tony strong enough to watch over us when Purse and JD go through this. They are both protective of you. They will be able to comfort you while I'm being a Class A bitch. Laughter bubbled across the shared connections.
And the other reason?
Cass teased her. Being mean to JD is easy, and I can do that without feeling guilty? I knew it. You love to torture me, wench. JD responded with only humor and relief in his voice. The banter let all of them relax. Found it. Bedroom. Only one door, and the bathroom is across the hall. It doesn't have a dead headless body in it, right? Purse snorted, which tickled in her head. Unused, clean. Looks like a man from the clothes in the closet. Okay, let's grab food and move there. Cass, can you monitor for a bit? Then you and Purse switch while Tony recovers. Her thought carried more than she wanted it to, and her worry transmitted to everyone. I'll be fine. I did it once. I can do it again. We4. How do we know if the poison is gone? Tony's mental tone had confidence in it, more than McKenna felt.
For the rest of you, blood will need to be sampled every few shifts. The bots you have are not advanced enough to communicate that information. When McKenna shifts, that information can be obtained easier.
Tony reached out and grabbed some food, a roast chicken leg, and started chewing. Got it. We ready to do this? Because I want to go home and find my kids. Her thought hard and resolute as she grabbed a tray, still chewing on the mouthful of food, and headed towards the room Purse had found. McKenna took a deep breath and followed. JD, Cass, let me know if you see or hear anything. Purse. She paused as she walked, not sure how to say this. She flipped to a private conversation with him, the link feeling overly intimate with all they had shared lately. Don't let me falter. Remind me if I forget, please. You're one of the toughest women I've ever met. You're going to be kicking all of our asses. You won't falter. The faith in his thought warmed her, and she swallowed past the nausea. Come on, Tony. You've got shifting to do. Her falsely bright tone drew snorts of amusement from the others, but she felt them settle in and watch, the mental clocks ticking away time they didn't have. They shut the bedroom door behind them, setting the food on the dresser as Tony pulled the blankets and pillows to the floor. When you change back to human the second time, everything hurts. I figured the blankets will at least make laying on the floor less painful. McKenna nodded and curled up on the bed, her joints bending oddly in this form, as Perce stood leaning against the door, but she could tell, from how stiffly he stood, that he hurt too. Tony ate a last bite, then sighed. Don't let me rest too long or I won't continue. Another deep breath, and she shifted, flowing into human. Her knees gave and she slumped to the floor. McKenna started to lunge forward, but Tony lifted her hand. I'm fine. Her voice was rough but strong. McKenna stopped and settled back down, letting her be. Another deep breath and she flowed into a cat. She didn't make a sound, but the shift took longer than normal, minutes going by instead of seconds. But finally a jaguar lay there, panting, tongue hanging out. You okay? McKenna asked. No, but I'll live. The cat whined and started to shift again, flowing back into a human. The shift hurt to watch, as bone and skin flowed into different forms. Tony lay there panting, tears leaking out of her eyes. Her ribs showed under her skin. When this had started, she'd been lean, but with a layer of flesh to soften her. Again. Weefor's voice jangled, and Tony whimpered, but she started to shift again, her body moving step by step into a cat. McKenna wanted to comfort her, but she couldn't do anything to help. The cat appeared, even in this form looking thin and exhausted. McKenna jumped off the bed and handed her chicken to eat. Take a minute and get some food in you. Tony ate the meat, but it took an effort. Don't let her sit too long. It gives the poison time to catch up. Okay, Tony, change. The cat whimpered, but started to shift, a low whine of pain slipping out. McKenna just sat there, her hand hovering over the cat as it melted into a woman. Eat. She handed her some of the cheese wrapped in a tortilla. She looked awful, gaunt, with circles under her eyes. Test her. Tony didn't even flinch as McKenna cut her arm and licked the blood off her claw and waited. She felt Perce standing there, his concern strong via their bond, and she had to admit, Tony looked like hell. All the excess flesh gone, and she'd never had much to begin with. The poison is gone. Now she needs food and rest. The sudden relief almost knocked her to her knees. JD, can you get some clothes for us? Raid bedrooms. Cass, head this way. Perce, can you go take over for Cass? Even as she talked, she handed food to Tony in small pieces she chewed with effort. I'll be right back. She moved out of the room, leaving Tony here, nodding at Cass as the woman headed her direction. McKenna made a beeline for the kitchen. As she went through the main room, she saw the empty compound, the guns still laying there on the ground. JD, when you get a chance, can you collect the guns? Leaving them there is probably not wise. Got it. Found a bunch of large tunic shirts. I've put them in the bedroom and Tony is asleep. You will need to wake her every hour and get at least 1,000 calories into her. McKenna nodded and entered the kitchen, a plan forming in her mind. The two women jerked up their heads to look at her, eyes wide. This fear thing is getting old, but I can't afford to lose my advantages now. We need food, soup. Easy to eat, no chewing, calorie-rich. She let her words come out in Spanish and hoped they still meant the same thing. The younger one frowned, but the older one tilted her head. Like what you would feed a nursing mother, but more. Bone broth and soft food? Yes, exactly. We need lots and lots. Rapid nodding as the old one grinned. Has pressure cooker. We can make lots. She pointed to a cast aluminum monstrosity sitting on the stove, and McKenna nodded. Thank you. Please, all the food you can, and we will leave this place for you. Yes. A home. Go. We cook. McKenna nodded and backed out, even as the old woman stuck her head out the back door and started yelling commands. Chapter 41. Past Bearing.
The first shifter astronaut is scheduled to go up to space. NASA is saying that Roger Corlin will be staying at the International Space Station for the next 6 months. Part of the tests he will be doing include how the animal form handles space. Special care has been taken to make sure there is a place he can change and the possible fur dislodged will not clog up the filters for the station. People are interested to see if there is any advantage to shifter astronauts. TNN News. By the time she got back to the bedroom, Cass stood there, her eyes wide and claws twitching. You saw Tony, I take it?
Yeah, she looked bad.
Trepidation tasted bitter.
Am I going to look like that when we're done?
Most likely worse. From the information garnered, Tony had already had some poison removed. You will likely need to do 4 more shifts than she did. McKenna wanted to groan and beat her head against the wall. That is not helpful, we four. Cass, it's this or die. If there was any other option, I'd take it. Let's do the first 2 slow, eating between. Those won't hurt. And the women are making some soups and broths to help with calories. But either way, we're going to have to get the 3 of you done. Then hopefully give you some time to recover and hope that Purse and I have the strength to deal. Oh yeah. JD changed to human and back to warrior. It won't remove all the poison, but it should give you a cushion. I'll do the same.
Be careful with that. The poison gets more aggressive. It is as if the cells lose resistance. You will need to change soon before the damage is too great and your bodies don't have enough resources to change.
Should we start gorging now?
It may help. It can't hurt.
You hear the AI, everyone. Start eating to be ready for changing. She followed her words by stuffing food in her mouth and hoped her digestive system would kick into high gear. It looked like the extra weight she still hadn't completely lost might be a lifesaver this time. That realization had her looking at Cass again and making a sudden decision. Cass, we're going to wait on you. JD, get in here. You have muscle you can lose. Cass is so thin this might kill her. Cass, eat all you can for the next few hours. Any calories at all, sugar, fat, everything you can. If you don't have the energy ready for the bots, you're going to die. Realization zipped through the mind space, and Cass swallowed.
Okay. I'll grab food and watch the monitors while I eat. Time to binge, I guess.
Feeling better, McKenna kept eating as JD came in, stuffing his face. Why do I think I'm going to be a very skinny bear by the time this is done? You won't be dead. That seems like a viable alternative. JD shrugged his huge shoulders, then started to shift into human. It's odd. We don't even care about the nudity. It just isn't sexual. He stood there swaying a bit, ate for a minute, then shifted back into bear. Ate a bit more and shifted back into a human. Another few bites of food and he shifted back to bear. Already, McKenna could see the difference in how thin he looked. Bites that looked like they took effort, and he shifted back to human. JD lay there panting, his body racked with tremors. Give me a bit.
No. Even now, the poison is spreading to cells, and it spreads faster. He needs to shift again.
JD growled. Even in human form, it had power. I will. Give me a second. His body trembled. McKenna closed her eyes. Change. Now! The thing that made her a commander, some trick of programming, or maybe herself, forced the nanobots to change. JD screamed as his body morphed into a bear. He collapsed, panting on the pile of blankets, still keening. Again, JD, you have to. Her throat so tight she couldn't have spoken real words if she wanted. Instead, she just watched him. One eye flicked open, and he growled. Change, JD. Again, she forced him through the change, leaving the human laying there, body racking in shudders, and significantly less mass than he had at the beginning. He whimpered as she got close, cutting him and licked the blood off. She handed him food, forcing him to eat and swallow, even as tears streaked his face. He couldn't even talk in the mindscape. When she touched the link, it just radiated pain.
and her own hands trembled as she waited and tried not to hope.
2 more changes, to animal and back to human, and the last of the poisoned cells will be destroyed, but he must change now.
Tears streaked down his face, and she wrapped her arms around him, the fur on her arms reacting to his body heat. Change, JD. I'll be here.
And me. We aren't going anywhere, JD.
Warmth, caring came down the link with Cass's words. Tony and Perce joined in too. Tony's mental voice weak. You can do it. We're pack. Family. You aren't doing this alone. We love you. The words seemed to give him strength as he took a deep breath and shifted. A long, painful shift with a scream of pain that she didn't even think he knew he made, until a bear lay in her arms, skinny, underfed. It looked like an ASPCA mascot. Her heart broke. I have to make my friends do this 3 more times. Change. She didn't ask. She forced him even as she shot a command to Perce, not bothering to make it a request. See if they have the soup. If they have ice, cool it down. We need to get it in him. He's burned off most of his mass. McKenna felt Perce follow her order, and even as the bear shifted back into the man, Perce crouched next to her, a large tumbler with a straw in his hands. He coaxed JD to drink as McKenna cut him and tasted the blood. The wait took forever, and JD had most of the tumbler gone before we 4 spoke.
Clean. The poison is gone.
McKenna felt her bones give, and she sagged her arms tight around JD. You made it. You'll be fine and can eat anything you want for a while. A whisper of laughter came through the link, but then it went dark. Only the fact that she could feel him breathing let her know he'd passed out, not died. Let me take him. Perce crouched next to her. I don't think we can wait days. Tony is awake and eating. If we can give her a few hours, we should be fine. Do Cass next, then yourself. I'm big enough and we can do me last. I can lose the weight and I'll gorge while we do this. We 4, is there a way to get the nanobots to convert what I eat to fat?
Yes, but I will need to transmit new nanobots to you.
How? McKenna felt exhausted, and pain had become a nonstop companion as time went on. And Perce, are you hurting nonstop as I am? Yep, but I'm used to pain. In the NFL, that isn't a reason to quit. I'll be fine. We 4 had waited until they were done before she spoke.
Saliva transfer is preferable in this form. You may bite or kiss. The effects are the same. The requested changes are being made to your body now. McKenna, to store what you eat as fat to buffer this change.
An insane bubble of laughter rippled through her, and Perce's dry humor floated in her mind. If I get a vote, I'd prefer the kiss. I've been hurt enough lately. His smirk could be clearly heard via the link, and McKenna didn't know whether to laugh or slam her head into the wall. Saliva transfer check. Can we get JD in a room first? Avoiding the conversation and the thoughts, not to mention the mechanics with kissing in these forms. McKenna swore Perce smirked, but he picked up JD easily and carried him out of the room. Bring him in here with me. I can use the heat and make sure he eats. Tony sounded at least a bit more aware, and McKenna grabbed the tumbler and drained it, knowing she'd need the energy shortly. Should I do the same thing with Cass? It took a bit of courage to leave the connection open, but she did.
It would not make a difference. Her mass is so low unless you waited past a point where it was safe to change her. She would not have the time to build up any significant amount of fat stores. Perce has more mass, and with 3 to 4 hours can pack away a decent amount.
McKenna frowned. Time had lost all meaning. How long has it been since we started?
4 hours, 20 minutes, give or take, Cass responded promptly. Do your exchange with Perce, then get him here to watch the cameras. I'm seeing some movement, and we had probably better be ready to deal with it. Perce has the most mass, and he is the scariest of us at this moment.
Perce walked into the room, and McKenna swallowed. So how do we do this? Her voice sounded odd, especially as this time she spoke English, not the nanobot-driven Spanish. Do you always overthink everything? Perce asked, stepping up to her. It's just a kiss. I'm not proposing. McKenna snorted and he moved, not letting her freak out anymore. The killing and everything else she had handled, but this? A kiss from a man she rather thought she might like? Made her want to run and flee. He apparently sensed it and took the choice out of her hands. Tilting her head up, he lowered his muzzle towards her, mouth open and tongue darting in, dancing between her razor-sharp teeth, and kissed her. Stunned, unable to process, she stood there. Even as he rotated his head a bit to deepen the kiss, and she felt her body start to respond.
Transfer complete. You may stop.
She felt his claws prick through her fur for a brief second. Then he pulled away, a last lick at her nose before he stepped back. McKenna looked at him, and the clash of emotions locked her into immobility. Headed your way, Cass. Get here and get it done. You've been eating? His voice sounded in her head even as he walked out the door, and she couldn't take her eyes from his tail and ass as they moved out of her view. God, McKenna, what the hell is your issue? She kept the thought private and ate mechanically. If nothing else, this experience totally killed her pleasure in eating food. Right now, she'd love to have the super high-calorie bars, but she'd take what she could get. Cass came in holding another tumbler and sucking on it, a look on her face as if she hated what she drank.
I'm shutting and locking the door. We're going to be too thin to handle any issues. The women still think we're the next thing to God, so if we can use that for a while, we should be good.
Thanks. JD, Tony, how are you two doing? Her stress level lowered as Tony responded. Exhausted. Could sleep for a week, but better. Eating as I can. Sounds like I need those shakes the women are making, but for now, as long as I don't have to shift, I might be able to walk in an hour or two. Maybe. Her light dimmed even as she talked. Sleep. They all needed it, and time to recover. How in the world would they get home? Problems first. Lifting her head, she looked at Cass. Ready? The woman snorted, an odd sound in her current form. No, but dying and this pain also sucks, so let's get this over with. With a shrug of her shoulders, she shifted into a human, and McKenna was caught off guard by how small she was. With all the animal forms and the power that radiated out of them, she'd forgotten the tiny woman from that first day. Cass took a long drink of her food, her mouth twisted in a smile. Feels weird to be human again. Then she shifted into the Wolverine. A deep breath, and back to human. McKenna sat next to her, letting her do it at her own pace. Cass knew how important it was to not give the poison a chance to spread through the cells again at a faster pace. But by the third time she got to human, tears streaked down her face. Hurts. Really hurts. I know. You can do it. Change. McKenna tried to keep her thoughts and words warm and comforting, but she didn't think she succeeded. Cass swallowed, jerking her head up and down in something that might have been a nod, but mostly looked like a muscle twitch. Changing back to Wolverine took forever, and McKenna thanked everything JD still slept. If he saw Cass's pain, he might not be able to handle it. She lay on her side in animal form, sides heaving. You can do it, Cass. Come on. Have her get to human and shift. Test her then. The Wolverine whined, but began to shift, and McKenna wanted to take the pain from her, to pull it in. But all she could do was watch. Can't I do anything to help? No. This is the only way to defeat the poison. It is an insidious concoction and shows signs of laboratory creation. It hides in the blood, which is often not changed, so each shift spreads it and lets it attack more organs faster, unless you destroy all of it. It is a cruel weapon. Once again, Cass lay there, her whole body twitching convulsively. McKenna tested her and tried to get some of the drink into her even as she waited, feeling like a mix between a vampire and a sadist.
2 more and she'll be free, but she needs to push through it.
Cass, can you hear me? You have to, twice more. A long, low whimper.
Let me die.
No. Change. She forced the bots to obey her, and Cass screamed as her body morphed. Kneading it over, McKenna let her get to animal form and then forced her back to human. Cass's link went dark. Cass! McKenna dove for her and put a finger on her pulse. Nothing. Her heart didn't beat. Fuck! Purse, her heart stopped. Oh, shit. She felt him tearing through the house as she shifted to human with reckless speed. As human, she dropped to her knees next to Cass and laid the frail woman out flat on the floor. CPR lessons flashed into her mind as she started to do compressions on her chest. We four, can I do anything else? Her voice tight with stress as Purse slammed into the room.
You are a commander. Tell the bots to fix her heart first, but she must be tested.
McKenna tried to wrap her mind around what she needed to do as Purse reached out and made a small wound on Cass's thigh. He held the blood claw up to McKenna's mouth. Here, his voice a low grumble. She opened her mouth, sucking off the blood even as she tried to order the bots. It wasn't words. It was more intent and thoughts, and she thought she felt them respond. She kept pumping, counting in her head even as she willed the bots to save Cass. Doubts she might have about the woman, but she'd pulled her weight. She didn't think anyone working for the ass that had done this to them would kill herself to keep her cover.
Cass is clean. Get her heart started and she should recover.
Breathe 3 times. Her words a snap command, and she cringed as Purse shifted without his initiating it and breathed into Cass's mouth. Sorry. The thought as a whisper as she paused, checking for a pulse. Wanting to sob, she couldn't find one. Then. Thump, thump. Low. Barely there. But a pulse. Yes! She knew it was a scream when Purse flinched, grabbing his head. Let's get her wrapped up and in with the other 2. Body warmth will help. I'll go get more food. Those shake things, for all of them. Not bothering to look at him, she stalked out, headed for the kitchen, and hoping none of them saw how bad she was shaking. McKenna stalked in. Both women had their backs to her as their hands flew, chatting away, making food. I need more of the shakes, ASAP. And some more blankets. Her voice sounded weird, but the bots still overrode the English with Spanish. The women spun to look at her, their eyes widening as they stared at her. McKenna had no time or interest to figure out what their problem was. Do you have the food? Eyes still wide, they bobbed their heads and pointed to a large glass pitcher filled with a thick, cloudy liquid. Bone broth with goat meat, vegetables then pureed so you can drink it. The older one swallowed, and in a meek voice. Would Senorita like some clothes? McKenna glanced down and realized, in human form, she was nude and didn't care. Won't matter, thanks. Please make as many more of these as you can. I promise we won't hurt anyone if no one attacks us. That used up her caring, and she grabbed the large pitcher and the glass next to it, filling it up and draining it, forcing herself to swallow. It tasted good, but thick, oddly rich.
This is excellent, full of nutrients. This should help all of you with the nutrients the bots will need to help rebuild muscle and fat deposits.
This is exactly what we need. Make much more. Gallons, please. The women nodded, still watched her, but their shoulders had relaxed, and the older one wasn't wringing her hands as McKenna strode out, the pitcher in her hands. Some clothes? McKenna glanced down and realized, in human form, she was nude and didn't care. Won't matter, thanks. Please make as many more of these as you can. I promise we won't hurt anyone if no one attacks us. That used up her caring, and she grabbed the large pitcher and the glass next to it, filling it up and draining it, forcing herself to swallow. It tasted good, but thick, oddly rich.
This is excellent, full of nutrients. This should help all of you with the nutrients the bots will need to help rebuild muscle and fat deposits.
This is exactly what we need. Make much more. Gallons, please.
The women nodded, still watched her, but their shoulders had relaxed, and the older one wasn't wringing her hands as McKenna strode out, the pitcher in her hands. Chapter 42. Past Limits.
Reality star known as Fatty Patty, famous for her rolls of fat, has come out of her house for the first time in 2 months, and you'd have to see her to believe her. Wearing a size 10 dress, she attended a local charity event, and she looks incredible. She only smiled and waved at the cameras when asked how she lost over 200 pounds, looking toned and fit in only 2 months. Rumors are either extreme surgery or she's a shifter. At this point, no information is coming forth.
Excited entertainment news. She followed the thread to Perce and found him in one of the big bedrooms, Cass wrapped up in blankets and ensconced in between JD and Tony. Tony looked better, but they still all looked horribly underfed. Here. She poured the glass full of the liquid and handed it to Tony. Drink this, all of it. Tony did, even if she looked like the idea of eating or drinking more made her stomach turn. But it went down quickly. That actually helps. Her voice rough. Yeah, wake JD up. He needs to drink this too. Then we need to get some of this into Cass. She used up every bit of reserves she had. We can't lose her. I can't lose her. I need her. She's become Pack. The knowledge settled into her mind, and McKenna didn't even bother trying to argue it. I'm awake. JD's voice rang as he opened and held out a hand for the glass. McKenna filled it half full and handed it to him. He didn't look like he could sit up. He drank it slowly, getting faster as he drank. She took it back and half filled it again. He drained it this time, then lay back down, pulling Cass into his arms almost unconsciously. JD, we need her for a minute. He opened eyes, blinked at her, then unwound his arms from her. Tony helped lift her body up to a point Perce could hold her up without either sitting on anyone or shoving body parts into faces. Cass, wake up. McKenna poked at the mental link and saw it dim, but there. McKenna bowed her head for a minute, blinking back tears. Being in warrior form made it easier. No ability to cry. Cass, wake up. This time it came out as an order, not a request, and she felt the resistance, but Cass opened her eyes. You're a demanding bitch. McKenna choked back a laugh and held the glass up to her lips. Drink this, and I'll let you go back to sleep. Okay, she replied, even as the liquid started to flow down her throat. Cass struggled to drink, but after a few minutes of coaxing, she managed to get a full glass down. Can't. Need rest. That should give her some support, but you and Perce need to drink it and start changing. The shifts you did to save her are working against you as the poison is spreading again. The pitcher held one more glass of liquid. McKenna filled up the glass, drank half of it, then handed it to Perce. He drained it without argument. Let me go see when they can have more, but I don't want all of us out of commission. Tony, when do you think you'll be up to moving? Another hour, maybe 2. That stuff helped. But please, gods, don't ask me to shift for at least a day. McKenna thought about that. Can you use a gun? Yes. Give me a few. Perce, can you go follow up on the food? He nodded, grabbing the pitcher, and strode out. None of them even cared about nudity anymore. It didn't matter. But at least 3 of her pack would survive. That left Perce and herself. We 4. How much longer can we delay? Every hour at this point reduces your chances by 2%, approximately. And our current chances for survival? Perce asked, his tone almost nonchalant, but the bitter taste of worry coated it. 73% for you, 76% for the commander.
McKenna tipped her head back and fought not to scream. She took 3 deep breaths, then headed to the bedroom where the dead leader's body still lay. A minute of digging through the drawers, ignoring the headless body that had flies buzzing around it, turned up 2 large shirts and 2 pairs of drawstring pants. She then headed to the bedroom they all lay in, dug around in there, and came up with 3 long shift-like dresses. Not fancy, and probably meant to wear under other clothes, but they were similar to sundresses at home. Perce walked in with another pitcher full and a smirk on his face with a bit of color tinting his cheeks. They enjoyed the show, didn't they? He refused to look at her, instead handed her a glass of the concoction. She took it and started to drink. Can you go outside and get a few guns? At least 1 rifle and 1 handgun with some ammo? Sure. He turned, still nude, and headed out the door. McKenna knew the poison had slammed into her hard when she didn't care enough to look. I'd better deal with this fast or I might as well be dead. Come on, Tony. You sure you can do this? She asked as she pulled a chaise lounge to face the door. Yes. I'm feeling better, but it will be a bit until I'm up to anything really strenuous. She paused and quirked a smile. Okay, even anything up to the level of walking to the bathroom. Her humor helped McKenna feel better. Just sit here, watch the door, and shoot anyone that comes in. She just finished lugging the chair into a good angle when Perce came back. His left arm wrapped around 3 rifles, holding them close to his body, while in his right hand he held 2 guns. McKenna walked over to take them, a .45 ACP and a Glock 9mm, both in decent condition, and he had an ammo belt looped on his arm. Sorry, guns aren't my thing. I grabbed what I saw. McKenna nodded absently, cleared both guns, and then checked the ammo belt. It had 9mm rounds in it. This is what you're using, Tony. She set the belt down and ejected the magazine and checked it. Full. The man who had this did not even keep a round chambered. With quick movements, she put the magazine back in, chambered, ejected the magazine, and topped it off. This has 8 shots now. All you have to do is pull the trigger. You got that? Tony nodded slowly. I can handle that. McKenna laid the weapon on the lounge, and together, she and Perce got Tony out of the bed, slipped a shift over her, and got her comfortable on the lounge with blankets and pillows to prop her up. Then Perce grabbed a side table, filled up a large glass of the concoction, and set it there. You need to drink. All of you do. Tony looked at the glass, wrinkling her nose. Food has never looked less appetizing. But even as she said it, she reached for the glass. Halfway to her mouth, she paused, looking at them. You 2 next? Yeah, the closet over there is pretty big. I checked it out. I'll grab some of the blankets from the shelf. The faster we do this, the faster we all heal. McKenna smiled as she said it. Her smile fake, as her stomach did flips. This way we'll have a warning if anything goes wrong. Tony looked at them, her green eyes dark as she bit her lip. Be careful. We can't lose you. McKenna just looked at her. I didn't know what to say. She will. I'll make sure. But time is ticking. My stomach is stuffed. So let's kick this poison. McKenna glanced at Perce, but didn't say anything as she headed to the closet and started to pull down the blankets. For the first time in days, her nudity blazed in her mind, and she almost craved the covering of fur. But spending any time worrying about that now would be stupid. I'll go first, then you, she said, her voice quiet. You can't. I have to go first. McKenna jerked up her head at his comment, and she narrowed her eyes at him. At this moment, all she wanted was to have this done. No, I should go so that I can then get you done and we can get out of this hellhole. And if you die, I don't have anyone to force me through. You have to be last, because you are the only one that can control us, which means you have to be the one to wait. His words hit like hammer blows on her soul, and McKenna turned away, staring at the wall. She closed her eyes and smoothed all expression out of her face. Then she turned back to him. You're right. Ready?" Her voice flat as she locked everything away.
No, but I'll go anyhow.
Perce took a deep breath, never taking his eyes off her, and flowed into his animal form. In this small space, the homotherium seemed ever larger and scarier than it had in the jungle. But he only held that form for a minute, then pushed back to human. She had the drink waiting for him, and he took 3 big gulps, counted to 10, then started to shift again. She leaned back, drinking a little, but the bots couldn't change what she drank as fast as she could drink it. So mostly, McKenna watched. Animal, human, animal. On the 3rd human, he collapsed to the floor, pale and shaking.
How many more?
His voice raspy. With a quick move, she'd become all too adept at this, McKenna cut a slice and tasted the blood. 2 full. Animal, human, but you need to hurry.
Got it.
Perce swallowed, fighting to get the lump down. She could see his throat struggling. Then he shifted. His first 2 had been fast, smooth almost. This time the form caught and dragged until a panting cat lay in front of her. McKenna dropped her knees and petted the fur, ignoring how rich and thick it felt. 3 more. You can do it.
Hell yes, I can. I played for the NFL. This is nothing.
His bravado had humor in it, and she grinned. Letting him drive the change, the cat heaved a deep sigh, lungs expanded, and then bones and fur melt so slowly, giving off the waves of heat that a lifetime ago would have driven her away. Now she just accepted it, holding that glass out as he reformed. Drink. Making a face, he did, gagging a bit as he forced it down.
I'm never going to like food again, am I?
His rich, strong voice had faded, sounding tired and weak. Oh, I'm sure we will. Sugar, fat. Think donuts. He snorted, but didn't shift. Need me to make you?
No, I got it.
Perce lay on his back, chest heaving, sweat running off his body, and he groaned as he began to shift again. The cat lay on its side when he finished, ribs heaving to draw in air. Take a minute, but you need 1 more shift. The cat, Perce, whined at this, but she felt a wave of affirmation in her mind. 3 more deep breaths, and the body shifted once more, but he forced himself, a feline scream in his throat as he struggled to finish the change. Change. The order rippled out of her without thought, and the last changes settled in, leaving him on the floor, tears streaming down his face, pale and panting. He, like JD, looked smaller, but his heart hadn't stopped, and he was conscious. With a fast move, McKenna tested and felt her knees buckle as we 4 declared him poison-free. McKenna looked at the exhausted man and shifted into warrior. This body had a muscle structure that made her stronger than in any other form, and with a bit of effort, she picked him up. He'd lost at least 80 pounds if she had to guess. This will give the poison time to spread again if you don't shift again soon. The weird, non-echoey quality of We 4's voice told McKenna she had sent that just to her. No one else. I know. She let the comment hang as she got a barely conscious Perce into the bed and wrapped him in a blanket.
You okay? I heard his scream.
JD asked. You've been through it. You know what it's like. McKenna turned and headed back to the closet.
That isn't what I asked. Are you okay?
McKenna didn't turn around, looking instead at what would soon be her own private hell. Ask me again in an hour. The process was usually under 2 minutes for a single change. With all the back and forth and the rest in between, each person took an hour or more, their bodies almost breaking under the stress. At this point, they'd been at this for almost 6 hours on top of the watching and waiting and then attacking. Her energy level didn't exist at this moment. All she wanted to do was sleep. Hell, maybe we should be using some of the cocaine. Might make it easier. The thought had a level of bitter humor to it, and she took another swallow of the liquid. Even though she hated it at this point, her body craved it with every change. Could make a fortune selling this to shifters if we could make it shelf-stable.
Your survival percentage has dropped to 60.
She sighed and focused on the matter at hand. Changing. Let me know as soon as the poison is gone.
Of course.
She knew she was stalling. Time to get her ass in gear. She shifted to animal first, and it hurt. Or more accurately, felt uncomfortable, since she'd just shifted to warrior not 20 minutes ago. The process took a bit, but she stretched out as a cougar, then focused on being human. This time, the discomfort intensified. It felt like the start of muscle cramps all over her body. All her muscles at that about-to-cramp stage. Time lost perspective, but she found herself human on the blankets and stretched, trying to relieve the tight muscles.
Again, the more time you leave between changes, the more time the poison has to start attacking new cells. Cells that are already weak from previous poison attacks.
It took too much effort to snipe back, so she just focused on becoming her cat. Took ever, and a whine settled in the back of her throat as she landed in cat form. God, how did they do this? How did I think they could survive? And it's going to get worse? Charlie flashed in her head, and she bowed her head. I will not abandon you. She pushed through, back to human. It hurt. It hurt so much, but she locked her jaws together and pushed it down. She would never leave him behind, so she would get through this. Her body felt like live wires were attached to every nerve as she melted into human. Her body twitched. With teeth locked together holding the scream in, snot and tears dripped down her face, and she didn't want to do it again. Charlie. She swallowed and reached for her cat. It didn't want to come. Her body didn't want to flow into another shape, but she made it. Her body felt on fire, her skin raw and exposed, and this was with fur on it. Sitting up hurt too much. McKenna lay there just trying to breathe, but it hurt.
You must change back to human quickly. The poison has not had a chance to reinfect cells. The last of the poison will be destroyed if you can change one more time.
A keening sound as she thought of Charlie, trying to get a breath she couldn't. It hurt so much to expand her lungs. She wanted to scream, but that took air and she didn't have any. A hand, one that hurt and felt good at the same time, touched her head. Another one touched her side. You can do it. You're stronger than all of us. You can beat this. She opened her eyes to see JD kneeling next to her, his hand on her side, while Perce petted her head. You're the strongest person I've ever met. We can't lose you. You need to get us home. You're our heart, our support. All of their voices agreed with Perce, whose gentle touch never stopped.
Your strength is greater than many of the records that were provided. You are an excellent commander.
The odd comment from we four made her laugh, and she flinched. Change, Kenna. You can do it. Perce's voice crooned in her head, and she closed her eyes again, their links bright and vibrant in her mind. She locked onto them and pulled, pulling her human towards her, pulling the chance they all need to survive. Charlie's smiling face, white blonde hair, blue eyes laughed at her as he morphed into a white wolf and began bounding around her. The others showed up, smiling and laughing as they cooked on her deck, and she looked at her pack, her family. I will not leave any of you. Human flowed towards her, and she let it. The pain making her scream, but she didn't stop, didn't fight it. Just let the pain flow in and around her. McKenna opened her eyes. Her human eyes. Quirked up one side of her mouth.
Safe. You are poison-free.
Darkness welcomed her. Chapter 43. Obstacles.
Well, everyone knows of SETI. It rarely makes the news unless you're a science junkie. But rumors of a transmission from space have surfaced, and a few people claim to have heard it. Efforts to translate are underway, but is this just another random space noise? Early this decade, multiple streams of sound that seemed to have patterns were recorded, but nothing ever came of them, and they were not consistently repeated. Is this another case of random sounds or something real?
TNN science commentator. The sound of voices outside her head, pulled McKenna up from the darkness. She opened her eyes and realized she had been put on the bed and currently had her head laying on Perce's chest. She knew it was Perce, since JD stood on the other side of the room, dressed in a loose shirt and the drawstring pants, talking to one of the women. His badly mangled Spanish filtered into her brain, and she laughed.
You're asking them to fry a chicken?
Her voice came out rusty and hoarse. Everyone turned to look at her, and Tony stepped back into the room. McKenna didn't see Cass.
You're awake.
Perce's voice made his chest vibrate, and she winced at the headache that slammed into her.
Yeah. How long was I out?
She tried to sit up, but his arm held her down. It felt good, and she hurt too much to fight it right now.
Roughly 45 minutes,
Tony offered.
Cass?
Watching the monitors.
JD had moved over to her, and his expression told her how bad it had been.
She said she'd sit and eat and watch the TVs. When she has to pee or needs something, she'll call, but it gives her a comfy chair to sit in and not feel helpless. We four mentioned we should take some of your blood to get the new nanobot programs to help process the food and rebuild what they destroyed to let us shift.
McKenna blinked at him.
You could talk to we four while I was unconscious?
Yes. Your links were still active. The drug took you down to almost below involuntary brain functions. This was normal sleep, which did not disable communication channels.
Good to know. Yeah. As soon as you want.
She glanced at the woman looking at them, back and forth, an odd look on her face as she watched them.
What's up with the bad Spanish attempt?
Oh, we were trying to find out if they had a vehicle and where the nearest town is, and what is there. We know we need to stay here a day or two to recover enough to make travel possible, but if we want a chance to get home at all, we need to get where we can call and preferably someplace with an American embassy.
Do I want to know how Chicken entered that attempt?
JD looked away as Perce coughed to hide a laugh.
No.
It still felt like too much effort to move, but she looked at the woman and tried to smile.
Thank you for everything you have done for us. Is there anything you need?
It still sounded so odd to have her tongue saying the Spanish for the words she intended.
No, ma'am. We are grateful, but we weren't sure what the ocelotl were asking us. Are you okay?
Her voice carried hints of worry.
Just what was life like for these people? Odds were rape for sure. I can't fix that. Yes. We will be leaving soon. Another day or two.
The woman bit her lip and nodded.
Okay. But you will destroy the cacao leaves first?
McKenna couldn't decipher the woman's emotion, and it would require too much effort to follow up on it.
Yes, and all the processing equipment, but everything else is yours.
Relief flooded the woman.
Thank you. Thank you.
What my friend, McKenna waved a hand at JD,
was trying to ask is how far is the nearest town, and do you know if there's an American embassy in it?
The conversation that followed required enough effort that McKenna had to crawl out of bed to write down and figure out where they were. They had slipped one of the shifts on her, so she at least didn't traumatize the woman anymore. After a long conversation, which involved 3 other people, they figured out what they faced. The only city they knew had an American embassy in it was Bogota. They had no money, no ID, and from all indications, the city was about 200 miles away. They were far on the outskirts of a city called Mani. The closest real town would be Monterey, still about 40 miles on roads that made logging roads look good. That evening, after giving everyone the new nanobots, they sat eating slowly and discussing the trip. In the end, it turned out almost anticlimactic. After 2 days of gorging, they were still seriously underweight, but hated the sight of food. At this point, they just wanted to know, had to know, if their loved ones had been harmed, or worse. They waited until the wind blew away from the main house and torched all the drug stuff to the delight of the locals. Ransacking the house, they found about a $2 million in Colombia peso, an almost worthless currency, and $200,000 in US dollars. Not wanting to deprive the people they were leaving, they took $20,000 in US and about $10,000 in pesos. They left the next day, with the locals smiling and waving as they drove off with the Jeep, leaving the tricked-out vehicle for them. JD had the hard drive in a small sack that he tied at his waist, and all of them had decided it didn't get mentioned to anyone. They'd deal with it at home.
Think they'll make it?
Cass asked, glancing backwards at the women waving at them. I don't know. They'll need to kill any of the contacts that come around and make sure they protect the area. But they might. McKenna didn't add any inflection at all. Cass sighed as the compound disappeared from sight. McKenna focused on getting home, and Charlie. The drive to Bogota took about 6 hours. They needed to fill up once and get food a few times. The bots were still supercharged, trying to get them back to where they wanted to be. JD and Perce came in handy with their intimidation factor. McKenna wanted to protest, but frankly, didn't give a fuck. If people saw them and changed their minds about giving any of them any grief, so much the better. They pulled into Bogota and parked down the street from the embassy. We ready? You know they aren't just going to believe us, right? Tony said. But McKenna could see her tension at the idea that she would be getting closer to her children. We'll make them believe us. Mostly, I'm hoping between me and Perce, we are famous enough to get us in the door. She glanced at JD holding a small backpack. We still have the hard drive? Nice and safe, but I don't plan on explaining that to anyone unless we have no choice. Agreed. Ready? Everyone nodded in agreement. They got out of the car and headed towards the embassy gates. They walked towards the milling police officers who were watching everyone approaching the embassy gates with sharp looks. Behind the 6-foot metal fence stood Marines in their Marpat camouflage suits. A gate for cars to enter sat in front of the squat-looking building. McKenna glanced at their group and cringed. They looked like refugees from a disaster. All of them still gaunt and a bit underweight, dirty, sweaty, and wearing the minimum clothes. Riding in an open Jeep over 200 miles had ensured they were covered with road dust. Only Cass and Tony had shoes. Everyone else had feet too big for anything at the compound. Whatever. After everything else, we'll get through this. Almost home. She had to swallow past the lump that formed. Charlie would be frantic for her, and she wanted to hold him and be home. They were still exhausted, and we 4 had warned it would take weeks of eating to really get healthy again. And all of them were sick of food. As she was the only one that really spoke Spanish, or at least could be understood in Spanish, she took the lead, walking up to the officer that had stepped in front of them on their path to the embassy. Halt, this is no place to beg. Go to the aid station on the other side of town. We are American citizens and need to talk to the ambassador. The dichotomy of thinking in English but speaking Spanish still struck her as odd, and she just wanted to be home. He cast a look at their rough clothes, the dark complexions of Tony and McKenna, then glanced at JD and Perce. Though his eyes lingered over the slight form of Cass, he snorted. Whatever, go away, you have no business here, he growled in English. McKenna exhaled slowly through her nose, trying to figure out how to deal with this without violence.
No, I am done waiting.
Tony pushed past her, finger in the officer's face.
Let us through. The Marines can deal with us if they have an issue, but I am going home to my kids.
The man lost the half-bored look on his face, and his hand dropped to the butt of his pistol.
Be careful, or I'll arrest you for assaulting an officer.
His tone dark, and the other cops were starting to look at them. Tony, calm down. We'll get through, McKenna urged, trying to placate her.
No. I have been gone from my children for over a week. Forced to do things I never wanted to do. Been attacked by an alligator. Almost died from forcing changes. I'm done.
She moved forward and started walking to the gate, and the man stepped in front of her, a snarl on his face.
Watch it, bitch, or I'll enjoy taking you in.
At this point, the Marines had noticed them and were gathering, as were other cops and people in the vicinity. The smile that stretched across Tony's face could only be called a smile because it involved lips and teeth.
Go for it.
The words deepened and came out as a growl as she flowed into warrior form, walking forward. The cop gasped, his eyes widening, falling backwards and shouting as he yanked his gun from his holster. Damn it, Tony, this isn't the way to do this, McKenna protested. Tony spared one backwards glance at her.
I am going home to my children.
Not if you get killed. Purse, I need you, come on. She moved to be walking in front of Tony, hands in the air and talking as loudly as she could without shouting, hoping the Marines would hear her. We're Americans. I'm McKenna Largo, the shifter cop. We were kidnapped. This is Percival Alexander, the American football player. We just want to go to the embassy. The police were all waving guns around now, and McKenna didn't know if crying or screaming in frustration would help. Tony had locked onto the gates and moved into her warrior form to the gates, and men were starting to aim at her.
Damn, Tony, stop!
But she didn't put a command into it. Not on this. She wouldn't take that from anyone if their lives didn't depend on it. Right now, the bullets might fly, regardless of whether Tony stopped or not. The cops were yelling, "Halt!" and "Stop!" She didn't know if they were the same words or different, and she kept trying to block them from shooting Tony, who in full Catwoman form stalked towards the embassy.
I repeat, we are Americans!
She had given up and shouted now as the Marine looked decidedly panicked. The gate opened, and an older man, maybe in his 40s as opposed to the 20-something men holding rifles behind the fence, stepped out. She kept glancing back and forth between the cops, but JD and Cass had moved in closer. She saw claws coming out of their hands, but nothing else as they protected Tony with their bodies. I thought only commanders could do that. Her thought didn't really mean to be a question as she tried to focus on everything at once and failed. Interesting. Too many commander modules must have been transferred with the blood. WeForce tone had interest in it, but McKenna pushed it to the side. That, at least, could wait until later. Much, much later.
What in the hell is going on out here?
The booming voice caused everyone to freeze. Everyone but Tony, who sidestepped around McKenna in her single-focused walk to the embassy.
I am going home to my children now.
Tony's voice thick and growly as she stalked up to the Marine who, even from where McKenna stood, which was a good 5 paces behind Tony, could see his eyes widen. He didn't step back or flinch, but the men behind him had snapped up their weapons.
And where would your children be, ma'am?
The question in his voice struck McKenna as funny, and she had to choke back laughter. Right now, Tony looked like fur-covered death, and she heard more than one whispered prayer behind her. Instead, McKenna put a bit of speed into her steps, trying to catch up. Tony halted and looked at the man, her claws flexing in and out.
California, Rossville. I want to call them.
Her voice broke on the next words.
I need to make sure they didn't kill them anyhow.
The thought slammed into McKenna, and she felt her knees give a bit. Could that have happened?
Charlie already be dead? And they did this all for nothing?
Tony lifted her claws up towards her face, and a man screamed out,
It's going to attack! Shoot it!
Chapter 44. Hope.
With all the news about shifters and some children still shifting for the first time, schools have received an unprecedented amount of focus from parent groups on both sides of the issue. While some compare it to the arguments for and against segregation, there is one argument no one can refute. A shifter child that transforms can hurt others badly with claws and teeth, much worse than they ever could with fists. At this point, all everyone is doing is talking, but this is a tinderbox waiting for the first match, or in this case, the first incident of a shifter child losing control and badly hurting another child.
TNN Talking Head.
McKenna spun, looking to put herself between Tony and whoever had shouted that, and froze as she took in what had happened behind her. The same officer that had been giving them a bad time stood there with his gun drawn, pointing at Tony's back. JD stood to the side, long, wicked claws wrapped around the man's throat, as Cass stood between him and Tony, a snarl on her lovely face, with her own claws spread out, dangerously like her comic book namesake.
I would put down the gun if I were you. Otherwise, we'll find out how you function without a throat.
His voice soft, but the sheer menace in the words clear, regardless of any language barrier. The cop paled, and she saw a streak of darkness spread down his khaki slacks. Other men pointed guns at everyone. A scream like a cat in pain, a scream that cut through all the civilization and veneer of modern society echoed in the air. McKenna turned to look at Tony, who stood there, her tail lashing under the dress.
All I want to do is call my children. I am walking to that embassy as an American citizen. If you want to shoot me, fucking do it, and prepare to die if you do.
With that, she turned and stalked towards the still open gate. The Marines were standing there, guns ready, their eyes darting back and forth.
On behalf of the American Embassy, I accept these people as citizens. Please let them in,
said the older man. He shifted his attention to the man wrapped in JD's claws. Diego,
thank you for your diligence, but I'll take responsibility for them.
To JD, he nodded.
If you would please release the good lieutenant and enter U.S. territory, we will see how to get this taken care of.
McKenna seriously contemplated passing out from relief, but instead she rushed after Tony. The men guarding the gate had backed away, watching Tony as she stalked up the path towards the embassy. Two of them had detached and were pacing her on either side, eyes wary. Guns weren't quite pointing at Tony or McKenna.
Tony, they're letting us in, but you're scaring people. And you know how hard it is to talk in this form. Why don't you change back? You want Jamie and Jesse to understand you.
Tony halted, turning to look at McKenna, her body quivering. She took a deep breath and shifted back to human, then stood there swaying on her feet.
Fuck, that was stupid, wasn't it?
At least the dress thingy didn't tear, so none of us really care about modesty anymore.
She put her arm around Tony, and then another arm helped.
I got her.
Perce's voice rumbled softly as he picked her up.
The shifting drained resources she didn't have,
McKenna told them, guilt beating at her.
I should have realized how stressed she was about the kids. I'm worried about Charlie.
She faltered, not knowing what to say.
But you're still getting used to being a mom. It's okay, Kenna. Just let me get to a phone before I break. I hurt worrying that maybe all of this was for nothing.
Tony's voice held a quiver, and the pain she felt ripped through McKenna like an earthquake, forcing her to close her eyes.
Is she okay?
The voice made her open her eyes to see the man standing in front of her.
He's a major,
JD said, even as he and Cass stood behind them, guarding them. Yes. It's been a stressful few days. I know you need to talk to us, but is there some way you can let us call our kids?
Please?
She'd beg if she had to at this point. For all of them. The man glanced at the doors to the building, which by this point had people staring out of them, and a man pushing his way through in a sharp suit, his balding head reflecting the setting sun.
Probably. That's the deputy chief of mission headed our way right now.
The major nodded towards the man who had almost approached them, all but skidding to a halt. Sharp brown eyes took them in, narrowing, then locked on McKenna's face.
It is you. I'm not sure whether to dance for joy or resign right now. This is going to be a cluster.
His voice had East Coast accents lacing it, but all McKenna cared about was his recognizing them.
You know who we are? Oh, your faces have been on every TV news channel and on every bulletin they've sent out. You've lost a lot of weight, and excuse me for saying this, you look like hell. But yes, Cassandra Borden, J.D. Davidson, Tony Diaz, Percival Alexander, and McKenna Largo, the shifter cop. I'm Deputy Chief Milton Phillips.
McKenna choked back a laugh. Well, that makes one of the first times I've been unreservedly glad for my fame. Can we call our families, please? They all must have stared at him with something in their gazes, because both he and the major took a step back, shaking themselves a bit.
Yes, I think we can arrange that. Let's get you inside and we'll start the process to get you home. But first, phone calls.
The next few minutes were a confusing array of introductions, shuffling of rooms, and people staring at them. But soon they were in a quiet conference room. Water and some fruit had been provided while people went to chase down paperwork and a cell phone. Tony didn't care about any of that, and McKenna knew her stress level about matched. But alienating these people would not be a good way to get home faster. She laid her hand on Tony's when she saw claws come out and started to dig into the table. Deep breath. We'll call them soon, but we need these people to help us. Tony closed her eyes, but her hand shook. It is everything I can do not to grab someone and yank their cell phone off of them and call home. I know. The five of them sat in the room, waiting. The hardest part. But the mental support of all of them holding up each other helped. The deputy bustled in, holding a phone.
Sorry, I know you must be anxious to call home. Politics isn't always people-friendly. You can use this phone to call home.
He handed them a mobile phone, the screen unlocked.
Don't worry about anything, it's unlimited. Call. We'll get the rest of your information in a bit, and then we'll work on getting you home. Everyone is very glad you are okay. The Secretary of State wants to talk to you, but I told him your kids mattered more right now.
He smiled at them all and backed out of the room.
I'll leave you alone to make your calls.
Tony sat staring at the phone in her trembling hands, looked up at all of them. May I?
Go, call.
We want to hear them too. She took a deep breath, then typed in her home number, flipping it to speaker and laying it flat on the table. The phone rang and rang, then flipped over to the voicemail. Eyes bleak, she hung up and looked at McKenna. Don't panic yet. They just aren't home. Call my cell. I left it in the house. I'm sure someone has it with them. I hope. McKenna could feel the stress in the room rising as she told Tony the number and typed it in. She had to do it twice, her hands shaking so badly she couldn't put the numbers in correctly. No one even made a twitch like they might take it from her. The phone rang and rang, everyone in the room holding their collective breath. McKenna Largo's phone? McKenna felt her heart leap as she recognized Ann Hollick's voice. That was the first good sign they'd had. This is Tony Diaz. Ann, is that you? Mama! The shrieked word of a little girl punctured the stress in the room like a balloon, and McKenna knew if she hadn't been sitting down, she would have fallen. Jesse! Tony gasped the word out like a prayer. Is Charlie there? Is everyone okay? The words slipped out of her before she could stop them, needing to know. Charlie is here too. Everyone is fine. What happened? They're okay. She needed to hear, to know again. Yes, Jesse, Jamie, and Charlie are all okay. It's been an eventful week, but we're all fine. Are you guys all okay?
We're fine, Anne.
JD spoke over her shoulder.
Made a new friend, had some drama, but we're okay.
Good. Relief clear in her voice. Though, you might not be happy when you see your house. But where are you? When are you coming home? McKenna glanced at the others. Currently Bogota, Colombia. Wait, what? McKenna shook her head. It's a long story, and telling it over the phone would take too long. I think they're working on getting us home. We're at the U.S. Embassy in Bogota now. I'll let you know when we figure out how we're getting home, but for now, tell everyone we're okay and we're headed home as soon as we can. We need to let some other people call and then talk to the people here. Okay, I will. Just, guys, you were missed. And not just by the kids. We've been worried. McKenna felt the words catch in her throat and couldn't respond.
We missed you too. Give them hugs for us,
JD said, and Tony chimed in immediately. Yes, all the hugs. I'll give them more when I see them. They hung up, and Tony slid the phone over towards Perce and Cass, who had sat down on the other side of the table. Go. Call. McKenna smiled at them. They looked at each other, and Perce slid the phone to Cass.
Call your sister. Make sure your family is okay.
Taking the phone, she typed it in, but she held it to her ear, and the relief blossomed across her face as she started to talk. Helena, it's me, Cassandra. Oh, God, everyone is okay? No one has hurt you? McKenna tuned out the happy babbling and looked at JD. Why do I think things were a bit more eventful while we were gone? Her low voice, more normal than talking to him mentally. This way Tony could hear too, though Cass wouldn't be distracted.
Because now I'm wondering what happened to my house,
JD said dryly, and McKenna saw Perce flash a sudden grin as he paid more attention to them than to Cass talking. And why did she assure me the kids were fine, but I only talked to Jesse? Tony's voice had dry humor, but she didn't look stressed. You think something is wrong? McKenna asked. She hadn't even spoken to Charlie. Oh, I think our children have led people on a merry adventure while we were gone, but I don't think anything drastic has happened. Anne sounded relieved and happy, not stressed out and lying. But I want to go home and hold my kids. McKenna nodded fervently, even as she saw JD watch Cass from under his lashes. The woman in question hung up the phone and turned to them with a wide smile. They are just fine. Only heard I hadn't shown up to work yesterday. I only call them about once a week, but they are fine. No strangers, no threats. Perce took his turn, but it had the same outcome as the rest. Parents delighted he was okay, Mom crying in relief, but no threats. And no one had been hurt. The overall sense of relief threatened to just pull her down into the exhaustion that clung to all of them. Perce rose and pulled open the door. A Marine stood just outside and waited expectantly as Perce looked out.
Could you tell whomever we are done? At once, sir.
He tapped on his radio and started to talk even as Perce closed the door. I want caffeine, sugar, and food, and not necessarily in that order, Cass declared. And that combination sounded pretty good to McKenna. They had just gotten settled, and her thoughts had fixed on going home to see Charlie when Milton bustled back in.
Did you get a hold of your families?
He asked, actual concern in his manner and voice. Yes. So can we go home now? McKenna didn't think she whined. Barely. He cringed and shook his head. Now, no. But we are working on it. How about some food and drink? They should be ready to take your statements, and the Secretary of State wants to talk to all of you. Tony looked at their clothes. Dressed like this? Looking and feeling like this? Heck, I don't want my own kids to see me like this. Milton smiled and gave a half laugh. Understood. We do have barracks and locker rooms with showers. I've got people working on some real clothes for all of you. He glanced at JD and Perce. Though, you two may be a bit more difficult. He frowned for a minute, like he might ask something,
then shook his head. So what would you like first? Food or showers and clothes? Food, all of them said as a chorus as he stepped back, a bit in surprise and blinking at them. So noted. Up to braving the cafeteria? It's food. I need it.
Tony's voice flat as she stood up and swayed a bit. Perce and JD were at her side almost instantly.
Need one of us to carry you?
Perce asked in a low voice. She shook her head slowly.
No, I'll be fine. I brought this on myself. Shifting was stupid. We hadn't recovered as it was.
She smiled at them and headed to the door where Milton stood looking at them curiously. None of them bothered to explain. If you weren't a shifter, you'd never understand. Tired, filthy, starving, and emotionally drained, he led them to the cafeteria. When they walked in, the moderately busy room fell completely silent, and everyone turned to look at them. Chapter 45. Done.
At least 4 missing persons cases have been solved nationwide with the same disturbing result. Each of the victims identified via DNA tests were found as misshapen lumps of flesh. The incident of the kid who shifted in front of his parents and ended up in a similar state inspired the tests. The families, while still grieving, are relieved to know what happened.
TNN News. McKenna did a quick glance down and sighed in relief after verifying she had clothes on. Being naked in public had gotten old.
Is there an issue, people?
Deputy Chief of Mission Milton Phillips suddenly didn't seem like the awestruck, deferential man he had a short bit ago. This man, McKenna could believe, ran an embassy. His voice made the question an order, as well as a reproving slap. People jerked their heads back to what they were doing.
Much better.
His voice quieter as he turned back to them.
Sorry about that. I'm afraid you have a bit of a celebrity status at the moment. Please help yourself to what you need. I'll talk to the cashier.
You are aware we are going to eat way more than you'd expect, right? She didn't know how the money for the cafeteria got accounted, but she didn't want to run up a few $100s on this man's card, especially as most cafeterias she'd ever been to were slightly overpriced.
Don't worry about it. The embassy or the U.S. government is picking this up, depending on how you want to look at it. Get what you need.
With a half nod, he strode away and headed to the cashier. McKenna shrugged. It smelled good, and she really wanted some coffee. All of them headed that direction, though they kept an eye on Tony and Cass. Cass, because hers had been the worse, and she still got shaky, not quite recovered. Tony, because of the half shift just seemed harder and more caloric demanding than going to Animal. They piled up plates of food and headed to a table. They'd lived in each other's heads for so long, they didn't bother trying to talk out loud. And they didn't have much to say. McKenna knew she could only think of home, and figured the rest of them were about the same. She polished off her first plate and got up to get some more. While normally sugar didn't attract her, their diet had been so protein and fat-heavy she craved simple carbs. Plus, they had cheesecake. She walked by a young man watching something on his laptop with headphones on. A vague sound, wobbly and in strange pitches, slipped out as he pulled off his headphones and rubbed his ears. "Stop. What is that?" Weefor's voice had an imperative quality to it McKenna had never heard before. "What is what?" She stopped mid-stride, looking around. "The sound. Where is it coming from?" McKenna had to think for a minute, then looked at the young man. The sound from his headphones? "Yes. Where is it from?" Her voice held an urgency that made the hairs on her arms stand up. But she listened. With a mental shrug, she tapped him on the shoulder. He jerked a bit, having put the headphones back on as she waffled. Tilting his head back, he looked up at her. "Yes?" He obviously didn't recognize her and looked young, nerdy. "Excuse me, what you were listening to caught my attention. Can you tell me what it is?" He flashed a smile at her. Sure. It's a recording SETI caught. Everyone figures it is something from Earth that got reflected back to us, but no one can decipher it.
They even offered a prize if you decipher and can explain what it is. Most people are betting on old radio or TV shows. Me? I kind of want it to be something new. Different, but still fun. He offered her the headset. Want to listen? It isn't very long, only a minute or two. It actually sounds like a fragment, like something slipped out. Yes. Her voice came across as hard, flat, and imperative. Sure. She pulled the headset on and the man clicked a key on his laptop. The strange sound played but didn't mean anything to her. She listened to it twice, but nothing jumped out at her. Thanks, she said, and handed the headset back to him. Good luck in deciphering it. Thanks. He nodded at her, then went back to listening to it. What was all that about? Later. We four? There was no response, so McKenna shrugged, too tired to fight with an AI. She got more food and headed back to the table. They all looked at her with various expressions of curiosity on their faces. No idea, too tired to care. One last plate, then hot shower. Yes. Having two women hiss in pleasure in your mind created the oddest feeling, and McKenna shuddered, as did JD and Perce. All of them turned to look at Tony and Cass. Don't do that. The two women burst out laughing, even as McKenna rubbed the back of her neck, trying to dispel the odd feeling. Everyone ready for hot showers? Then we've found clothes that should fit you. Milton's voice came from behind her, and she wanted to sigh. But really, it didn't matter. I think so, yes. Hot showers. Clean clothes, toothbrushes, and hairbrushes, all combined to make her feel almost human. She still could have slept for a full day. McKenna came out to find everyone else looking much more normal. Cass, in clothes, really did come across as cute, and JD didn't quite hover about her. She didn't seem to mind. They looked at each other, and Cass said the question out loud. Now what? Now you come with me, responded a male's voice, prim with a tone as if they had offended him. McKenna turned to see who had spoken, and a new man dressed in a slim suit over a body that she could tell spent a lot of time in the gym. He had cold blue eyes, and she sensed a sneer hiding in his mannerisms. And you are? She asked. Though already he wore against nerves frayed past any ability to tolerate anything. He drew himself up even taller, though Perce and JD both had at least 6 inches on him, and tilted his head so he could peer down his nose at her. I am Assistant Deputy Carlos Milagros, and you will come with me. He cast another supercilious glance up and down them and sniffed. I suppose you will have to do, since you didn't have any decent clothes. The secretary is ready to talk to you. She felt Tony about to explode, but shot her a fast thought. It isn't worth it. Save your anger for when it will matter. We might need it later. Tony subsided, but her agitation still rippled through the link. Talking to Jessie had eased much of it, but the need to be home, to hold her kids, nibbled at all of them. Got it. You lead, Commander. McKenna snorted at Tony's comment, but the wave of support and agreement from the others almost made her stumble, and worry gripped her. You've led us well so far. We trust you. Perce's soft word held weight, and the others agreed, even Cass. She didn't know if she felt honored or terrified as they followed the assistant deputy to another conference room. This one had a large TV screen on one wall and a small webcam pointed at various chairs. You will sit there, Carlos ordered, the sneer slipping into his voice. McKenna closed her eyes and let it go. All that mattered at this point was getting home. They had just gotten seated when the deputy bustled in and Carlos instantly stepped back. McKenna felt herself relax a bit. You all look much better. Ready for this? McKenna snorted. No, but we are ready to go home, and the sooner this is done, the better. That. He had a sympathetic grin and hit a button on the table. Tones chirped and beeped at the numbers were dialed, and a minute later the face of the United States Secretary of State appeared on the screen. Or at least,
She assumed so, since everyone said, "Mr. Secretary,"
as he appeared. The next few minutes were spent in pleasantries. They gave him a very high-level overview of what had happened, and he expressed his condolences. Then he turned them over to the excellent staff at his embassy and bid them farewell. "This is just a lot of political BS with nothing actually happening," Tony groused. "Welcome to my world." McKenna and Perce said the same thing at the same time, and they both laughed, the others grinning too. "I really don't see what is so amusing," Carlos huffed. He'd come up behind them and looked affronted at their amusement. "It doesn't matter. How can we get home?" "Well, that is going to be a bit. You killed people here, after all, so we need to take your statement and make sure the government doesn't have an issue with our releasing you. You don't have diplomatic immunity, you know." McKenna hadn't realized you could sneer and look down your nose at someone at the same time.
"Okay," covered what she had to say.
"Come with me. You all need to be separated so we can make sure no one is lying." You know, at first this whole telepathy thing freaked me out. Now, I'm pretty sure it rocks. But either way, I'm not about to disabuse him of his ideas. Though he is beginning to annoy me. Perce's comment resonated, and McKenna nodded. "Yes," answering Perce verbally even as she rose looking at the man. "So let's get this over with." He gave her a funny look, but then whirled and strode away, pointing at different doors for them, each with a person waiting for them. Most of them seemed to smile as she passed. She, unfortunately, was stuck with Carlos. He pulled her into a drab office and took the seat facing the door. As it was a square table, rather than putting her back to the door, she took one on the side, which apparently annoyed him. Good. Laying the folder he'd been clutching on the desk, he started to ask her questions, each one in that same, "I don't believe you" tone, as he went through the sequence of events. "So, you'd never met Cassandra Border before, whereas you at least knew Percival Alexander?" It had been so long since she'd thought of them as anything other than Cass or Perce. What felt like a lifetime ago. It took her a minute to figure out who he meant. No, never seen her that I know of." "Did she know you?" McKenna shot him a glance. "Everyone knows who I am at this point, so yes, she knew of me, but she didn't know me." "Why do you think she was captured?" "No idea, you'll need to ask her." The snort he gave her clearly indicated he didn't believe her, but she just ignored it. His questions got stupider and stupider. After the third time he asked her to explain exactly how they found the house of the drug lord they had to murder to save their families, made it very obvious he didn't believe any of it. So she pinged the others. "Are you guys getting this level of you're liars and I'm going to prove it from your interviewers?" "Oh, mine is pretty cool," said Tony, and Cass and JD agreed. "I'm getting the same crap as you are," Perce said, his mental voice frustrated. "And if this guy doesn't quit implying I'm sleeping with all three of them women and maybe JD, I might really lose my temper." McKenna blinked and didn't say anything as she refocused on the questions. "And how long have you been whoring for the men?" Carlos asked, a sneer in his voice. She hadn't shut the link down, and the words filtered in, and she felt the rage from JD and Perce. "Shush, I have this." Emotions, more than she normally received, filtered back down, but she felt JD and Perce subside, though the two felt two different things. "Assistant Deputy Milagros, you've gone out of your way to insult me, imply you think I'm lying, and try cast aspersions on my character." He sat back and sneered at her. "I think we are done here." He snorted at her. "What are you going to do about it? You need my approval and clearance to go home. Otherwise, you're stuck here until I say so. So sit back down and finish answering my questions." His eyes said he expected her to cave. McKenna smiled at him and turned and walked out the door, her temper bubbling so close to the surface that she fought to keep it on the level. "We are done." "Finally," Tony said, and the doors around her opened as her pack joined her walking down the hall. Milagros came bubbling out after her. "You can't walk out on me! You have to answer these questions!" People were starting to pay attention, and she saw guards approaching. "She is resisting valid questioning of her actions. Stop her!" The guards looked confused, but they reached for their weapons. "Trust me," she said to all of them. "Always." The instant response made her step hitch, but she didn't falter. Instead, she turned back to the conference room where they'd talked to the secretary, and she could almost feel the tension drop from the guards. She walked directly to the desk and hit the redial button. The nice thing about PBX systems is they always have redial options. The sounds of the number being dialed, longer than she would have expected, came through again. The call connected just as Carlos burst in behind her. She didn't turn to look at him, though. Purse sat on the table facing the door and away from her. The face of the secretary appeared on the screen and he frowned at them, then glanced down at his calendar. "I don't believe we had a call scheduled." "Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry to impose, but I need clarification on something. Is there an issue with our going home? We're being told we aren't going to be allowed to go home unless we answer some rather demeaning questions, including if I'm having sex with either or both of the men."
You should see his face. I think he's going to be sick.
Percy's voice had more than a bit of humor in it. McKenna resisted turning around to look. "You've what?" The secretary's face paled and then flushed. "I understand this is an odd situation, but we've been poisoned, kidnapped, forced to make a choice out of fear for our families, and damn near died. At this point, we just want to go home. Our addresses are known. If there are further questions, finding us will not be difficult. What do we need to do to go home?" By the end of her questions, both hands were flat on the table, and a low growl had started at the back of her throat.
Miss Largo, let me assure you that is not the case. The Colombia government has already pardoned you of all charges. The reward for death of that person is already in the deputy's hands, made out to you and your friends. Plane tickets have been procured, and you leave in the morning." He glanced over at his computer and typed something quickly. "And various agencies have been contacted to make sure you get back into the country with no issues." He turned steel-cold eyes to someone behind her. "I do apologize for any misunderstandings that might have occurred. If you would excuse me, I think I need to speak to the people behind you." McKenna straightened and turned to see a Carlos who had paled to the color of sour milk, and Milton standing behind him, looking like he would gladly murder the man. As they reached the door, Milton turned and looked at one of the Marines standing there, torn between horror and amusement at the situation. "Will you please escort our guests," he stressed that word, "to the visitor housing?" "Yes, sir," the man replied promptly. "I cannot apologize enough. Your flight leaves at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I will have more clothes for you by 6 a.m. and food before we get you to the airport. If you would excuse me, I need to deal with this." In short order, they were escorted to nice guest quarters. It had 3 rooms with 2 double beds, a small sitting area, and 2 full bathrooms. Confused, McKenna looked at the clock and realized it was after 7 at night. "Guys, I'm exhausted. If you don't have an issue, I'm headed to bed." Tony smiled wearily. "I'm following you. I just want tomorrow and home." Minutes later, McKenna had stripped off the clothes and crawled into the bed, naked and alone, for the first time in weeks. As tired as she was, she tossed and turned, and couldn't get her body to fall into the sleep she craved. Glancing at the links, she saw everyone was still awake. Giving up, she pulled back on the t-shirt. Anything else seemed like too much effort, and went into the sitting area. A minute later, the others had all joined her. "Unable to sleep?" "Yes, and I'm so tired I want to cry," Tony muttered, and Cass hugged her. "Does that door lock?" She nodded to the door that led to the outside. Perce rose and checked. "Yes, privacy lock at the top." "Good. Lock it. Then everyone grab their pillows and blankets and bring them in here.
She stood up from the couch she dropped onto and pushed it back against the wall. 10 minutes later, a nest of blankets and pillows had been created on the floor. With a sense of relief, she crawled into the middle, and the others curled up around her.
We four, can you wake us at 5 a.m.?
Yes, sleep. The AI's voice had something tinging the edges, but before she could figure it out, sleep claimed her, surrounded by her pack. Epilogue, Part 1.
KWAC News has obtained an exclusive interview with McKenna Largo and Percival Alexander to talk more about their harrowing adventure. Who kidnapped them is still a question, but we'll find out more. Tune in at 11 for our exclusive sneak peek into the horrors they faced down in Colombia. KWAC News. The office looked pristine. The only thing marring its perfection was the shattered pieces of an awards plaque laying at the base of the stairs. He sat at his desk, the TV blaring the information about the triumphant return home of Officer Largo. A brief note about her kidnapping, and that a press conference would be scheduled in the next few days. Inhaling sharply through his nose, he leaned back and steepled his fingers, a pensive look on his face. The ringing of his phone pulled his attention from the TV, his unlisted and coded phone. Looking at it like it might bite him, he muted the TV and answered.
Yes? Willard, I assume you've seen the news?
Willard relaxed a bit, leaning back in his chair. I'm not sure a blind man could miss it. Sarcasm dripped off his tongue. So I thought you were going to kill them, Raymond.
Please don't be gush. I said I'd eliminate them, as I had some use for them. Well, I suspected there was a slight chance they might get information to someone. I never thought they could survive.
His tone became more thoughtful. I am curious as to how they managed to defeat my safeguards.
Does it matter?
Right this moment, probably not. In the long run, though, it would be useful to know.
So I have a problem again, Willard commented, his voice still flat.
Be honest, you would have this problem regardless.
The second she did it, you knew the others were going to follow.
True, but they were the only two shifter cops in my area, or at least clean shifter cops. I own the other one. The firefighter and lieutenant are immaterial. It would take a while for anyone else to be able to consistently impact my business. Now that she is back, I haven't finished dealing with how to avoid her nose.
Point.
I will see what I can do, though it might be a bit. I've burned a lot of capital lately, Raymond said slowly.
That, and something has the brass here all in a tizzy. Plus, the secretary's on a rampage for something that happened involving your cop. She isn't mine.
The words came out in a snarl before he sucked in a deep breath and followed up in a calmer tone. I'll have to lay low for a bit. I haven't had time to recoup, but I suspect she will have a permanent accident very soon.
If you arrange that, take out the jock also,
I'd count it as a personal favor. Willard stilled at Raymond's words. A personal favor? He repeated each syllable crystal clear.
Yes.
I will keep that in mind. As for now, I need to step up my plans to defeat nosy cops, though it should work on dogs as well. If you have a shifter you control and can loan them out for a while, let me know. I'll have to do some testing.
I'll keep that in mind.
Raymond's voice was dry, but Willard didn't care. He had some problems to remove.
Take care, Raymond.
Mind the sharks.
I am one of the sharks, Willard.
People need to mind me. With a bark of laughter, Willard hung up and sat watching the TV, his brow furrowed. A slow smile spread across his face as he rose, cleaned up the broken plaque, and deposited it in the trash. He then rearranged his awards, making sure the gap left by the destroyed object was not noticeable. With that all done, he pulled out a small journal and began to write. Epilogue, Part 2. Department of Transportation has just released a study on the effects of shifting while operating a motor vehicle, raising the questions as to whether vehicle operator licenses should be suspended for shifters. The ramifications of this could be far-reaching. If commercial driver's licenses are revoked, what's next? Regular driver's licenses? If that happens, what about shifters who are doctors, teachers? Where does it stop? How many rights will be slowly chipped away, one safety precaution at a time? We need to organize now, before this trickle becomes a landslide. Ad for shifters are humans. The next morning was organized chaos, but clothes and breakfast, a decent-sized breakfast, was delivered by 5:30. By 6:30, they were out the door and headed to the airport. They were quiet as they were driven through the city, looking at it with interest as dawn rose. The airport had them in a separate lounge. Then Marines escorted them to the gate and their first-class seats as the last ones to board. The special handling meant no one ever saw the hard drive that JD kept close to him, or even realized he had it. The embassy remained true to their word and everything was dealt with for them. A Marine officer, one they hadn't met, a quiet, efficient woman named Shirley Adams, dealt with everything. None of them talked until the layover in Dallas-Fort Worth. Again ushered to a lounge for first-class guests, the Marine left them for a few minutes to get provisions for everyone. While no one really paid attention to them, there were other people in the lounge, so not talking might seem weirder than talking.
Is anyone else as nervous as I am about going home? About seeing family?
Cass gave an almost hysterical giggle and put her head on JD's shoulder. Yes, I love my sister, but she's a total soccer mom. She never could understand why I didn't want the same, why I didn't date. I like science. Don't get me wrong, I like men and would like a relationship, but I talk about stuff people can't understand. When you add the shifter in, well... She trailed off and shrugged. But McKenna grinned at the sudden smile on JD's face before he erased it.
Perce laughed. I'd be nervous too, but luckily my parents won't be there. I convinced them not to fly out, not worth the money. This means I can just sit back and watch.
I just want my kids, Tony said, her voice low. But the wealth of emotion in her voice made all of them pause and swallow. Shirley came back with bottles of water and sandwiches for all of them. Not much, but only about a 4-hour flight, then you should be home. They didn't say anything else, even mentally, as they ate and boarded the next plane. First class was nice, but when all you cared about was home, it didn't make much of a difference. The advantage of first class came when they got to be the first off the plane. The mental chant of, "Don't run," echoed in the mind space as they headed through the terminal. They didn't quite run, but Shirley had to move fast to keep up with them. She didn't say a word as they got into the luggage area, the only area that non-ticketed passengers were allowed. Rose. Looking. Searching. And McKenna's heart pounded in her ears and eyes. She realized she needed to breathe as they all scanned. There! Tony shouted the word even as she broke out in a dead sprint towards a group of people. Some strangers, but some so familiar. Without conscious choice, McKenna took off after Tony, feeling the others close on her heels. She sensed Perce could have outpaced them, but he didn't have anyone there waiting for him. There, gathered together, was her family. Jessie and Jamie were already sprinting for their mom, Jamie sporting a bright green cast. She saw Anne encourage Charlie, who had his eyes locked on hers even as he started to walk. Then he started to run to her, slamming into her with his head buried in her stomach as he wrapped his arms around her so tight they hurt. She never wanted him to let go. McKenna closed her eyes and remembered to check the link, her mind, that had been quiet for so long. Charlie. She poured everything she could into it. Love, worry, reassurance. She received back a tidal wave of love, need, relief, and one more precious thing. Mom.
When she opened her eyes, she saw Cass being hugged tight by a younger woman who looked like her, with a man and 2 kids standing watching, looks of relief and caring on their faces. Anne hugged JD, who pulled away when twin missiles with black hair slammed into him and began to babble, something about a fire and sorry. Perce watched them all and grinned, but she saw a touch of sadness on his face, until an older woman with brown hair laced with gray hit him upside the head. He spun, and the grin that split his face told her everything she needed to know. Many hugs, introductions, and a few tears later, they were in a big car headed to her place, her home. I promise there is enough food to feed us for a week. Kirk will be there along with Karina and some of your other coworkers. We're so glad you're home, but boy, do we have questions, Anne said as she drove them away from the airport. Cass and her family, with Perce and his, were following them. We'll explain when we're home, McKenna said, Charlie still plastered by her side. And it sounds like you have some tales to tell? Glancing at Jamie's arm and JD's happy but mournful look. You could say that, but she didn't sound that upset. So McKenna decided it could wait until later. Commander, enjoy your evening. But there are things you must be informed of before another day has passed. McKenna arched a brow as the kids looked at her, as did Tony and JD. Sure. What do we need to discuss? The message the young man listened to. It was a signal from an Elantran ship. They should reach your Earth in the next 25 to 30 days. All the joy and peace shattered like glass, as the meaning of what we four said registered. They're almost here? Yes, and they would most likely be expecting to pick up Kalid troops. To pick up Kalid? You mean us? Yes. McKenna wondered if they could go back to the jungle. Suddenly, what was on the hard drive might have to wait. We hope you enjoyed Commander, Book 2 of the Kalid Chronicles, written by Mel Todd. Visit her website at www.badashpublishing.com to sign up for her newsletter and find out about the next books coming out in this series. If you enjoyed, please leave a review. It makes a huge difference to the authors. Read by Rebecca Brokaw-Sands. You can find her on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok by searching @Rebecca A. Sands. Thanks for listening.